Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Welcome to the 2025 Reagan National Defense Forum.
No word was ever spoken, demanded greater sacrifice, or come closer to being God's will on earth. May America ever be its protector.
Donald Trump is pushing the Pentagon to build what he calls a Golden Dome defense system to protect the country from long-range missile strikes.
NATO leaders just agreed to step up their military spending after months of increased pressure from President Donald Trump.
To be prepared for war is one of the most effectual means of preserving the peace. But we have a better chance of finding it if we maintain our strength. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors.
Pull your punches. If they persist, pull the plug. It's still trust, but verify.
U.S. pilots dropped some 30,000-pound bombs on two key underground uranium enrichment plants in Iran, a knockout blow to a nuclear program.
America is a force for good, that the American military is the greatest peace department the world has ever seen. And if we don't keep it the biggest, baddest monster on the block, we invite uncertainty. China and Russia are trying to exploit that. They're testing us right now.
Why is this important to Americans? Is because if you allow autocrats to believe that through force and violence they can take what they want, they will take more.
We cannot forget that our military is ultimately what undergirds our strength and ability to project it.
We're here to serve the American people, and my version of service is the soldiers are happier, the enemies are scared.
If the American people have a good understanding of the threats that we face, they will be more supportive of what we need to defend this country.
We've built a culture of warrior excellence. We've built a culture of warfighting. We've built a culture of interoperability in the Joint Force.
A truly successful Army is one that, because of its strength and ability and dedication, will not be called upon to fight, for no one will dare to provoke it. America remains mankind's best hope. We are one nation under God, believing in liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to the 12th Annual Ronald Reagan National Defense Forum. As is our tradition, we'll begin today with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by the Royal High School Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps, followed by an opening prayer from Lieutenant Eric Hunt of the USS Ronald Reagan.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I invite you to join me in whatever way you feel comfortable. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, as we come together this morning, we pause to offer thanks for all we have. Thank you for this venue and for all those that have helped make this a welcome, comfortable gathering. Thank you for all of the different entities and teams that are here to discuss the defense of our nation and the defense of all who stand for freedom and liberty. We are eternally grateful for our freedom. Thank you. Today we ask that you help us remember why we are here. Help us to remember that we are not here because we love war, but because we love peace. We love our country, and we are willing to prepare ourselves to win any war if it means protecting and defending our freedom, our rights and our liberties, our peace and our families. Help us to be firm in this resolve. Please bless our leaders. Bless the men and women who help defend our freedom, and please bless the United States of America. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, and please be seated. Midway through his presidency, President Reagan delivered an address to the United Nations General Assembly in New York. He spoke, as he often did, of peace. But in this speech, he offered a definition of peace. He said, peace is more than just an absence of war. Peace is justice. True peace is freedom. True peace dictates the recognition of human rights. As we've seen peace negotiations unfold around the world this year in the Middle East and in Ukraine, we will be wise to remember President Reagan's definition: true peace is justice, it's freedom, and it's human rights. At the core of the Ronald Reagan National Defense Forum is the Reagan doctrine of peace through strength. How do we restore deterrence? We'll be talking about that today. What should the administration do? How must Congress rise to the challenge? How can we work better with our allies and partners around the world? How does the private sector fulfill its role? And what responsibility does each American bear? For a dozen years now, this forum has been an opportunity for discussion. It's not a platform for politics. It's a space for ideas and thoughtful exchange. It's a place where people spend as much time listening as they do talking. And it's a place to be future-oriented and to drive innovation. And evidence of this is that many of the companies that are front and center here today did not even exist when we launched the Defense Forum a dozen years ago. That's been the trademark of the Ronald Reagan National Defense Forum, and it's why this forum endures as a destination for Republicans and Democrats, government officials, military leaders, allies and partners, executives, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, journalists, and more. And as the Reagan Foundation looks toward the future of America's national defense, before we begin the program this morning, we're excited to announce a new chapter in our long and meaningful relationship with GE Aerospace. This is a relationship that began back in the 1950s when Ronald Reagan, as an actor, traveled across the country meeting with General Electric employees at plants and factories. Those experiences shaped his belief in opportunity, technical education, and the strength of a skilled workforce. Then 15 years ago, to commemorate Ronald Reagan's 100th birthday, GE and the Reagan Foundation created a college scholarship program to celebrate our shared journey. And some of the alumni of that scholarship program are with us here this morning. Well, today that legacy expands as we launch the GE Aerospace Reagan Workforce Readiness Scholarship, created to address the growing demand for advanced manufacturing skills. Over the next 5 years, this $1 million program will support high school seniors preparing for careers in aerospace and advanced manufacturing, with a portion of the awards going to support students from military families. I'd like to ask GE Aerospace Chairman and CEO Larry Culp to stand up and be recognized for his leadership and partnership in bringing this important program to life. Thank you, Larry, and thank you to GE Aerospace. Well, here at the Reagan National Defense Forum, we are all united by our shared belief, as President Reagan said, quote, "American strength is a sheltering arm for peace and freedom in an often dangerous world." By that belief, America can only achieve its full potential with the protection of a strong national defense. But do Americans share that belief? We can only chart the path forward if we know where our fellow Americans stand. And that's why we have just published our annual Reagan National Defense Survey to guide us in addressing these important issues, so important to the future of our country. And so we will begin the Defense Forum with a discussion on the survey's findings, and it's my pleasure to introduce the speakers to get that conversation started. Our first panel will have the Honorable Mike Gallagher of Palantir Technologies, Senator Rick Scott, House Armed Services Committee Ranking Member Adam Smith, the Reagan Institute's Policy Director Rachel Hoff, and our moderator Tom Bevan of Real Clear Politics. Please welcome them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Bevan. I am the co-founder and president of Real Clear Politics. It's a delight to be here today. Very esteemed panel for you this morning. And since you've already been introduced, I was going to do some introductions, but since you've already been introduced, let's just jump right into it. Rachel, you have been involved in this survey for a number of years. So just give us a sense of a brief summary of the findings this year and anything that really jumped out at you.
Sure, thanks Tom, and thanks to everyone for being here. It's important to us at the Reagan National Defense Forum to always start our day with these findings about where the American people are on the issues that we all work day to day, that we're here to discuss throughout the course of today's panels. And one of the things that we've found over time, and is especially true in this year's survey, is that on some of the issues that face us as the defense community, the American people are divided. We see this across the board of every issue set in our country as partisan polarization and politicization really takes over the American people and certainly colors the political scene in Washington. But what stuck out to me especially this year is that on so many critical policy issues, the American people are united. There's broad bipartisan agreement on America's leadership role in the world. Americans want the United States to be leading on the international stage. They want us to be doing so from a position of military strength. They want the U.S. to have that strong military to deter authoritarian aggression, to stand up for our allies and friends around the world that are on the front lines of defending freedom. And so I know we'll talk on this panel about where there is some areas of partisan disagreement within the survey, but certainly it gives me a lot of confidence to know that the American people are united, as are so many in this room, around some of those core aspects of what American leadership should look like on the international stage.
I feel I've already failed in my moderating duties because I wanted to do a couple of housekeeping things. Number one, make sure your phones are silenced. But number two, more importantly, you all can submit questions. If you've downloaded the RNDF app, you can submit questions and they will appear on this iPad and we can get to them a little bit later in the program. So we also have a couple of slides that we'd like to show. And Mike, I want to ask you about this first one, if we can pull this up. So the number of people who have a great deal of trust and confidence in the U.S. military is 49%. 7 years ago, it was 70%. Meanwhile, the number of people who have, quote, a little confidence in the military has more than tripled from 4% to 14%. And those who have not much confidence at all has quadrupled from 2% to 8%. Why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, it's great to be back here. I'm having terrifying flashbacks, however, to when I was a freshman member of Congress and I was thrust unexpectedly onto this stage because Senator Dan Sullivan's plane was late, and I had to engage in intellectual combat with one of the smartest members of Congress, Adam Smith. This was a horrific experience for me. I guess the good news is that according to the results of the survey, Adam being one of the smartest members of Congress is a distinction really that is dubious. It's like being the best athlete at Palantir.
We're at our highest.
Yeah.
We're at our highest number yet.
That's right.
Congress is at 11%.
Hovering right above cockroaches and colonoscopies. I think what is most, on the one hand, the military is the most trusted institution. What is most concerning, other than the overall double-digit point drop since 2018 and the historical trend in the Reagan survey data, is where the support is coming from, right? Even just do a 2-year analysis, we're seeing wild and unprecedented partisan swings in terms of support for the military that suggests trust in the military institution tracks closely with your partisan affiliation and your trust in the presidency and the president as a person itself. That is not a positive trend, right? Even compared to 2024, the partisan difference wasn't that pronounced. There has been Republicans are now twice as likely in this survey to have high degrees of confidence in the military. There's been a 17-point drop among Democrats' basic confidence in the military's capabilities, as well as an 11-point drop among Democrats' confidence in the military's ability to act professionally. What's driving that trend? It's overdetermined, like any complex phenomenon. I would simply say that we should do everything we can to step back from that. We don't want the military to become a partisan institution. And even for other institutions that have been polled, like the tech industry in which I work right now, on the one hand, 60% of Americans support the tech industry. It has avoided that partisanship across all subgroups, men, women, old, young, Democrat, Republican. 55 to 65% of Americans support the tech industry, but it could easily fall victim to that same partisan velocity if we don't deliver in the current moment.
Congressman, has the military has partisanship creeped into the public perception of the military?
Yes, 100%. I don't think anyone could realistically debate that. There's a lot of different reasons for that. But it reflects two broad trends in the country. One is increasing partisanship, increasing divide, fewer and fewer true swing voters, and people more sort of falling into their camps. And the second broad trend, which that previous chart showed, people don't have confidence in anything that can be labeled the establishment. You know, confidence in any institution has dropped. And these are real problems. I think it also reflects some of the politics. And look, I'll say it. I mean, President Trump is a very partisan president. He has aggressively attacked his political opponents, and aggressively attacked his political opponents as being, well, I don't want to get into too many of the bad words here, but unpatriotic, un-American, you know. I mean, and he has drawn a pretty stark line between you're with me or you're a horrible, awful, unpatriotic person. We haven't seen that effort. And all presidents do that to some degree. I acknowledge that. But there's also those moments when those presidents try to say, and remember, we're all in this together. We need a lot more of those moments right now from this president.
Senator, on a lighter note, or better note, more positive note, there's also a finding in this poll that the number of people who say they would encourage a friend or family member to join the military went up from 51 to 59% over just the last 2 years. And the number who said they would discourage a friend or family from joining the military declined to 27% from 33%. So that's a 14-point net gain in just 2 years. So what do you make of that, particularly in light of what we were just talking about?
I think what's happening under Trump, I think we're going back to a military that's going to be lethal, not a social experiment. I joined the Navy at 18 years old. I never thought about DEI, never thought, I thought it was an equal opportunity, and it was a meritocracy back then. You didn't get ahead because of any social experiment, and I think that's what's happening under Trump. I think what you're seeing is under President Trump and Secretary Hesef, you're seeing that we are going to have a lethal military, and the best people are going to be promoted, and if you're not doing your job, you're going to be gone. And that's exactly what the American public expects. They want a lethal military.
Yeah. Excuse me. Congressman, let me come back to you real quick on this question, which was voters were asked in the survey about confidence in the military in 5 areas: keeping the country safe, winning a war overseas, deterring foreign aggression, acting in a professional manner, and preventing a cyber attack. Large pluralities had a great deal of confidence in the military in every category except one, and that was preventing a cyber attack. Only 29% had a great deal of confidence, the lowest of any category, and 19% had a little confidence, and another 16% had not much confidence. Those were both the highest of any of the 5 categories. So the question is the public right, are voters right and justified in holding the perception that the U.S., or lacking confidence in the U.S.'s ability to prevent a cyber attack?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we have a number of different vulnerabilities, but cyber is the most complicated one. It's the one where we've struggled the most to really get the cyber professionals we need in place. We regularly see the attacks coming from Russia, China, also just criminal gangs that are using ransomware attacks. I think the perception of vulnerability, I mean, who here hasn't gotten a notification saying, sorry, your data may have been breached, all right, and probably 5 or 6 times. So there's a legitimate concern. I do, just to keep the morning interesting, want to touch on that whole merit thing. I mean, was CQ Brown not doing his job? Was General Houck not doing his job? These are 2 highly respected people, and I think that the worries that remain are that merit needs to mean merit, not personal loyalty, not, okay, if there's any advantage that we see going to people who aren't straight white men, then we have to target that. Meanwhile, we're going to fire people based on political loyalty. So I'm all for merit. But merit in our country, we have to be honest. We have a problem. We have had a problem with bigotry, racism, that we need to combat. And we can't act like that didn't exist if we really want to embrace everybody serving in the military. So I want merit to mean merit, not favoritism, not political loyalty. And I really worry about how people are feeling about that in the country right now.
Well, just quick, I don't think the argument that Trump is to blame for the partisan swings in support for the military withstands
I wouldn't say
empirical.
That. I wouldn't say
okay,
that.
I don't mean to overstate it, but the point is the first chart showed the historical low emerging during the Biden administration.
Absolutely.
Where we did have divisive policies like a stand down suggesting that the force is somehow endemic with white supremacy, when the actual data suggested the opposite. The broader population, non-military, had higher levels of white supremacy than the military, which is obvious to anybody who's ever served in the military, ever. It doesn't, it is, I would argue, one of the least racial essentialist organizations in human history.
And Mike, can I just say, I completely agree with you. I mean, I think the left-wing DEI stuff went to absolutely insane places. Remember, I represent Seattle. I lived this. I am a straight white guy representing Seattle. So, I have lived it a lot more than you have. I don't disagree with this. But the speech that I gave when Secretary Hegseth testified before us was, we don't need to replace a left-wing culture war with a right-wing culture war. I don't think that pictures of the Enola Gay needed to be wiped off of every single website at the Department of Defense. I don't think that the biography of Jackie Robinson need to be pulled off of bookshelves at military libraries. Yeah, if we can get to that merit place that isn't crazy, left-wing culture is always right, right-wing, if we can just focus on merit, I'm there. I'm not going to say Donald Trump invented this, but come on, he's contributed to it, and we should ask him to stop contributing.
Well, my only other survey data point would be, it actually demonstrates pretty high levels of support for the Hegseth reset, right? For example, gender-neutral combat fitness standards have 60% support among all demographic subgroups.
Oh,
there's
absolutely.
other areas that are more divisive, but among the demographic that matters most for recruitment and enlistment encouragement, service members and veterans, all these things are wildly popular. And enlistment encouragement is actually up among most demographic subgroups, including women under 50, all racial subgroups, which is why we've actually had positive stories.
That's fine, but confidence in the military is down.
Which I can see is not a great
That's what I'm trying to address. And I am not for a second going to say, oh, it's all Trump's fault. He's done. No, but he is the president right now. He is running the place. And it's fair to look at the way things are going and say, yeah, could you stop doing that? Because it's really not helping.
I made this mistake of arguing with you 10 years ago. Now I'm recapitulating it on this stage. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
So, Rachel, let me ask you, so the survey asked approval or disapproval of the military among 10 issues. The lowest one, lowest approval, only 36% approved of changing the name to the Department of War. But surprisingly to me, eliminating DEI was second lowest at 47% approval. However, on the question of issuing gender-neutral, job-based fitness standards for combat jobs, meaning one standard for both men and women, that was among the highest approval, 62%. So what do you make of these results?
Yeah, this is an interesting set of questions in the survey that cover, like you say, everything from sort of the name change to some of these new policies that Mike was talking about. And I think the thing that jumps out to me most is the partisan split on these issues too. It is majority support, as we were talking about, as you just read off, for those fitness standards, on down from there on the list. But this trend that we've seen in that first chart since 2018, that 20-point drop in overall confidence for the military, it's happened across the Trump. Frankly, it started in the first Trump administration, through the Biden administration, and into the second Trump administration. It's now leveled off. But that politicization piece, and I think those questions that you ask about, Tom, really get at this, that politicization piece where, of course, it means different things if you're asking Republicans or Democrats, respondents in the survey, why they've lost confidence in the military or why they have less confidence in the military. They'll have different things in mind, right? From DEI to white supremacy to all of the attacks that we're seeing on both sides of the aisle. I think what's important for this room to remember and for us to take up the charge for is we've got to be a part of the solution here in rebuilding that bipartisan, nonpartisan confidence in the military. It's something President Reagan did when he was in office, not just by investing in military strength and in rebuilding the force, but also in that post-Vietnam era, really initiating a cultural shift that brought service in the military back to a place of pride and prominence in our society. And that, I think, is something that we can all take responsibility for, is doing our best to level up, to elevate the military above that partisan fray and really get back to that place of nonpartisan confidence.
Senator, I guess just by virtue of luck, you get what might be considered the short straw here, because of those 10 issues, approval, disapproval of the military, the number one issue, 62% approval, including 36% strongly approving, was, quote, using military force against suspected drug traffickers in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, obviously, this has been in the news a ton, including this week. Admiral Bradley testified behind closed doors about the Venezuela boat attacks. And so just your perspective on that. And I should note, this poll was conducted and completed before this latest round of controversy, but nevertheless shows a very high level of support. And I will also point out, as Rachel just mentioned, there's a heavy partisan split on this issue as well. But your thoughts?
Well, first off, I think Trump's doing the right thing. I don't want drugs. I want drugs in this country, and I think these what Maduro's done, what Petro's done. They've a lot of drugs in this country, so I don't think we've sold it well enough of why we're doing it and the impact it's going to have. I think if you're the president, your responsibility is to go sell these things. So I think with regard to these boats, I think we ought to stop all the drugs. In my opinion, Maduro needs to be arrested. I mean, he's under indictment for drug trafficking. I look forward to the day that he's arrested and he's in prison for the rest of his life, or I'm okay if he goes to Russia or China or Turkey or someplace else. But I think we have to explain to people why we're doing it. We don't want drugs in this country. That's why we want a secure border. And so I just think it's going to take more time to explain to people this is what we should be doing to stop the drugs.
Congressman, you want to weigh on this?
Nah, I'm good. No, look, I mean, part of the problem is when you were talking about you look forward to the day when Maduro gets convicted and all that, the first thought that occurred to me is, yeah, when's Trump going to pardon him? Because we got the guy in Honduras who was running a country, running a drug dealer, and now we're going to pardon this guy. I mean, what sense does that make? What sense does it make that he pardoned, Ross Ulbricht, the Silk Road guy who was laundering, convicted of being responsible for laundering billions of dollars in drug money? This guy gets a pardon. So is this about stopping drugs coming into the U.S.? We can get an argument about whether or not blowing up, 20, 25 boats in the Caribbean is really going to have that impact. But you got to ask the question, is that really what it's about? And also, the deadliest drug in America is fentanyl. And we're blowing up cocaine. Not that cocaine isn't a problem, all right? But it seems to me if you were really focused on it, you'd be focused on the fentanyl aspect of it. So I worry about, one, is it really what's happening here, or is this more a matter of, as we just saw with the national security strategy, the assertion of dominance over the Western Hemisphere, and we want to assert that dominance. I don't think that's in the best interests of the American people. So I want to stop the drugs. I'm not sure that this is exactly the best way to go about doing it, and the legality of it does matter. I mean, President Trump has decided that we're going to have the death penalty for drug dealers, and he's going to be judge, jury, and executioner with no due process, no probable cause, and no congressional approval. So, yeah, and I'm with you on securing the border. We did not do a good job of securing the border when Joe Biden was president. Absolutely true. And I think that's important. There's a lot more going on here than that, and I think those pieces need to make sense. And I will agree, it needs to be explained a lot better.
I am fine with killing people that bring drugs to the country and try to kill my grandkids. I'm fine with it every day. If they want, you want to have a bunch of drugs come to the country, I'm fine if we blow them to smithereens. We have got to stop all these drugs from coming in. And look, what they've done is, I mean, what Maduro's, it's not a country anymore. He's not the president of Venezuela. He runs drug cartels. This don't even act like he's the president of the country. He lost the last election. He stole the election before that. So, I think we've got to do everything we can. I think what Petro's doing in Colombia is despicable. He's allowed the drugs, unbelievable production of drugs. It's causing so much unrest in Latin America. So I'm glad that what the president's done on the southern border is stopped a lot of the fentanyl, but I want all of it stopped.
Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in on this before we move on?
My only point is if we want to get serious about stopping fentanyl, obviously we need a comprehensive strategy against China. On the Select Committee, we definitively proved that the party is subsidizing fentanyl precursor producers, and I think it would be wise for us to insist not only on a comprehensive list of who they are, but to have them extradited to the United States, because it is killing tens of thousands of Americans every single year.
If they had a bomb, we'd sure as heck wouldn't stop them. If they're going to kill a bunch of people with a bomb, we'd want to stop them. This is killing, we're losing 100,000 people a year this way.
Okay. All right, Rachel, I want to talk about, you mentioned engagement, and let's broaden the lens a little bit. So we're going to cue up the second graphic here, which shows that support for Ukraine, providing weapons to Ukraine, is up, and it's up among Democrats and Republicans. There's a lot in this poll that shows similar trends, more engagement across the board for defending Taiwan, for stopping Iran from getting nuclear weapons. My gosh, even NATO got a 6-point bump in the last 6 months in their favorability rating in this poll. So, MAGA Republicans, the movement is often portrayed as being isolationist, or if you prefer a less loaded term, non-interventionist. Is that an accurate picture?
No. The data in the survey, and I should note that we don't use words like isolationist and interventionist on purpose so that we can actually just ask in practical terms, whether it's about leadership in the world or military strength or sending weapons to Ukraine or defending Taiwan. We can actually ask in practical terms, and then any observer can make their value judgments about what that means. And the judgment that I make looking at the data is that the American people are not isolationist and MAGA Republicans are not isolationist. The Ukraine data in particular, which is moving, the NATO movement that we've seen, Tom, that you mentioned, the increased favorability for NATO, those changes are being driven by the Republican crosstab in the survey. It's the Republican electorate out there. They're increasing support for Ukraine. They're increasing favorability of NATO after the summit and the allies' increased defense spending commitments. That's driving those numbers upwards as the Democratic numbers remain strong. So I think that bipartisan agreement is something that we've really seen in the survey this year, and especially when it comes to those more tactical questions of American leadership in the world. But even in that, the sort of broadest question maybe that we have in the survey is, do you think America should be more engaged in the world or less engaged in the world? Should we take the lead or should we react to global events? 64% of Americans say we should be more engaged and take the lead. That number among MAGA Republicans is nearly 80%.
Mike, you were shaking your head earlier.
Yeah, you could take it a step further. Well, I think Rachel just pointed it out, right? You could make the argument based on the survey data that MAGA Republicans, in a meaningful sense, are more Reagan-esque in their views about the world than even non-MAGA Republicans, right? The data you just cited, 79% support leading and shaping international events compared with 68% of non-MAGA Republicans and 57% of Democrats. 92% of MAGA Republicans support peace through strength compared with 58% of Democrats. Among any subgroup, MAGA Republicans are the largest group, 55%, that support a military that has the ability to defeat China and Russia simultaneously in a war. So the reports of Reagan's death in terms of Republican foreign policy have been greatly exaggerated. I think this is a positive trend. Where I have more concerns, particularly we talk about the movement among MAGA Republicans in supporting sending weapons to Ukraine and how we treat allies, the data when it comes to key allies, particularly Israel, should trouble all of us because you have wild changes among younger Americans. Gen Z in general and Gen Z Democrats in particular are souring on Israel. There's been a double-digit increase in young Americans under the age of 30 who think of Israel as an enemy, right? About 46% of young Americans think of Israel as an enemy, compared to 82% of boomers. Like, that is crazy. That is an indictment of our entire system of education and should inspire us all to try and fix education in general and higher education in particular. It turns out sort of paying universities thousands of dollars a year to propagandize young Americans against America was a bad idea for the survival of our civilization.
Okay, can we stay on Ukraine for just a second? I don't necessarily disagree with certain aspects of that. But yeah, I'm with you on the MAGA polling numbers. But if you read the national security strategy that came out on Thursday, it doesn't seem that Trump is with the MAGA people in terms of being able to show strength on Ukraine. I think that the greatest flaw in the argument that Donald Trump is living up to Ronald Reagan's peace through strength approach is Ukraine. He has shown nothing but weakness to Vladimir Putin, and Putin has exploited that throughout 9-10 months now. And I'm really worried about where Ukraine is at. And that national security strategy seems to give Putin hope that the U.S. will abandon Ukraine, and for that matter, maybe even abandon Europe if they don't change their immigration policies. Where is the strong, we are with Ukraine, okay? Unconditionally, we are going to help them. They have a right to their sovereign territory. We're going to stand up for them. I suspected you would have a comment. And that's what's been absent. I mean, from that first Oval Office meeting to, the recent, basically offering up a Russia, surrender plan as a peace plan, and it's pivoted back and forth. It's better now than it was in February. Every once in a while, President Trump will say something, about Putin being wrong in Ukraine, but we haven't had that full-throated support that makes it clear that you want to stop this war, Putin, stop this war. We're not going to stop arming Ukraine until you do, and push for negotiations. But the weakness that we've shown to our European allies and to Ukraine specifically has given a lot of encouragement to Putin, and he is prosecuting that war as aggressively as he ever has. And that, I think, is cause for concern. I'm glad that the polling numbers on whether Republicans writ large are at, but we need this administration to heed those numbers.
Senator?
So first off, I think the support for Taiwan and Ukraine is completely tied to the fact that people have a better idea who China is. It's a despicable government that wants to destroy our way of life. And also, people have a better idea who Putin is. Not the people of Russia, not the people of China, but the leadership of those two countries are despicable. And I think that, and Americans do want to help people that believe in democracy and believe in freedom. Now, I think that one thing that Trump is trying to do is get Europe to do its part. Ukraine is part of Europe. It's not next to us in Mexico. And why the heck are they still buying oil? Why haven't they released the $300 billion of Russian assets? And why haven't they come out publicly and say, we're all in, we're going to take the $300 billion, we're going to support Ukraine, we're going to stop buying Russian oil today, and we're going to buy unbelievable amounts of American military equipment to make sure we support Ukraine. That's what they should be doing right now. So I hope that was the goal of part of what the national security strategy was, is to get Europe, show the heck up. This is in your backyard.
So just to dig into the numbers a little more, here's one of the questions. Which approach to resolving the conflict between Russia and Ukraine do you think the U.S. should push for? 45% say supporting Ukraine's defense of its full territorial sovereignty until all Russian-occupied territory is liberated. 23% say Ukraine conceding territory to Russia in exchange for a long-standing ceasefire with guarantees from Western countries to prevent future Russian aggression. 22% enacting a temporary ceasefire along current front lines without formally recognizing Russian control of annexed territories. 45%, almost half, say that Ukraine should not have to, they should fully liberate all their territories. Is that even realistic at this point?
No, it's not. And that's sort of the limitation of some of these surveys. I think a lot of what that's saying there is, in principle, 100%. Okay, and we ought to stand for that principle. I don't think we should recognize Russian control of that territory. Now, that doesn't mean that we should fight until we get it back, no matter the consequences. But I think that general principle is there. But look, I don't have a problem with President Trump trying to negotiate an end to the Ukraine war and taking into account facts on the ground. The problem I have is rolling out the red carpet for Putin and bashing on Zelensky so that Putin thinks that if he just waits long enough, we're going to bail. And that's what he thinks. And we need a lot stronger language from this administration that that's not going to happen.
We have got so much to get through, about halfway through. It's going, we got a long way to go. So, Senator, I want to ask you about this one. There's a question in this survey, 56%, so majority, support the U.S. government taking an ownership stake in companies that produce products deemed important to national security, like semiconductors. President Trump is clearly part of that 56%, but is that a good idea? Should that be American policy?
Well, I personally believe we ought to take whenever the taxpayer, we're going to take tax dollars and going to spend on something, we ought to commit to companies rather than make the investment. I think we ought to give people long-term contracts and we make people go compete. Now, if you have a choice, if you do something like the CHIPS Act, where you just grant money to somebody and they don't even have to do their job, or make the investment, I'll do the investment. But what I would rather do, I would rather say, this is what our government wants, this is what our government needs, this is how we're going to commit our dollars, and not take the investment.
Congressman, an even larger majority, 65%, support the U.S. government, quote, strictly limiting American companies from selling the most advanced AI computer chips to China. Again, good idea?
No, I think it's sort of connected to the cyber question you asked a while ago. This is something American people are really concerned about. They know how powerful AI is. They do not trust American tech companies to have our best interests at heart as they deploy that, and they certainly don't trust China. And we don't know what the strategy is to try to make sure that AI is a force for good as opposed to being a major problem. So I think we need a clearer strategy on AI. I think those concerns are out there. And this is really complicated stuff. I don't have a simple answer for it. But I don't think we can just say, well, let's just let the tech companies take care of it and everything will be fine. That's kind of what we did with social media. In the minds of most Americans, that didn't work out very well. I do understand who the sponsors are here, but I disagree with them on this, all right? Tech companies, go out, make money, do your thing, that's great. But when it comes to setting policy for the best interests of the American people, I think we need to be a lot more engaged on the policy side on addressing those issues. I also want to say we've got to come back to Mike's point about our education institutions and whether or not people believe in America as a country, because I think that's a really important part of our national security stuff. But we can stick with AI.
Yeah.
Don't want to take over your job there, but I think that's a really important topic.
Mike, speaking of AI, nearly half of those surveyed, 47%, said it was too early to tell whether they approved or disapproved of integration of AI into the military. Now, when they were prompted to say this would give Americans a sort of strategic advantage, that support jumped by 11 points. So what are we looking at here? How fast is AI going to be integrated into the military? What does the future look like over the next couple of years?
Well, if you look at the survey data, one, there is a positive trend on this issue. Like, Americans are warming up to the idea that we need to integrate AI rapidly into basic military operations. That being said, to your point, 50% still haven't made up their mind. Obviously, we are going to need to integrate AI rapidly into military operations, and not just the sexy, pointy end of the spear, how do we close kill chains aspect of military operations, but all the boring back office functions that are still being done mandralically using whiteboards and Excel spreadsheets and outdated technology. That is ripe for modernization. So I would say to the tech industry, there is a moment right now. There's a moment in time where we have an administration that is committed to doing things differently, that is committed to challenging the status quo. Congress has invested a lot of money in big non-traditional bets as part of the $200 billion reconciliation bill. The proof will be in the pudding of the next 6 months in terms of how this money is awarded, how it's used, and whether industry, legacy, traditional, and non-traditional steps up in the current moment to deliver for the American warfighter. And I fear if we don't deliver in the next 6 months, next 12 months, and make a meaningful impact, a meaningful return on Congress's investment, then we'll lose ground. But I really am optimistic about the current moment.
And that's why acquisition reform, and I know that you start talking about acquisition reform, everybody nods off. Even, it can be very boring. It's unbelievably important. And I want to give a shout out to Mike Rogers, chairman of the committee.
Absolutely.
For 2 years, he has been laser-like focused on this issue, bringing in industry, large, small, medium-sized, everything. I think we've put together a really good package, and I honestly think the Pentagon is making some changes in that regard, also trying to get there so we can do exactly what Mike described. But it's going to be hard. It's not just legislation. It's culture. It's follow-through. It's Congress getting out of the way in many instances. We're going to be, and it's not, AI is crucial, but all bunch of other technologies that are going to be critical to the future of the military. We've got to get this right.
Acquisition reform, it wasn't included in this poll. That's probably a question for next year, but it certainly was a hot topic at our dinner table last night during the policy discussion. So let's talk about China, Senator Scott. For the last 5 years, Rachel, correct me if I'm wrong.
They're bad. If you say China, you should say immediately they're despicable. Government is despicable.
I think about China has been perceived as America's greatest threat for, I think, the past 5 years by about 50% of Americans. Next closest is Russia at about 26% or so, and everything else is single digits. So the American public certainly has the perception that China is our greatest threat. You've done a lot of work on China. Are they right to feel that way? And how would you grade the current Trump 2.0 administrations? What grade would you give them on the way they're handling China?
So I think what's good is that the American public is waking up to the fact that China wants to destroy our way of life. So I think we did a poll recently because I'm trying to make sure all the generic drugs from China come back to the United States, because we should not trust them. If we don't trust them with, that they're going to hold back rare earths, they're going to hold back pharmaceuticals too. The people want to buy American stuff, and they know the quality is bad, but they also know China sends fentanyl in. They have slave labor. They steal everything they can steal. So I think we're heading in the right direction of people making good decisions. I think Congress, that's one thing that Congress, all the committees I'm on, everybody, it's bipartisan. People all agree. So I think the American public is making the right decision. So I think that we've got to hold them accountable.
Do you care to give the current administration a grade?
I think that they have the right attitude, but they're dealing with the fact that we've made a lot of mistakes. I think they've got to deal with the fact that China can hold back rare earth right now. And so I think they're navigating to try to get in a position that we're not dependent on them for generic drugs, for rare earth, for other things. And I think that then they'll have a better hand to hold China accountable. I think if you look at what a lot of the things that Trump would do, it's easy to sit in Congress and we can say this is exactly what you do. But when you're the president and you've got to deal with all these issues, I think Trump and his team, they're working their tail off to try to put us in a position that we're not dependent. And then at that point, we can make tougher decisions.
Let's talk about rare earths for a second, because 80% of Americans who were part of this survey were very concerned about the fact that China controls so much rare earth. And I'm one of those 80%. I think it's a huge problem. So what sort of progress, what's the plan, and what sort of progress are we making on rare earths?
You want to go?
Well, Mike, why don't you go ahead.
Well, first of all, I think the deal that the Department of War did with MP Materials it could potentially be a model in response to your earlier question about the government taking stakes in various companies. But really, the offtake agreement as part of that deal, the Pentagon essentially guaranteeing demand for MP Materials and then unleashing a flood of private sector investment for what is our national champion in the rare earth mining and processing space. That is something that could be replicated in other industries. It did become apparent to us on the Select Committee on China doing a variety of war games. We went up to Wall Street, we war game with finance leaders and things like that a lot of the competition would play out in the non-kinetic economic and technological space. And you have to sort of factor this into your strategic theory about how we prevent a PLA invasion of Taiwan. How are they going to weaponize critical supply chains? How are they going to weaponize their dominance when it comes to rare earth mining and processing? How are they going to weaponize their dominance when it comes to life-saving drugs, right? If you remember, early on in the pandemic, CCP officials threatened to cut off the export of life-saving drugs to the United States to plunge us into a sea of coronavirus. Imagine the chaos that would ensue if Americans' access to life-saving drugs was imperiled. So as a matter of, I would say, pure conventional military deterrence, we have to think about how we wean ourselves off our critical dependency in rare earths, pharmaceuticals, advanced biotech, and a variety of other areas.
If I could just a couple things on China. First of all, the de-risking part is unbelievably important. We have to figure out how to not to be that reliant on China. Rare earths is the best, but not the only example, as Mike points out. Crucial to that is going to be partners and allies. We are not going to be able to do it on our own in the United States of America. And that's just a fact. And I know make it in America and all that, I'm all for that. We need partners and allies. So that's point one. Point two, I happen to agree with President Trump that we need to find some way to negotiate with China. I hear despicable, evil, awful, terrible. China is a massive power in the world. They're not going anywhere. And I led a Codel to China a couple months ago. And the biggest message I wanted to deliver to them is, we're not going anywhere either. Okay, all this Marxist, Leninist, late-stage capitalism crap about how the US is leaving, not going to happen. So you're here, we're here. How do we figure out how to coexist? I think that's crucial. I think having US constantly say China's awful, terrible, they're trying to destroy us, we're going to take them down, blah, 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 is a recipe for a very dangerous world. Go in, eyes open, but we got to figure out how to get along with them. And also, China is deeply invested in the world that we built. Okay, the world that we built enabled them to become the economic power that they are, a point I also made. So they shouldn't want to destroy that. And on a certain level, they really don't. And the final point, can we all agree that the tariff policy has been an utter disaster and we should just stop? Okay? The tariff policy simply showed China the power they had over us, weakened us substantially, and then crucially, as I said, partners and allies. We need them, all right? And so we came in and bullied all of our partners and allies. Okay, we got to get out of China. Well, where are you going to go if you get out of China? Well, let's go to Vietnam. Let's go to Malaysia. Let's go to Mexico. 50% tariff on you, 30% tariff on you, 40% tariff on you. We need partners. If you want to have a tariff policy that focuses on putting pressure on China, great. But if you're just shooting the gun at absolutely everybody, we'll wind up where we're at, with China right now winning that trade war. So we need a reset on that. In Congress, we should step up a little bit here. We're supposed to have control of tariffs.
Senator? So, first off, rare earths, big deal, right? Okay, 85% of the generic drugs you take are made in India and China. 90% of the ingredients are Chinese. Okay, so step one, they can stop rare earth tomorrow. If they stop drugs, we have 7 to 12 weeks of drugs left. That's wild. Okay, that should scare you a little bit. The FDA, okay, does a very poor job of inspecting facilities in India and China. A very poor job. They do pre-announced inspections, and way less than. So here they do unannounced inspections in the United States. Okay, so that's a problem. 1 out of every 4 Indian and Chinese companies that sell generic drugs in this country are under an FDA violation. We have over 250 drugs that are produced by a company with an FDA violation that the FDA waived because there was a shortage. That should bother you. The University of Indiana said you have a 50% increase in chance of death and hospitalization if you take a generic drug from India and China. All this stuff should bother you. Now, I can tell you, the Department of War, the VA, CMS, they're all focused on it. I mean, this has got to change. This is an unbelievable liability. And here's where, and just to respond, what Em said about the tariffs. Listen, so a friend called me. They were worried about the tariffs in Vietnam at the beginning of the year. This is probably one of the biggest employers in Vietnam. I said, well, why don't you go to the government of Vietnam and tell them to get rid of all their trade barriers that'll prevent us from selling stuff there. Now, we don't sell a lot of stuff there. Why don't they do it? Why don't they do it? Why do these countries think they can have trade barriers and we can't? So do I like all the tariff stuff? I want a free trade. I'm a deal guy. I'm a business guy. But quit screwing us. These countries take advantage of us. They've all taken advantage of us. They don't allow us to sell into their countries, but they all want to come in and sell into our markets.
The only thing I'll say, the rest of the world, and I don't know what the poverty rate is in Vietnam or some of these other countries, the rest of the world, the way they look at it is, wait a second, we're screwing you? You have the most powerful economy in the history of the world. We're struggling from day to day just to feed ourselves. And economically, we're screwing. That's what they struggle with, is how to balance their economic reality with ours. And you want to have a negotiation, that's great. But slapping all these tariffs on there the way they've been slapped on has really undermined our partners, our allies, just not to mention what it's doing to the cost of things here in the United States. And I wish we would just re-examine that.
Well, people take advantage of it. They're not a great ally. So.
All right, well, tied up in the China discussion is Taiwan. And there's a lot of data. We've got a third slide that if we can cue up here. Asked if China did invade, would you support the following actions? And Rachel, can you read those, or you want to?
I can read them. Yeah, so
take us through this.
We test a bunch of different responses, from recognizing Taiwanese independence to economic sanctions to various military actions, no-fly zone, and at the top of the slide, committing U.S. forces to the defense of Taiwan. 60% of Americans now support committing U.S. forces to defend Taiwan if invaded. It's up over 10 points just since last year. In fact, every one of these U.S. responses to a potential Taiwan contingency is up around 10 points just in the last year. And this is something, these numbers actually hadn't been moving there was sort of a slow sort of upward trend, but nothing major. This is a real shift that we've seen in the last year. And this is an area in the poll where there actually is not big partisan distinction. Republicans and Democrats are about on par with the national average here, and it's not, the upward trend is being driven across the board, different age demographics, and especially different partisan breakdown.
And why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think there's, what the panel's been talking about around the consensus, the clear-eyed assessment that the American people are coming around to that reflects, I think, that bipartisan national security consensus in Washington that many of you helped build over the last several years. The American people really are starting to understand that. They're seeing China as a threat, not just, it used to be that they perceived China as an economic threat exclusively almost, that they were a competitor in the economic space, in the trade space. But more and more we see Americans thinking of China as a military threat, perceiving those security aspects of the China threat, seeing China, even on the human rights front, to the senator's point, seeing their attack on the American way of life, on the free world, and their human rights abuses within their own borders, exporting the tools of repression abroad. And so all of those things I think are top of mind when it comes to how they're perceiving Taiwan. And then just one final point, we ask in the survey the why here on Taiwan, not on separate from the China questions, but particularly on Taiwan. And there is a sense that Taiwan's status as a democracy in the region, there's strategic importance in the region, and the message that it would send to the rest of the world if we didn't do anything in response to a Taiwan invasion. It's an open-ended question in the poll, which is always interesting, rather than giving people options. And all of this kind of milieu of answers around standing up for democracy and freedom, standing up for our friends around the world, and sending that right message of countering authoritarian aggression. That's what's really resonating with the American people on Taiwan.
Mike, you've been to Taiwan recently, but 62% favor shooting down Chinese planes, 60% favor putting U.S. boots on the ground in Taiwan. Those numbers seem shocking to me.
Well, I think it reflects at least two factors. One is just that the CCP threat has grown more brazen. That was certainly my experience in chairing the China Committee. But I also think, notwithstanding this very contentious debate we've had over the last 2 decades about, let's say, regime change, endless wars, and democracy promotion, your average American has sort of a deep wisdom that I think eludes the elites, which is to say, I think your average American intuits at a core level there's something fundamentally different about defending an existing vibrant democracy against the threat from a techno-totalitarian government. And I think the numbers reflect that. That being said, I'm not sure even elites polled in the survey fully understand what it is going to take for deterrence to hold. If you just examine the last 3 Taiwan Strait crises, this is thrown into sharp relief, right? In the 50s, Eisenhower has to get an advanced AUMF from Congress and publicly says we're going to use nuclear weapons in a war with China to defuse the first crisis. That is the opposite of strategic ambiguity, right? In the second crisis, he surges 2 carriers, a destroyer, an additional fighter squadron to the region. Clinton in the 90s, in the third crisis, the biggest show of force since Vietnam, 2 carriers in the region, 1 going through the Strait. I would submit that diffusing the 4th Taiwan Strait crisis will take an even greater expression of U.S. hard power and presidential leadership, if for no other reason than the Chinese military has advanced so significantly since the 90s, with a force that's purpose-built to keep us outside the weapons engagement zone, with the largest Navy in the world. Yes, I understand our Navy is far more capable, but if you examine the last 3,000 years of naval combat history, it is clear that bigger fleets tend to prevail over smaller, technologically superior fleets. I hate to say it, but size matters when it comes to naval warfare. We need to understand sort of the emergency of the current moment and do everything humanly possible to maximize production of critical munitions, revitalize American shipbuilding, and surge power west of the international date line. So I guess put differently, these numbers should be a positive story, but not a cause for complacency.
Well, and also the other final piece of that is partners and allies.
Yeah,
and this,
absolutely.
You know, I'll go ahead and mention a positive about the Biden administration. I think, you know, the partnerships that they built with Japan, South Korea, Australia, the Philippines, I mean, we're going to need help. And also getting Japan to step up their military capability. South Korea already has. Partners and allies are going to be a key part of that deterrence picture as well.
I mean, you both serve on the Armed Services Committees of your respective chambers. What does the future look like? I mean, you know, over the next 1, 3, 5 years, I mean, is there a sense that China is going to move on Taiwan?
I think a lot of people are paranoid about that. My sense is as long as China can be confident that Taiwan's not moving towards independence, no. I don't think they want to do that. I could well be wrong about that. I don't think anybody knows for sure. But I think, to Mike's point, the key to sort of putting that, you know, it's the cliche. We want China, we want Xi to get up every day and say, not today. And the key to that is having the deterrence that between the two of us we just sort of outlined. You know, I think that will inform that answer much more than me, you know, making a guess, you know, at this point in the calendar.
I think a lot of it's going to depend on what Taiwan does.
Yes.
I mean, if they do a good job defending, you know, putting themselves in position to defend themselves, then yeah, they're not going to do it. If they don't do their job, I mean, we cannot, as a country, go defend every country. And if they don't want to defend their own freedom and put their own lives at risk to defend their freedom, then I think that's when she would take advantage of them. I don't think it's going to be us as much as it's going to depend on Taiwan.
Which is why I think we should celebrate the recent decision to plus up defense spending by $40 billion, including investing in sort of long-range precision strike, unmanned ships, Taiwan Dome. This is a welcome development, a commitment to get to 5% of GDP. I'm reminded, we brought the select committee here 3 years ago, and due to Kevin McCarthy's leadership, he insisted on it being a bipartisan event. We wanted the Democrats to come and Republicans. And President Tsai at the time, President Lai's predecessor, was very touched by that. In her remarks, I remember saying, like, the fact that this is a bipartisan message of support sends a signal to my people in Taiwan that we're not isolated. We're not alone. I would say, of course, Adam, we don't know, like, I don't know what lurks in the mind and black heart of Xi Jinping. I would merely suggest that recent conflicts should remind us that when dictators tell you they're going to do a thing, even if it seems outlandish from a Western perspective, we should take it very seriously. And I think Xi Jinping is not bluffing when he says, I'm not going to pass this on to the next generation, and I'm prepared to take Taiwan by force if necessary. We should also be clear-eyed about our own vulnerabilities. You alluded to the cyber threat. I mean, our critical infrastructure has been penetrated. And this is a massive problem because you have to assume that the homeland will be a target for attack in any Taiwan engagement. It's as if we let PLA soldiers run around the domestic United States and duct tape sticks of dynamite to every water utility and grid in America. Like, that has to be, just as Democratic leaders articulated the laudable goal of the military needs the ability to put the PLA Navy on the bottom of the Taiwan Strait in 72 hours, we need to add to that goal the ability to secure our own critical infrastructure and the ability to completely take out the entire PLA rocket force if they kill one single American.
And the only thing I would add to that is that Putin failing in Ukraine is connected to all of this. This notion that we can divide that apart. You talk about dictators deciding to do things. If you have a dictator who decides to do something and then fails, that sends an incredibly powerful message. And I'm sorry, I want to come back to what you said about No, it's important, and I agree with you, by the way, on the front half of that. America and our national security policy and support for it depends upon people having a positive idea of what we're doing in the world, basically. And I completely agree with you. Believe me, again, I live this world. There is this academic thought out there that portrays the United States of America as the worst country in the history of the world. God help me, I've spent time talking with Jeffrey Sachs about this. And you know, that picture has really started to rot away at a lot of people, particularly young people. And I think we need to paint a different picture, which is why the national security strategy should be somewhat appalling as well when we're going to divide the world up into spheres of influence and that we're imagining going back to the 19th century world where the strong take what they can and the weak suffer what they must. If that is our message to the world, that's not going to help us rebuild that. America's a great place, all right? We need to come up with that argument, and it can't just be what's in it for us. It can't all be making a deal with the world that tries to get us our biggest cut. Because if that's true, then we're no different than anybody else, all right? And why should people believe, why should people want the U.S. to be involved in the world if we're just going to try to shake people down more effectively than China? We need to have a positive message about the role we're playing, not just for us, but for the world as a whole. So with you on all the academic nonsense, let's get a left-right consensus here on a vision of America that people can get behind.
Well, if we're going to expect our allies like Taiwan to be able to defend themselves, we've got to put a lot more effort into fixing foreign military sales, and our defense contractors have got to produce their stuff faster.
Absolutely.
We can't be able to. We're not going to be we can't do all this ourselves. But we got to let the other people do their job. We got to make it easier. When you talk to European leaders, they're frustrated. Why does it take so long to get an approval? And why is every approval a one-off? It makes no sense. If you're an ally, we ought to say, you can get this package of equipment, and you don't even have to have anything else. It should be so simple. And then our manufacturers have got to step up and produce more.
Mm-hmm. That's actually, we've got just under 5 minutes left, and got a few questions from the audience. And that's actually one of them. As competitors rapidly advance their military technology, what must the U.S. do to keep our critical platforms asymmetrically superior?
Why are we any different?
And how should we determine our large defense budgets need to be sustain that edge while fielding next-gen capabilities faster with industry?
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah. I couldn't hear.
How can we possibly survive?
How do we keep
given our needs and our limited resources? Is basically the question. Look, this is something I've talked about it, and you've heard a lot of my lines at these breakfasts before about this. Our budget, and as we're going through all this polling data, let's remember the American people want things. We also need to show leadership, not just read polling data. It's the Henry Ford thing. If I'd asked the American people what they had wanted, they would say they wanted faster horses. So we have to lead a little bit more than just to look at the data and go, well, okay, I guess if that's what they want, we're going to do it. And part of it is convincing the American people that they cannot, in fact, have $2 of goods and services for every dollar in taxes they're willing to pay and a balanced budget. They can't have that. So we got to have a better, more honest conversation about that. And then, and this is why acquisition reform, again, I will bore you, we need to get more out of the money we're spending, because we're $38 trillion in debt, running a $1.5 trillion deficit. We don't have a massive pile of cash that we're going to be able to throw at things. We're going to have to get smarter, and I love the Winston Churchill quote, which I think is very appropriate right now. Gentlemen, we're out of money, now we have to think. Because, we're not out, but we're a lot more constrained than we'd like to be. So let's get smart about how we spend it.
But how do we do
that? We got to have a dramatic change. I mean, we're running $2 trillion deficits every year. $2 trillion, not just the $38 trillion. So some people say, oh, just tax the rich. What do you think the number would be? Let's say take 100% of people's income above a certain level to balance this year's budget. What would it be? What's your guess? $100,000. We got to take everybody's income that makes over $100,000 to balance this year's budget. This is not sustainable. If you want to worry about being able to defend this country, it's the fact that we're running $2 trillion deficits and we're paying over 20% of our revenues just in interest expense on the $38 trillion worth of debt. The amount of waste in government is just staggering. I mean, we're all working on appropriations right now. I mean, we got earmarks unbelievable amount. They're all nice projects. You wouldn't spend your own money on this stuff. We got to live in reality for a second. We can't run deficits like this. But it's very difficult to get anything done with regard to that. There's a day of reckoning. I personally don't see how inflation completely goes away or interest rates come down if we keep running up $2 trillion worth of deficits every year, and we have a Federal Reserve that's completely out of control with regard to their balance sheet.
Well, I think we've got about a minute left, so.
You want to end on a more positive note? You want to?
Please, Congressman.
No, I don't have anything.
I think the public. Look, we are the greatest country in the world.
Yes.
The American public cares. They're engaged. They want change. I mean, I think this is, and with AI, the technology, all this stuff, it is exciting what's going to happen over the next 10 years.
Yeah, Adam, before we started, you asked me, do I miss Congress? I said no. I miss you, but, you know.
I'm touched.
There is one thing I deeply, deeply miss, and that is the ability or the privilege of nominating young men and women to go to our service academies. And you just see, like, the level of talent and patriotism among the next generation of Americans, and you can't help but be optimistic for the future of our country. I mean, this is far and away the greatest country in the history of the world, and we are all damn lucky to count ourselves as United States citizens.
Just to build on that, when I go talk to high schools, young people still are incredibly encouraging to me. I mean, you see the ones who are screaming the loudest. You don't see the broader group. I mean, we have an incredible amount of talent, not certainly the ones who go to the service academies, but just in general. And we also have massive resources at our disposal, that notwithstanding. Our technological ability, the smart people in this room, the smart companies we have a capacity to solve problems that is higher than it's ever been. We just need to have that willingness to confront them and go try and solve them, and I'm confident that we can.
We will.
All right. On that note, can we have a round of applause for our panel?
Thank you. Thank you. It was good getting to know you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Great to see you as always.
Very good to see you.
Good to see you.
I missed our...
This concludes Breakfast and Panel 1. Please enjoy the morning break in our hospitality tent or media center. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Welcome to Panel 3, Reindustrializing Defense, Recapitalizing and Revitalizing the Industrial Base. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Mike Stone of Reuters and our distinguished panelists.
Good morning, everyone. Please silence your phones and use the app to send in questions whenever you're so inclined. I'd like to introduce the panel here. So, Admiral Caudell, thank you. Mike Duffy, Steve Parker from Boeing, Chris Power from Hadrian. He's the CEO of this company that makes really impressive manufacturing equipment. And then Congressman Rob Whitman, all the way at the end of the great state of Virginia.
Thank you.
So we're here today to talk about something that's not just urgent, it's existential. 7 weeks ago, now 8, Secretary of War put it bluntly, our defense industrial base has atrophied from 51 prime contractors after the Cold War to just 5, 6. If you see Chris Kubasik, he'd argue he's the 6th. Trying. We're building exquisite systems at low volume, and we're struggling very hard to find these attritable systems as our adversaries are scaling production at speed. This panel brings together the people who are actually doing something about it, from the Navy's shipbuilding priorities to the Pentagon's transformation strategy, from Boeing's production lines to Hadrian's advanced manufacturing, and from Congress, the oversight and funding that makes it all possible. The question isn't whether we need change. The memo made it clear we're on a wartime footing now. What does this mean? So, I'll open this up to everyone. The November 7th memo identifies 3 systemic challenges: fragmented accountability, broken incentives, the government behaviors that disincentivize industry investment. What specific production bottlenecks are most critical to address in the next 12 months?
Well, listen, I'll start. I think one of the most impactful ways that we can break up these bottlenecks, open things up, is what will happen this year in the National Defense Authorization Act with acquisition reform. We want to make sure we get to a fast track to be able to acquire. Today, the acquisition process with the requirement writing and actually fielding of these systems on average is 800 to 900 days. This year's NDAA is going to bring that time down to 90 to 120 days. If you look at what happens in how we take risks, today there is no incentive to take risk. We want to make sure with this new process is that we are taking risk and we're highlighting what we learned from taking those risks. We understand there's going to be some failures. Congress's job is to make sure that when there is risk-taking, when there is failure, that we speak out very loudly, not about what the failure is, but what did we learn from the failure? How are we advancing the things that need to happen with these bottlenecks that really get us to the point where we can function at the speed of relevance? That's going to be key. I look at this year's National Defense Authorization Act, which combines the SPEED Act out of the House and the Forged Act out of the Senate, to really be on the same level of impact as Goldwater-Nichols was to the military years ago. That's how far-reaching this is. And when you combine that with a change of mentality and policy within the Pentagon and what the funding stream is going to do with the reconciliation bill, I do think we're at one of those tipping point moments where those bottlenecks are going to be broken up, and you have a number of folks here on this panel that are at the cutting edge of how to break up those bottlenecks and how to really put capability and develop capacity at the speed of relevance.
So, Mr. Duffy, that's a question for you.
There's no shortage of bottlenecks, and we've got a lot of work to do, but I think I thank the congressmen and the Congress for their leadership in establishing an environment that drives change. I think Secretary Hegseth and President Trump have embraced that and driven their own sort of imperative to the department. And our Secretary Hegseth's speech last month, I think, did a great deal to start to get after laying out the path forward of how we can do that. When you talk about fragmented accountability, broken incentives, disincentive for industry, I think we've got a lot of solutions that we've laid into that strategy that we're already getting after to resolve that. Number one, the creation of the program portfolio acquisition executive, a shared interest between what Congress has promoted, what we believe, and I think what industry sees as necessary is consolidating decision-making in those officials within the department who have the singular responsibility to deliver capability on a fixed schedule so that we can get equipment and systems and weapons in the hands of the warfighter with a priority for schedule. We want to maintain performance, we want to hold costs down, but schedule is the name of the game when we're looking at the threats that we're facing. I think also, and I think we'll talk about this quite a bit this morning, is incentivizing industry takes the confidence that there's going to be a steady demand signal, and we've been working very aggressively with the industry to help create that incentive to invest their own private capital to help expand the capacity that we need.
So OMB just said in the other room that budgets are going to go up. They haven't made a decision on reconciliation. I'm sure everyone saw that, but there wouldn't be a hole. So as more money gets pumped into the system, you have to make fewer choices, right? The tide will go up. But I wonder if Boeing might be interested in commenting on whether or not these tough decisions are going to erode your viewpoint for the next year.
No, not at all. Let me come back to a point that the Congressman made. To me, this is about leadership. So in the US, we have a system today which is a compliance-based system. There is no real incentive to take risk in the US government. And that's really what has to change. And I'll give you an example, a real-time example from this year. Lieutenant General White, the MILDEP on the USAF side, on our T-7 Red Hawk program, okay? We could have kept testing that aircraft in areas that made no sense for the United States Air Force from a training perspective with AETC, or we could make some changes, and that's what we did. He listened to his customer. We developed a memorandum of agreements, and we tailored our testing to be able to get the capability to the ramp. So again, the question here really is, who is the customer? Is it the contract? Is it the warfighter? We delivered that T-7 Red Hawk aircraft to Randolph Air Force Base yesterday with no change to safety or quality, no change to the contract. We just merely changed the approach to get capability on the ramp, eye on the ramp, and I think that's a big deal. And then when it comes to incentives for industry, and Chris may talk a little bit about this, it's really sending a demand signal. So I think, you know, the department, in all of my conversations this year with the department, I'm really, really impressed with the vision of these longer-term contracts. So how do you send a signal to industry 5 or 7 year revenue stream to get industry to invest their own capital? Or if you're a smaller supply chain company, how do you go out to VC or private equity to get that established? So, you know, I think we're in a good spot here, and I think a lot of this is the change in approach from the departments, Secretary Hegseth with, you know, the Arsenal of Freedom, changing the acquisition reform. That's what we need. We need to change things up, but ultimately it's leadership from my perspective.
Secretary Duffy, are you going to increase the number of to that point, are you going to increase the number of multi-year buys from the current number in this coming 2027 budget request?
Well, that requires the consent of Congress, but we've had very promising conversations with Congress over the last several months about the need, and I think there's a very receptive audience to the idea that we could increase the number of multi-year procurements that would give that stable demand signal and really put, you know, I think industry's gotten accustomed to the department and the taxpayer and the Congress funding capital expense, and we want to do everything we can to pivot that back to industry, because not only will that kind of optimize or put the burden on industry the way we've succeeded in the commercial sector, but also I think incentivize industry to really optimize their production as they have the ability to profit from each additional gain that they make in their production capacity.
This really plays into Mr. Power's hand. He's got these machines that are, please explain, and how can your company help create surge capacity that doesn't sit idle and become obsolete during peacetime?
So we build highly automated factories across all domains, whether it's machining, casting, forging, assembly, which is by its nature dual use. And I think people forget that the surge capacity we had in World War II was the whole commercial industrial base, which we then promptly offshored. So there is no surge capacity because the only supply chain jobs, the only manufacturing outside of SpaceX and Tesla largely is the primes like Boeing and their supply chain and Raytheon, Lockheed and everybody else. So there's no real slack in the system. So if you even double the demand, you've got this cascading thing of like, okay, well, now these guys at Boeing need double the floor space tomorrow, unless you've invested 2 years ahead of that. And their supply chain needs to do the exact same thing. The fundamental bottleneck, I think, is actually the skilled labor in the country, because we offshored all the jobs. Most of the very highly skilled workforce at any of our companies, except for Hadrian, because we've automated a lot of it so that we can use train anyone in 30 days and they operate at an expert level kind of powered by AI and robotics. And we need to produce that capacity to have the workforce to do it because we offshored all the jobs. I think the fundamental bottleneck, and we see this in shipbuilding, is like, you know, a friend over here could give me $1 billion to hire 1 million welders, and we probably could not do it no matter how much money we spend. So you have to have high levels. I think it's going to come down to the labor. In terms of your question on incentives and, you know, where are the bottlenecks? This is kind of not how production works. The answer is just like, start building the plane, and then you've got like 1,000 suppliers, and one of them hits, and you just got to kind of like, Gwynne Shotwell and Elon have this really good phrase, which we have at Hadrian as well, which is like, production is just hell. The only way to actually figure this out is to just go. And where are the bottlenecks? Okay, next day. And let the primes and companies like ours have the ability to just hit them, because you can't pre-plan this in contracts. You really can't. There's no amount of forecasting. And I think what is actually going to drive that through the NDAA is that schedule has primacy, because there is a huge difference in how you operate how much you pay your suppliers, how much you pay your workforce. Am I getting something in 2 weeks versus 12 weeks? If you only really care about, yeah, let's hit this cost target, but it needs to be delivered to the warfighter on December 31st, and you're going to make very different decisions. And if we get the schedule primacy through the system, everything will kind of sort itself out, you know, and everyone's smart enough to do that, I think.
I think if I can jump in on that, Chris makes a great point in that I think a key piece of this acquisition transformation is a recognition that there are things that industry does better than government. We don't have to analyze the supply chain down to the nth tier, as much as I would love to have that, because industry can iron those kinks out if we give that stability of demand. And then when it comes to innovation, you know, I think that whether it's the reform of JSIDS that Congressman Whitman had mentioned and Secretary Hegseth championed in his speech, a recognition that innovation is no longer primarily in the Pentagon, but actually in industry to create what is our role inside the Pentagon in setting the demand signal to industry to give them the flexibility to innovate and bring new solutions into the government.
Admiral, we've talked about speed, we've talked about dual use, we've talked about potentially having quality come down a little bit. Is that troubling to you?
Well, you know, all this is a massive undertaking, what we're trying to talk about. So let me kind of start maybe how we kicked off with the acquisition reform and get to this question. You know, if you look at acquisition reform a bit as kind of the strategic level initiative, then to me, there's kind of an operational level, then a tactical level. And if you think of those as kind of gearings that have to be clutched together with some kind of pinion gearing between them, it won't do much good that I do the acquisition reform without improving the performance of the actual industrial base itself. And then if I turn that really fast and I can't integrate that in to the actual warfighter at the right pace, then I can't bring it to bear. So there's a .MLPF piece that's got to be synchronized to the delivery piece, which has got to be enabled by the acquisition reform piece. And so if you don't go holistically across all of that, then you'll be building me a bunch of stuff. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know how it's going to be maintained. I won't know how to train sailors how to use it, okay? So one big start is I think we have to think about bridging. We need to bridge across these different time epochs till we get healthy across all these three things that I've talked about. And so how do I do that? So I think a couple things have been mentioned. One is leadership and workforce, okay? If you think of the difference between, you know, the arsenal of diplomacy and today, I have better tools, better CAD, better CNC, better visibility, and yet we're still way behind on all the contracts that I have with almost everybody. So isn't that an indictment really on people? Isn't that something about we're not doing something right with the way we train, retain, get talent, oversee them, culture, all of that is I'm very concerned with. And so first step in this bridging is just deliver what I've got on contract. That would be Herculean, okay? Why we get this acquisition reform, which is much needed. So that's an issue. The way I think you scale that is, of course, competition, in which many places I have very little, right? So that's a problem. There's got to be some bit of capacity building. And so if you think about, I can't, you know, we talk about shipbuilding, I can just, you know, beat the child that listens a little bit, you know, with my two main, you know, contractors to build submarine. But one could argue that's fairly topped out. You know, moving the tool chest closer, giving them an iPad, that's not going to give me the 100% increase I need. So I've got a capacity issue that has to be addressed. And then the last thing is quality. And quality has to be engineered into this. We got too much just-in-time heroic effort going on in our business. So we've got to go get process. This is kind of Deming 101, red bead experiment stuff that I just bake in these things that give me the quality. So that helps with testing, you know, which is very laborious and hard to do. Too many waste steps and how I move things around. And so all this quality piece has got to be fundamentally changed to deliver this on time. So I just think these time epochs have got to be looked at on these reforms to bridge across, you know, some different innovative ideas to deliver what I've got on contract. Let me clutch that into the .MLPF appropriately and then work on the acquisition reform for the long-term piece of how we do defense.
And if I could just pull on the quality aspect, I mean, I think the Admiral's absolutely correct. You sort of inferred here, going fast, maybe a lessening of quality. We see it the opposite. So we've invested heavily in digital engineering and digital and advanced manufacturing. We're seeing improved quality, cycle times reducing. An example of that again is the T-7 aircraft from final configuration to first flight, 36 months. We're doing this in the proprietary spaces. We're not drilling holes, we're not reaming, we're not trimming in the manufacturing space anymore. We're using a lot of autonomy. We've changed the way we build. That's going to provide a better product. It's going to provide it quicker to the warfighter. And it's going to be more sustainable in theater. Well, if you think about battle damage, we'll be able to send parts to a ship, to an Air Force base to be installed that will have holes already drilled that will just fit in. So I think we're changing, industry's trying to change the paradigm here of how do you produce at a higher level of quality with much faster speed.
So let's stay on that for a second. Secretary Duffy, when you have meetings with some of the folks that sell into the Pentagon, do you ever ask them, hey, what would it take to double production? And what do they tell you? Do they say, we need money, we need DPA, we need investment, what is it? And can you give us can you pull out an example? What would it take to double production of, say, I don't know, choose your favorite child?
Well, I think that's in every single conversation that we have with industry these days. Actually, I'll come to that. I just want to respond. I do think that in the cost schedule performance discussion and the trade space, while we're thinking about how do we optimize the system, I want to clarify, I think there's often confusion between quality and requirements when you talk about performance. There's no intent, I think, to sacrifice quality. It's a question about, do we trade a range to say, if we could get this earlier, would we trade off an element of the range of a weapon system, for example? And that's an intentional discussion that we have to have, and we have to create the mechanisms to have those. So I don't think, to the Admiral's point, test is critical. We've got to make sure we've got the capacity, and we don't want to put anything less than a safe, secure weapon in the hands of our warfighters. So I want to dispute that quality myth out of the gate. When it comes to production capacity, I think you see a lot of that woven into the acquisition reform strategy. We started shortly after I was confirmed in partnership with Deputy Secretary Feinberg, who's been a tremendous leader on this effort, to think through on the munitions use case. How do we accelerate a ramped production of munitions? We see tremendous growth needs within that portfolio when it comes to Golden Dome, when it comes to recent operations. We want to make sure that we've got a magazine that's ready at any moment in time. And so we embarked on a very aggressive engagement with industry over the summer and into the fall. We learned a lot about industry's perspectives about what gets in the way of their ability to ramp production. In some cases, excessive testing. In some cases, the cost and duration of qualification of second sources. Those were all embedded in the acquisition transformation strategy that Secretary Hegseth moved forward on. But I do think the first one that we found to be the most impactful was that question of, can we get a more stable demand signal over time? And that's really dominated a lot of our discussion over the last.
That goes with, go ahead.
I just want to highlight a foot stomp a bit. When I came in the Navy 40 years ago, and prior to that, the defense uniform members and civilians in the government were the leading experts in the tech that we were creating at the time, okay? And you can think of that as from radars to electronic warfare, nuclear weapons, propulsion systems, reactor plant design. I mean, we were, even a computer, if you want to drill down to that. That has shifted over time to the folks here on the stage now have much larger capacity to tell me how to do what I need to get done much more effectively and better, cheaper, which in general also means schedule's also better. And so I don't think we've got the rudder over on bringing to bear what I need to go be very lethal and handing that over and let them kind of help me figure that out to the extent we need to, so that they can give me solutions that I can field very quickly and effectively and it still meet the actual lethality requirements. So that's a paradigm shift. We're on that journey, but I don't think we've turned the spigot on fully onto that point.
Yeah,
to increase the actual brain space of who's solving our problems.
And Admiral, I think you're spot on, and you talked a little bit earlier about two very important components of what have to happen. First of all is workforce. And it's not just workforce. We talk about acquisition reform and then we talk about supply chain, but it's not just the workforce itself, it's how are we creating the workforce of tomorrow? Because the workforce of tomorrow is not going to be somebody that's skilled in tooling or casting. It's going to be someone who is skilled in programming these systems to be able to produce things that are going to change on a daily basis. I mean, you're going to have plants that are going to produce one part today, one system tomorrow, and they're going to be flexible and adaptable. How do we make sure we're looking forward and say, where are the workforce components going to be put together in our high schools, in our community college, in our trade schools, to make sure we have a pipeline of the workers that are going to be the skilled tradesmen tomorrow? We'll still need welders and we'll still need electricians, but we're also going to need folks that have the other skill sets. How do we scale there? Because no matter what we do in pipelining resources or developing policy, if you don't have the workforce, the supply chain's not going to happen. And then guess what? None of these things happen. Another thing you talk about too that doesn't get noticed, and that is operational availability. As the Navy terms it, A sub O. You know what? You don't get to have all these ships at sea, no matter how many new ones you build, unless you maintain the ones you have. And acquisition reform this year, while it was quite far-reaching, did not touch into the maintenance space. What are we doing to create the industrial capacity in the maintenance space to make sure all the great things we build can be maintained? You know, not everything's going to be an expendable. They're going to be attritables that have to be maintained. Exquisite systems have to be maintained. Our next step next year, I believe, in NDAA has to be, how do we also reinvigorate the industrial base that's part of maintaining these systems? And then also, too, we can do great work in maintenance. We can do great work in workforce. But you know what? If we don't have the raw materials for those things, we talk about reindustrialization. Reindustrialization includes getting back in the business of doing something simple as mining, of refining those minerals, of smelting those minerals, and making sure all that's done in the United States. Today, as we speak, there's only 3 smelters left in the United States, 2 copper smelters and 1 aluminum smelter. Do you realize the minerals that we mine and that we refine, you know where we send them to be smelted? China. And then we buy them back from China. We have got to make sure that the reindustrialization of this country is not just the military industrial base, but it's also the manufacturing industrial base, the raw material industrial base. We can do that better than anybody else in the world. We will not use forced labor, and we will protect the environment. We have to get back in that business. I'm excited too about lots of investment happening in those areas.
I want to knock onto that point, which has to do with the investments that the United States government has been making in companies in the United States. If the government continues to take equity stakes in defense contractors, how do we prevent distorting competition, creating conflicts of interest in source selection, or giving unfair advantages to companies where the government is both the customer and the investor? MP Minerals, Magnets Company, there's been Intel, there's been a bunch of investments as this administration wants to get into the equity side of a company. So Secretary Duffy, where does this end?
Well, I think, I'll go back to the point that I think we really are looking to industry to step up and make investments in production expansion, in innovation, in improving the capabilities that we're going to buy. I think that primary motivator is to ensure that we are getting out of the business of paying for that capital investment. And one of those mechanisms that may be on the table is if we are in a position where we have to pay that capital investment, that we would get something in return from the government perspective. But from that standpoint, we have to make sure that we're attentive to all the potential risks that you identify. Our goal here is not to create an ownership structure within the government, but to ensure that we're optimizing how we interface with industry to deliver capability for the warfighter as quickly as possible.
Mr. Power,
I do want to agree with the Congressman that sustainment is key, which is why we made it a pillar of acquisition transformation, prioritizing sustainability in the design of weapon systems from the beginning, exploring ways to get the tech data package we need in order to repair systems in process, and finding ways to maximize visibility of the supply chain throughout the entire defense industrial base. So I agree with him 100%. That's a key component of what we need to prioritize.
The 2 companies on the panel, can you talk about what you're seeing, these equity stakes that the government's been taking, and how that makes you rethink your meetings with your investors and your bankers?
I can, since I'm probably closest to the poll here. So I think what we're seeing, since we're connected to all the investor base, so I'll talk in generalities, is I think there's 2 categories. There's categories like rare earths where the market really doesn't exist. There needs to be a demand signal created so private capital can come behind it with a huge offtake agreement. in those kind of strategic capabilities where unless it was kind of government backed, you honestly wouldn't have the rare earths, and they're not rare. We just like need to get rid of all the regulations, that makes a ton of sense because otherwise we're not going to have the capability. And what I think is completely fair is like, okay, you kind of assessed 10 companies, you're picking 2 of them. We should always pick 2 or 3, not 1, and create that competition stability. Okay, we winner picked, and then, okay, we're putting $1 billion into this company, and the company valuation is going to go up 10x, and the taxpayer gets a return. I think this is like great. I think the second side is, where do some of the companies need, this big push, so then the base can then take over the revenue stream, right? And I think what the secretary has done, what a lot of the department is wrapping their heads around in terms of long-term demand signal is like, why is the government paying for CapEx? The answer is basically very simply for production. You can think about this as a SpaceX analogy, okay? Like, the Falcon 9 factory doesn't exist. It takes 2 years to build if we're like doubling Falcon 9 capacity. So what do you do in the interim 2 years? Okay, like at the start of year 3, you're now selling Falcon 9 launches. There's plenty of revenue from that factory. What do? You have to use government dollars to bridge that, or create such a huge demand signal that we can put, $1 to $2 billion in CapEx in the ground. And if there are scenarios where, hey, that capability is going to take a long time to create, or it's incredibly risky so that the private markets can't underwrite it, and the government stepping in and say, hey, I'm covering you for years 1 and 2 before the prime or the government then buys that off-put from the massive factory expansion, it's completely fair. From our perspective in the commercial world, if you're selling software and everyone, Salesforce, one of the biggest software companies, and Mark Benioff turns around to you, sir, and says, I'm going to give you you're currently doing 10 million in revenue, and I'm going to give you $1 billion in revenue. You would probably take a stake in that company.
Yes.
I think this is kind of completely fair. I also think we're forgetting, like, when we did the World War II ramp, you kind of had to pick 30 crazy people to just get after it and make them national champions. Because right now, it's basically private industry versus the CCP and private industry combined as national champions. I just think this is a very American way to do it. The other thing I'll say is, all of these companies are taking enormous amounts of risk underneath that. Most things that I've seen in this kind of trade space are, oh, we'll pay you if you're successful, but you're actually going to put the first $500 million in? The government's not actually paying for this until it's successful, and there's like a lot of risk sharing going on under the hood. I think it's extremely healthy as long as it doesn't become kind of, hey, we wake up in 10 years and we just created 10 new companies that have got a lot of, dirty tricks baked into the system to keep the competition healthy. I think this is like completely reasonable, especially this production ramp we're about to go in. It's kind of the only way it's going to happen.
Mr. Parker, how do equity stakes change your outlook?
Well, I think it's a legal minefield, but to me, it really only applies in the supply chain, particularly for the smaller companies coming through who that might be a way forward for them to get some equity without going out to raise private equity. I don't think it really applies to the primes. Now, that being said, this is really about, will industry invest ahead of need? Really, that's what it boils down to. On our PAC-3 Seeker line, so you asked before, Secretary Duffy, about doubling and so forth, production. We built a facility well ahead of need and spent $100 million in Huntsville, Alabama, because we saw demand coming. That's what industry should be doing. That's what the government wants industry to do. Put some skin in the game, invest, and make sure that we can have the capacity where we think it's going. We've also used our own company funds this year to supercharge the supply base. So again, we can see the demand signal coming. Let's get out, look at our suppliers, who needs some injection. We're using our own funds to start them off. What we will do is we'll go from around 650 Seekers this year, which is the most we've ever produced in the history of PAC-3 Seekers for our customer. We're anticipating going to 2250 by the end of 2028, 2029. So that is a massive increase in capacity. And my example here is, in this case, the Boeing company is investing ahead of need. And I think at the end of the day, in this scenario, whether you're a prime or you find yourself within the supply chain, there will be winners and losers, and people will be judged on, are they all in against the threat to make sure that we can get capability out to the warfighter, or are we going to sit back and wait for the government to pay for things like CapEx? So I think it's a really interesting question. I just gave you an example. I could give you a few more of where my company is stepping up and moving out in advance.
I think you might have just committed news. I'm sorry. Did you say you're going from 650 to 2250?
That's the plan. If we get the signals from the government, we're ramping up right now to be able to go up to a very, very high demand. And we'll see where the government wants us to go, but I'm not waiting for that. That's my message.
So the reason they're going to 2250 is because the Navy wants to put PAC-3 onto its ships. So can you talk about, this is something that's not written yet. I've written a story about it, of course. That's why I'm telling you all. But this is the, future ship defense. It's been effective against Russian hypersonic missiles, or the Patriot's been effective against, or the PAC-3 interceptor's been effective against Russian hypersonic missiles in Ukraine. So there's a move to put these aboard ships. This has got to be something that, defends the carrier strike group. And then let's start talking about FAXX.
Yeah, can I go answer one other thing before
please.
I get to that? And I'll answer that, but I do want to hit the workforce.
Yeah.
Piece. I want to comment on that. I do a lot of visits with a lot of shipyards, a lot of places where we do production. And what I get there, I see is a lot of people standing around, to be quite honest. And when you go probe into that, it's because the coupling of the production and the actual work, the specific thing these workers do is not matched very well. And so to me, when I go to places that really are firing on all cylinders, what they've done is made their workforce very fungible. It's not actually specific welding or pipe fitting or electrician. I engineer out that a bit, and I do that through digital design improvements, automating a lot more with robotics on the work floor and the production floor. And so we need to get out of, I think, making something everybody does a specific thing, because it's impossible to couple that well to the production schedule, make people more fungible, and improves leave and management of human quality of life, all that. And so I just think that's the thing I want to address, is bridge toward more automation, and I think that will help with that. With regard to PAC-3 or any other lethal point defense system or whatever that might look like, there is always an initiative I have, from directed energy all the way up to the high-end standard missile design, to be able to couple the actual threat to the payload, okay, and to optimize that. So what some of these smaller missile systems have done, and we've deployed with this on some of our strike groups, where we were a bit upside down on the cost curve on a one-way UAV and taking that out with an SM-6, okay, that's not a place I want to be. I want to be some low-cost missile systems that falls into, that have the right range, reliability, and capability that I can bring that to bear. Directed energy has to be part of that, infinite magazine, if you will. Electrical power is part of that, of course. So at any place in the future where I'm doing kind of high-value unit protection or point defense protection, I don't want to waste my main offensive battery to do defense. And so that's what this is tied to. We optimize our Navy when we do that. These types of solutions help with that.
So, FAXX, do you believe that the Navy should buy a next-generation fighter?
Of course I do.
Oh, good.
And what planet would a Navy chief not think I need the highest-end aircraft possible on aircraft carriers?
When should we expect that decision?
In fact, everything about that plane is better. It's already, even with the advanced capabilities of F-18 and F-35, when the time it takes to build an airplane, from the time I'm on a napkin till the time I'm flying it off an aircraft carrier, I have to make decisions now to get that design locked in and actually produce that, because the threat curve is moving at that pace. So the aircraft carrier, and there's discussions about survivability and those types of comments, but in no world will what flies off of that shouldn't be the highest end platform possible to penetrate deep into a weapon engagement zone and have confidence with longer range munitions that it can close that kill chain. So it's of course something that I'm an advocate for. Does it need to be done at a cost effective way? Does it need to be done so it doesn't clobber other efforts? Does it need to be done so it actually delivers in a relevant time frame? Yes, yes, and yes. So hopefully some of this acquisition reform and production improvement can help us get those decisions made.
So let's just set the table on FAXX for a second. So during the tail end of the Biden administration, there were two next-generation aircraft that were being competed. One became F-47. The other one, FAXX, the Navy, the carrier variant for the 6th-gen fighter, that was ready and it was created. It's a competition that's currently between Northrop Grumman, and Boeing. And the decision, per my sources, has been ready since March. So, what month is it now? December. All right. And we're still debating it. Now, the debate focuses on just what the Admiral said. Can we make it? Can we make it on time? Can we make it under budget? So I'll open this up to everybody since we all talked about it back in the green room. Rob?
Listen, I agree with Admiral Caudill 100%. We need FAXX. FAXX is a critical element of a carrier strike group. You look at the next generation air defense, the NGAD system, F-47 is the Air Force version, FAXX is the Navy version. By any measure, we need it. And we want to make sure the decision is made quickly. In fact, I would argue Congress has made the decision. Congress has done the direction. Congress has done the authorization. Congress has put in the dollars in the reconciliation bill. Congress is putting in the dollars in not only the authorization, but also in the appropriations bill here in the House. And likewise in the Senate. So there's a clear demand signal coming from the Congress to say FAXX is where we need to go. We need to execute that as quickly as possible. So I don't think there's any ambiguity there. I think it's a matter of, if there are questions to be asked, then ask them quickly, but let's get underway to produce this aircraft so we can get it on board the deck of that aircraft carrier, because I can tell you, the adversary is not waiting. The adversary's next generation aircraft is going to have a capability that we have to counter. The way we do that is with the FAXX. And remember, too, the whole concept of operation under NGAD is not just a crewed fighter aircraft, but it's also uncrewed aircraft. The CCAs, the only way you enable the CCAs in that transition period, everything is not going to go from crewed aircraft to uncrewed aircraft. The transition is going to be those crewed aircraft using the uncrewed aircraft, the CCAs, as the force multiplier. The way you get faster to the unmanned element there is to make sure you get FAXX, not just in production, but on the decks of aircraft carriers.
Can I add one thing to that?
Please.
I would also say that, a Navy has global responsibility, and we're going to really focus, of course, Indo-Pacific. That's the pacing threat, and there's no question that's in play. But I do have global responsibilities. The challenge is, in today's world, the cost of entry to become a threat to a high tactical aircraft continues to lower.
Yeah.
So in rest of world, which, you're going to imagine that I want to deploy aircraft carriers around the globe to give the president options against, countries that aren't near the capability of near peer and peer adversaries, but because the cost of entry to actually, take out the existing aircraft I have today is lowering, I have to stay ahead even of that curve. So of course this is a vis-a-vis China issue, but this is vis-a-vis rest of the world, where the cost of entry into capabilities surface to air and air to air is lowering and lowering.
The Chinese are building aircraft carriers and they're building 6th generation fighters.
Yeah.
What's the time frame that you need to have a carrier variant fighter?
Today.
Okay. Secretary Duffy, how's it going?
Listen, I think there's recognition of the need for us to maintain pace with the adversary in the maritime domain to ensure we've got the 6th generation fighter. I do think, we are, and speed is absolutely paramount. Speed can be, it does need balance with ensuring that we can manage our programs, right? So F-47 is a little bit different. We had almost 10 years worth of prototype flying. We will benefit, the FAXX may benefit from that, but that's a different approach to the strategy. So I do think there's a commitment for us to deliver this capability. There is an interest to make sure that we can, from our standpoint, that the industrial base is able to support it. And I think we'll be working through that question as quickly as we can.
So you don't think the industrial base can support it, is that right?
I don't have an opinion right now. That's one of the things that we're working through to ensure that we do.
Mr. Parker, can the industrial base support it?
Let me see. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think, look, when it comes to FAXX, we have look, first off, let me just say, hey, F-47 award to Boeing in March of this year. We're super humbled to be trusted to develop what will be the most advanced 6th gen fighter capability for the United States Air Force. When it comes to FAXX, we've also burned down a whole bunch of risk. And I'll talk industry writ large here. I'll talk for Northrop. We have both burnt down a tremendous amount of risk. F-47 starts off with an unprecedented level of maturity. Now, We've had a pause. The Department of War is thinking through things. We're going to be poised to move fast. So even though we're taking our time up front, once that decision is made, if it's a go, we will move with speed. We'll be ready. And I think my industry peers would say the same. It is a transformational capability. Can industry do both? Absolutely, industry can do both. Do we think this just resides in China? It doesn't. We have some of the best and brightest companies, minds, engineering minds in the nation. And look, you know, I won't comment for the Department of War or the Navy in terms of the classified nature of the program or the threat, but the need is urgent. It is needed now. The technology exists, and we're ready to go deploy it if we get a go.
So what we've been talking about is an exquisite system. You can't lose these. Let's talk about things that are attritable, right? So we're in a bit of a paralysis on FAXX. It's cost, there have been at least 2 contract extensions since this early part of this year. I believe that those contract extensions, which are across 2 companies, cost tens of millions of dollars each. Maybe it's $30 or $40 million per contract extension. So what's the total number that we've paid to have extra decision time? Do we know, Secretary Duffy?
I don't, but I don't think those companies are sitting idle either. There's a lot of work to be done, and that money is not just kind of keeping things idle. Steve can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my view.
It costs money to give more extension time. So,
but I think let's just bring it back to how do we go fast to the real sort of comment of the conversation. Boeing is building $10 billion of facilities in the U.S. $4 billion on advanced classified facilities for these types of and in some cases, we made those decisions before the F-47 program was awarded. So again, it just reinforces, is industry able to invest ahead of need and take some big bets? Industry is. The Boeing company certainly is. We're expanding our facilities in Charleston as well. We built new facilities for MQ-25. So I do think there is a fallacy out there that the industry won't invest. At least when I speak for the Boeing company, we're investing in a big way to position ourselves from a CapEx perspective to be able to meet the need of the warfighter. And along with that comes the supply chain, and along with that comes our workforce. How do we skill differently? How do we work with suppliers differently? How do we take some of the technology that Chris and others have from an autonomy perspective, advanced manufacturing? I think the future's bright here. I hope a decision gets made soon, and we'll be ready to go.
Secretary Duffy, there's a lot of talk about prototyping and how you want to lean into new capabilities through prototyping, and then how can you talk the people in the audience through how you want to scale those new whiz-bang things that you get excited, that you, Admiral, get excited about that prototype, and you want to move out rapidly and not just by 10, but 10,000 or 100,000. Can you tell us about the scaling issue?
Well, I think prototyping is just such a tremendously powerful tool. When we talk about and appreciated the Admiral's comments about the fact that once upon a time, technological innovation was prime in the Pentagon, and no longer is that the case. And I think we're really struggling to wean ourselves off of that mentality. And I hope that acquisition transformation is the catalyst to do that. I think prototypes are the greatest invitation to bring industry into that discussion and help the Pentagon understand what's the art of the possible, demonstrate that there's capability, because there, deserved or not, tends to be some skepticism. If there's an idea, can industry actually deliver on this? The prototype is the first attempt at that. And I think I also want to recognize Admiral's comments on the need for .MLPF and ensuring that we have, of course, a great whiz-bang technology is not very useful if it doesn't integrate, if we can't sustain it, if we can't train our folks on it. A prototyping environment where we can bring those prototypes into the environment can be a really powerful exchange between industry and government to ensure that both sides understand what's required in order to deliver capability, including all those very DoD unique requirements that are hard to replicate if you haven't worked inside that environment. And so I think I'm excited about prototyping. I think we identified it as a replacement. I don't think we'll fully replace the analysis of alternatives process where we take time to think through the very, very big decisions where we're going to make tens or hundreds of billions of dollars of commitments. But when it comes to anything less than that, and where commercial and private sector has an opportunity to introduce new innovative technology into the system, this is a great way to do that.
Rob. Oh, yeah, Admiral, you want to say something about prototyping?
One quick thing on prototyping. I agree with everything the Secretary said on it. Prototyping even has, some deterrence value because, our adversaries see us leveraging these new capabilities. It lets fleet sailors and joint force personnel actually start utilizing it quickly to wring out, the tactics, techniques, procedure, and doctrine with it. I think the problem is that what's not being prototyped is I'll call it fleet because I'm Navy, fleet introduction. So that needs to be part of the prototype too. So we tend to think of prototyping as testing out the capability and does it actually execute a CONOP or something. But part of that full spectrum prototype, it's how it's going to go into fleet introduction. Yeah. And so what happens with a great prototype, I love it, slap a table, go. I still don't see it for 2 years. It still doesn't matriculate into the system fast enough, even though we know it's something we're behind and we want to get after it. So I think part of the prototyping expansion of that idea needs to be the prototyping of fleet introduction.
Congressman Whitman, prototyping is interesting because there's intellectual property that I have because I made like a special whiz-bang widget. Is there a role for Congress in trying to bring those things to scale in a way that is in keeping with the market economy, but maybe affords these folks a little help?
Listen, there is, and there are things that we can do to make sure that we're encouraging ways to get this operational capability to the fleet, to the force as quickly as possible. Admiral's exactly right. You can have something that prototypes well, but then you look at it, how do you integrate that into your CONOPS? Then what you have to look at is how do you make sure you sustain that? So intellectual property is key. How do we make sure we work through that? And I think we've worked through some of the more difficult situations and things like F-18, the last production of F-18, which by the way just finished yesterday. So we know that we have that opportunity. What we want to make sure too is that we're using other tools there. Prototyping is great, but making sure that you're using digital design to get there. Most everything today is being done by digital design. That's the way to get things quickly in the hands of the warfighter. And then once you get it in prototype, the way that you are able to truncate and streamline testing is to use digital twin. So you put the prototype out there, you gather the data that day, it goes into the program. So tomorrow, you're running a new program, a new regime for that prototype, so you don't have to go through what used to take years of testing, now should take literally weeks to be able to do that. So you have to be able to use that. And then we have to find that balance between how much IP does the government need to own, how much does the vendor need to own, how do we make sure too that it's used for sustainment, how do we make sure we have the IP where the government can say now we need to produce parts for that, or we need to do ancillary systems upgrade. You want to make sure people have conduits so they know the operating system. So if there are other parts of that you have other vendors that provide things that are part of that system, how do you make sure that they have input there? And it may be that you can go to somebody different that can provide a better system that makes that combat system work. So the IP issue is still out there, but you have to be able to go to the foundational things of digital design and digital twin in order to get to that point to where now you can utilize the full capability of the system that's been delivered to you.
This is the last question. I got to go across the whole board, and everyone can throw in their last minute comments. This is a panel about reindustrialization. So how do we define success for industrial-based revitalization? What metrics should we be tracking? We'll start with you, Rob.
Time. Making sure that we get things in a timely way, making sure that we have modular open system designs to make sure we're using what's available out there. Just as it's been said here, it used to be DOD had the repository of expertise. That's not the case today. There's a lot of amazing off-the-shelf design. And the bottom line is this, is the future of the Department of Defense is going to be software informed. Every bit of hardware is going to be software informed. So we got to get the software right. We got to get software acquisition right. And that's going to enable every bit of hardware that comes into the hands of the warfighter from this point on.
Mr. Power.
For the country, it's really simple. There's manufacturing as a percentage of GDP and jobs. For programs, it's even simpler. Are there more hulls in the water on the date that Congress and the warfighter want them? Are there more planes in the air, on the deck? We have to just keep measuring schedule. And there's no amount of reindustrialization or digital engineering. The thing is okay, it's going in the water.
Yeah.
The missile is now in inventory, ready to be installed. Schedule has to take primacy, and with people who can't have a great design but can't hit schedule, then we need to look through digital twins and digital engineering at other manufacturers who can speed them up. And it's just, is the boat in the water or not? I think it's incredibly simple.
It's simple for you. It's valuation. Okay.
Well, I think it starts again as leadership. Think about the acquisition reform. The time is now. So we've got some bold leadership here from the department. Congress is weighing in as well, which I really appreciate. I think it's in the acquisition system taking measured risk, not just managing to the contract. What does the warfighter need? And then how does industry and government come together to make decisions that allow that capability to move out with pace, and maybe some of the other requirements catch up at a later date. And then it's just pure and simply, industry investing, industry taking accountability for the outcome and delivering.
Secretary Duffy, this is the most important answer besides the Admiral.
Yes, best message. The way I think about success is how hesitant is our adversary and how confident is Admiral Caldwell.
Okay.
And ensuring that we're doing everything we can through that framework of decision.
The worst thing we can do is make reindustrialization be an economic program. This is not about an economic drill. This is a warfighting imperative. So this is about the purpose of our effort. And so it needs to be palpable, and it needs to have a sense so that we don't have this massive say-do mismatch that I sense exists every day, where we talk out of one side of our mouth, but their actions don't back up what we're talking about to get after it holistically. There are pockets of places where it's healthy and pockets where it's not. This needs to be a holistic team effort. So I think, the industrial base has got to be modernized, it's got to be resilient, and it's got to be built in a way that it can scale. Yeah. And I think if we can achieve those things and not make it solely about the economics, but about the warfighting imperative, then we'll be in a good place.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 3. Panel 5 will begin in 10 minutes on this stage, and Panel 4 will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 5, Recruitment and Readiness, Restoring Confidence in the U.S. Military. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Leo Shane of Politico and our distinguished panelists.
Well, welcome to the distinguished panelists here. Let me do a quick introduction before we get started. We've got Senator Banks right here, Representative Panetta, we've got the Marine Corps Commandant General Smith over here, and Undersecretary for Personnel and Readiness, Anthony Tata. So thank you all for being here. Just a quick reminder to everyone here and everybody watching online, if you have some questions, they've given me a fancy iPad here to try and check in and see. So if you've got anything, please feel free to send it to us, and we'll try and get it in. And I do want to call up, we've got a slide to start off with here, and I think it's a good place for us to begin. So if you guys could call up the first slide, my panelists can see it down here. This is from the Reagan Defense Survey. This is the reported trust and confidence in the military, and we've seen some decline, some leveling off in recent years. We talked about this in the first panel a little bit, but I think it's an interesting part to start because we have seen an improvement in recruiting in the last year after some challenges. The question that I keep coming back to is it sustainable improvement? So, Mr. Undersecretary, let's start with you. Talk to us about where you think things stand, not just in terms of the success we've seen in the last cycle or two with recruiting, but also in terms of getting us on a footing where we think that this can last, that this isn't just a one-time blip or a one-time success.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank everybody here. This is a mission that starts at the top with the President, his focus on peace through strength, and the Secretary's focus on warrior ethos and those things that unify us as opposed to those things that divide us. With our friends in the Senate and the House and the passing of the 10% raise, 14.5 for E4 and below, and then part of that compensation that's bigger with commissary and basic allowance for housing and subsistence and those kinds of things. The compensation for men and women in the services is very competitive with the civilian sector. So when our recruiters go out there, they're on a pretty level playing field, but only about half of our 17, 18, 19-year-olds in the country are even aware of a military option. They're not even aware. So that's why the expansion of junior ROTC and those types of programs become so important. I was the superintendent of a very large school district in North Carolina, added JROTC programs, and it changes the culture, not only of the high school, but of the community, and the awareness and the propensity to serve increases. And so when we look at the sustainability, the Secretary has set up a recruiting task force that is chaired by Sean Parnell, the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, and myself. And we are working through legislative proposals such as increasing JROTC and other types of things that we want to work with the Senate and House on to increase and sustain the momentum that we have right now. And we've got tremendous momentum, and what we're seeing in the outbriefs from basic training is that men and women are joining in record numbers now because they love the message of focusing on warrior ethos and those things that are a common purpose and focused leadership, and allowing us to focus on those things that unite us as opposed to divide us.
So on that point, when you're talking about the message, when you're talking about that calling, we are looking at these numbers where we're seeing at least a leveling off or some concern. Now, the military has never recruited everyone in the country, obviously, it's just a segment, but does it worry you to see over a 10-year period any sort of decline in faith in the military or confidence in the military? Because that speaks to the heart of whether or not you're going to be able to get those folks in the door, and whether or not they're going to think about that message.
So when I was a young officer in the 82nd or 101st Airborne, the public view of the military was in the 70s or 80s, and so these numbers are quite disturbing to me, and it's upon us to rebuild that trust through leadership and taking care of the men and women that raise their right hand to serve in our country. So it starts with good leadership and penetrates all the way down to the machine gunner in the foxhole. And that message has to be unity of purpose, unity of command, good leadership, warrior ethos.
Okay. General, I wanted to ask you, because we've seen some fluctuation in the recruiting, seen some difficulties with recruiting in the other services. I know you want to brag about the Marine Corps not having as many issues, but talk to us about how the Marine Corps approaches recruiting and what's different, why you've been able to consistently hit your marks.
Yeah, our motto is, you joined us, we didn't join you. You stepped up to the plate, you said you wanted to be a Marine. I don't think you can make it, but if you're willing to try, jump up on a pull-up bar. Let's see how fast you can run 3 miles. Let's see how many pull-ups you can do. The other thing we do is we professionalized our recruiting force. We've got professional career recruiters. That is their MOS. That's their specialty. We don't have many of them, but we have one at each recruiting substation. And we send our best and our brightest to recruiting duty. I'm a recruiter. My son's a recruiter. General Turner's a recruiter. General Glenn's a recruiter. Most of our general officers, or at least a third or about half of them, have recruiting experience. And we value that recruiting experience. We put a lot of faith into it. We have a selection board, and when you're screened as an officer selection officer, or you're screened as a recruiting station commanding officer or a district commander, that's a feather in your cap, and it bodes well for you for your career. So I think that is kind of our secret sauce, is we value recruiting. We send our best and our brightest. We reward them, but we also hold them accountable. If you miss your recruiting mission for 2 months in a row, we're going to relieve you. Doesn't mean we're going to crush you, but we're going to relieve you.
I wonder if you could just go a little deeper into that professional recruiting force. What are you teaching? What are you emphasizing with them? What are you doing that's different than the other services, just in terms of the message or the training that those folks are getting?
Well, I wouldn't speak to what the other services do or don't do. I would only speak to what we do. We have a professional recruiting course that we run out of San Diego, MCRD, Marine Corps Recruit Depot, San Diego, where we teach you professional selling skills. We teach you how to deal with rejection. We teach you how to go out there, how to speak publicly, how to be comfortable working in a high school environment. We screen those recruiters heavily, and we run you through a course that teaches you how to get somebody to the MEPS, the military entrance processing sites, how to screen an applicant to make sure that you're not trying to qualify the unqualified. Somebody who's had asthma after the age of 12, unqualified. So just move on. We just try to teach you that. Try to teach you how to deal with rejection, and frankly, how to carry yourself, how to speak publicly, how to speak with confidence, and make sure you're physically fit. Because again, you're representing the Marine Corps. They're trying to emulate you, so you got to look the part. You got to be a Marine.
Is that how long is that course? Is that a heavy lift? Is that several months, or is this like
it's about
a couple of weeks?
It's about 8 weeks long.
Okay.
So it's 2 months.
So an investment, but not something that takes somebody completely out of the mix for a year.
No, it doesn't take you out for a year. And we send our OSOs, our officer selection officers, to a thing called OSOC, the Officer Selection Officer course. That's a 2-week course where we teach them everything they need to know about how to be an OSO, how to be an officer selection officer.
Okay. My members of Congress here, don't want to leave you out of this. We've had quite a bit of focus on recruiting, retention issues on Capitol Hill in recent years. The Undersecretary mentioned the big junior enlisted pay raise last year, which I know was a major selling point. What are we looking at next? Because yes, the recruiting is going well, but we've also seen the cyclical issues of economy gets good, recruiting gets worse. There's ups and downs. There are political influences that come into all of this with different administrations coming in and out. How do you maintain that, and what are you looking at right now from a legislative standpoint? So, Congressman Panetta, let's start with you.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting because you see this decline starting in 2018 and going till 2021. I mean, obviously there were issues with what we're dealing with right now, not just coming out of the 20-year war on terror, but then also COVID especially. And I think to the General's point, when we had COVID, that really limited what our recruiters could do. And this accessibility was huge. And I'm not just talking about schools. I'm talking about the communities. And I've talked to a number of recruiters prior to this, and they talked about how, hey man, we would go to bowling hours, we'd go to the stores, we'd get in there. And during COVID, that was very, very difficult. So I think that was a big part of why you saw that drop. And then also our politics and how divided they were and continue to be when it comes to, be it the withdrawal from Afghanistan, be it through wokeism on the right and imperialism on the left. And so, I think we looked at it not just through patriotism, but through pragmatism. And that's why you've seen this increase in pay consistently since 2023, which I believe has led to the uptick in numbers, or at least played a big part in it. You had a 4.6% raise in 2023, 5.2% raise in 2024. This year, one of the largest, 14.5%, including that's for our junior enlisted. That's huge. And then going into this year's NDAA, we're looking at 3.6%. So I think that's played a big part of it. But then on the general's point, I think it's also making sure that not necessarily that we drop our standards, but that we get the potential recruits up to our standards. And that's why I, obviously agree with the Marine does, but then if you look at what the Navy and the Army are doing with this future soldier, future sailor prep courses, where they're taking those in who may not necessarily qualify right out of the chute, and just building them up, getting their academic and their physical standards up to where they meet those military standards and getting them in. So you're seeing a lot done on our part, you're seeing a lot done on the military's part as well.
Yep. Senator?
A great discussion this morning between Gallagher and Smith on DEI and wokeism and some of those issues. And I think to have this conversation, we have to go back to the Biden administration. The worst recruitment crisis in the 50 years of an all-volunteer force. The Marine Corps taught us lots of lessons, but the Army was 8,000 soldiers short, the Navy was way short, and then immediately Donald Trump wins on Election Day, and then the Navy and the Army meet their recruitment goals within months, like many months short of the targets. So there's something giant to learn from that, and we can talk about the DEI stuff that we talked about this morning, but there's something else that hasn't come up at all, and I think the graph in front of us points to exactly where I'm going, and that's that while it might have been a gradual decline in the confidence of the military, what happened on August 26th of 2021? 13 soldiers died at Abbey Gate in Kabul, Afghanistan. And if you put that on TV and you ask young men and women, do you want to be a part of that military? That is when you saw the drastic decline in recruitment, not just in public confidence. Now today, 71% of Americans say they support the American military taking out these drug boats. And you ask young men and women, do you want to be a part of a military that is stopping drugs from flooding our country and killing our brothers and our sisters, our neighbors, our family members? That's a type of a military that's inspiring young people. Now, the overall picture, Wall Street Journal, after the Afghanistan debacle, published a poll that I go back to quite often and talk about. Actually, it came out in 2023. Wall Street Journal poll said that only 38% of Americans consider themselves to be patriotic. And compare that to the 90s when that was over 70% of Americans who considered themselves to be patriotic. That's the big question about how do we change that? How do we inspire the next generation to love their country in the same way that Jimmy and I did and others on this panel, to want to raise your right hand and serve this country? And I think it's the public projection of what the military stands for. Jimmy and I, both different parties, we want the military to be as apolitical as it can possibly be. How do we get it there? That's the big question that we face that can keep the recruitment and retention numbers as strong as what they are today.
But to the point that they raised on that first panel this morning, there is a swing to the other side. We are still seeing polarization within those numbers of Democrats, the Democratic respondents, their faith and their confidence going down, while Republicans are going up. So is there a concern that you're just trading one party for the other, and we're in a perpetual cycle where, as long as we've got administrations turning over every 2 to 4 years, that's going to be what's driving any faith or any confidence in that? That doesn't feel like a very sustainable method to go forward.
I want to focus on the retention and recruitment goals, which is the single best story that's come out of the Trump-Hegseth Pentagon, and that's that it's through the roof. These guys have had a very successful run in a short period of time of fixing a recruitment crisis. So there's a larger discussion about restoring trust and confidence in the military, but the bigger story, the greater story in all of this is, in a short period of time, fixing something that was really broken.
So let me go back to you, Mr. Undersecretary, and talk about that. Is there, and this gets back to the original question again, are we looking at a sustainable pattern here where there's been fundamental changes, or do you feel like if this is just a reaction to Trump's election into office and a passion of supporters of his feeling like they should flock in? Because if it is that latter one, you know, we've got to elect Trump president every couple of years in order to keep recruitment up, right? That doesn't feel like an actual solution to move forward.
Well, just to piggyback on what the senator was saying is that there's a close fight, fix the problems in front of us right now, which seem to be happening as we take a hard look at every single service is well ahead of their fiscal year 26 goals already. And then take a look at the long fight. How do we instill and ingrain these changes that we're making so that they are apolitical as possible, because there is huge apolitical or bipartisan support for a well-trained and ready military. So when I think about everything I'm hearing up here, and we all use the Marine Corps as a standard, even as an Army guy, the way forward is through this leadership from the President and the Secretary, with this focus on being trained and ready, and pulling the politics out of the military by taking DEI out of the military. That's apoliticizing it. That's focused on those things that unite us as opposed to those things that divide us. And then hopefully for the longer fight, whether it's a Democrat or Republican administration, we can learn the lessons from this and depoliticize recruiting, depoliticize the military, not use the military as an experimental social experimentation forum, but keep it trained and ready and warrior ready, and the warrior ethos that the Secretary is talking about. We've raised the standards. The Secretary had a speech in September 30th about the warrior ethos, and he increased physical fitness standards, increased the standards for grooming and lots of other things, and then allowed for commanders to enforce those standards by taking a look at some of the regulatory prohibitions on commanders. So we are getting after this every day under the leadership of the Secretary and the President.
This might be a good time to bring up the second slide here, which speaks a little bit more to where we've got the views on encouraging military enlistment, which we've seen has gone up some in the last few years, and a number of folks, especially who are discouraging. So that again would indicate that we're on a path where maybe those influencers, maybe those folks who are having a say over where young people are going to decide to do, maybe that's headed in the right direction. You had mentioned JROTC before. I know that's been a sticking point for both Congress and the department. What are you looking at now in terms of ways to get that in and ways to talk to some more folks? Because I do know the COVID years really played havoc on a lot of this. So,
well, there's really two aspects to this. There's access to high schools for our recruiters, and then there's the JROTC program. Two very different things. I know when I was superintendent of Wake County in North Carolina, within my first week of being superintendent, the Marine Corps recruiter came in, saluted me, and said, "Sir, I'm here to serve. I need access to all 24 of your high schools." I said, "Have at it." And then I went to my Army, Navy, Air Force friends. I said, "Hey, where's your guy?" And it was like 3 months later that those guys came in. So, Commandant, your recruiting efforts are to be applauded. Now, I have met with each of the services, each of the military departments, recruiters or cadet commands, accession commands. We're setting up a briefing for the Secretary to look at all accessions, whether it's enlisted or officer, and they have reported out to me where they are, what help they need, what do they need from the department, and not a week goes by where we're not deep diving on how to help out with recruiting, with the accessions, whether it's enlisted or officer, fixing near-term problems and setting up so that it becomes long-term sustainable through access to high school, through JROTC programs, and other types of things that we're going to need from the Senate and the House.
I feel like this has come up a bunch in Congress, and there's not a real objection to it, and yet we still keep running into barriers. So Congressman, what?
Yeah, Jen Kagan's a Republican from Virginia, and myself co-lead the SERV Act, which basically says, recruiters need, deserve, require time in our high schools. And not just one time a year in some far off classroom, basically high times, high traffic areas at a minimum of 4 times a year. And then if you have any students that are applying for federal aid, we're going to have access to that list. Now, I'm proud to say that that language is in this year's NDAA, but there is also included that type of language for colleges as well. So once again, it really does, and the recruiter would know best, it comes down to accessibility. And when you can do that early on in high school, in universities, I think that's when we're going to have a real uptick in our recruitment.
Okay. Got a question from the audience here talking about how the military has become a family business in past years. And I think this speaks to that same sort of issue. Senator, how do you expand this out? How do you get some of those folks who maybe had not considered a military career before, reach out to them, find a way to get them to maybe not enlist, but at least be open to the idea, at least learn about it and come? Because I mean, I can tell you from my personal experience and from just covering this for years, there's a lot of places that it's just not even considered because there hasn't been exposure, because you never knew someone who served in the military. Those influencers just aren't talking about it.
This polling is interesting because if you broke it out, the single biggest source for military recruitment are children of service members. Right. So I think 80% of military recruits come from a home of a mom or a dad who served in the military. Yet under Biden, Secretary Warmoth, Secretary of the Army, preached about the dangers of a warrior caste and suggested that we should avoid recruiting from military families, and that is completely backwards to what we should be embracing that as a source of recruitment. I think it's one of the reasons that recruitment has now surged in a way that it has. But across the board, Congressman Panetta and some of those efforts with his colleagues in the House, and there's so much more that we can do to tackle that issue. But at the end of the day, it's about patriotism. It's about teaching kids in schools that America is great. America is worth serving and fighting and dying for, and joining the military. And it's that at the end of the day, that's the single most important thing that we can do to maintain long-term military recruitment and save the country.
You're not suggesting that should be the primary. You're suggesting that we shouldn't ignore that valuable recruiting pool. But you're not suggesting that should be primary focus, and let's not try and reach out further, because that's not sustainable.
I'm suggesting that we shouldn't avoid it. I mean, it's outrageous that we would avoid the single biggest source of military recruitment traditionally in our country, which are the members of families who did serve. And I think that dip, we saw in other polling over the years, that dip was coming from, and the number of times that I hear from moms and dads who served in the military who say, for the first time, I'm telling my kids not to serve, that they shouldn't serve, they should go do something else. Now those numbers are going back up. That's a positive sign.
And I agree with the senator. I mean, that really is the through line. There is the foundation of why people join, and I believe the through line is, what you can do for your country. But at the same time, the pragmatism aspect of it is what can the country do for me as well? And I think people do take that into account. And that's why we've worked so hard, not just on a recruiting side and on the pay side, but as General, you and I talked about yesterday, the retention side. What else are we doing in Congress to make sure that we keep these people in the military? And I think that's a big aspect of this conversation as well, not just recruitment. How do we keep them in? And that's why you've seen the work that we did on the NDAA through, education benefits, and not just for you, but for your family members, medical benefits. Housing, thank you. Housing, absolutely. Housing, BAH, BNA, upping those tremendously. I mean, one of the things that, one of my bills that I passed and got signed into law, one of my proudest bills, was the DLI Act. We have the Defense Language Institute there in Monterey, and we had these young men and women, the best and brightest of the enlisted, top of their class, of their basic class, coming in. We actually allow the DLI to now confer on them a Bachelor's of Arts. While they're learning languages for our national security, they then can study and get a BA for their personal security. So it's those types of things I think help.
I'll add really quick too, to add to Congressman Panetta's list. Some polling I've seen in recent years, one of the biggest sources for military members getting out of the military is the condition of the military school options. So the focus on DoDEA schools and improving those schools for kids as moms and dads in the military decide that they want better options for their kids to go to school. That's been a large focus of ours in this year's NDAA too.
So, Commandant, I've got two members of Congress here, and I've got the Undersecretary here. What else do you want? What else do you want for your recruiters? In terms of we had the large junior enlisted pay raise last year, which I know was a key selling point for both recruiting and retention. What are you looking at now in terms of tools that you would like to see, or areas that you're hearing from potential recruits saying, this is a make or break thing for me?
The only thing we really require is access to high schools. We just require access. There's a law that you have to grant recruiters access, but some school districts, frankly, give you access in the 7th period, over in the back corner, or in the lunchroom during non-lunch hours. Exactly. So we just need access. I mean, we're not press ganging anybody to join the Marine Corps. We're offering you an opportunity to become a Marine, to earn the title of Marine. If you don't want to join it, that's fine. The recruiter's going to write you off. They're not going to call you at 2 o'clock in the morning and hound you into joining. We don't do that. If you say, hey, don't call me again, we take you off the list. I got better things to do. My recruiters are going to move on to more fertile ground. But we just need access to the high schools. We need access to high school lists. We need access to community college lists. Because frankly, those that start college, most don't finish. It's just a fact. They either through financial reasons or they just change their mind. We just want access to those lists. And for those that stay in college, if you want to earn your degree, we want to commission you as an officer. We just want access to the names so we can reach out to you and offer you the opportunity to join the Marine Corps, to join the military. That's all we're asking.
Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the task force earlier. I don't know when we're expecting are we expecting a report on that? Are we expecting a formal presentation, or is that just something you're going to be working with the members of Congress on a rolling basis?
We provide an update monthly to the Secretary.
Okay.
It's an internal task force, and we derive from that legislative proposals that then we'll then go for, particularly for the 27 NDAA. We will present the legislative asks for things such as expanded access to high schools and all of that. And I think what we've seen here and heard here is all the tangible benefits that we can provide match with the intangible leadership aspects that we're talking about. We've got the Recruiter Excellence Forum coming up in a couple of weeks where we're going to talk to the best recruiters across all 5 services. And we're going to thank them. The Secretary's going to hand out some awards, and we're going to talk about the importance of recruiting and retention. And we haven't talked much about retention here, but last year all retention goals were met and exceeded in a very strong way, similar, parallel to the recruiting goals. So we're off to a good start, but we don't take it for granted. And we're, that saying, fixing the roof while the sun is shining, I think is very apropos here. And very seriously, Sean Parnell and I are leading that recruiting task force with our teams, and we understand that this is a barometer of the health of the nation, really. How willing are men and women ready to serve? How much do they know about the military? How aware are they of all these great benefits that Congress and the department are putting forward? How much in contact are they with our great recruiters? From my combat days, if you get a young sergeant in front of a mayor in Afghanistan or Iraq, he's going to change the world. And so we've got to continue to set those men and women up for success as they are out in our communities, telling the story of the department and of all our great services. Space Force has already met their mission for the year 2.5 months in. So there's a lot of good news out there. The Secretary and the President are setting high standards, and we have a very positive mission right now and a very positive message.
I want to jump to retention in a second, but since you said they're internal recommendations, if there's any news you want to break or secret you want to give us something, we can keep it real quiet in here.
My one big lesson is I never get in front of my boss. So.
On the retention issue, we do have a question from the crowd asking about MOSs and specialties and finding a better way to match skill sets with career paths. I know this has been a sore point for a number of years, trying to figure out the best way to not just keep folks in, but to develop their career, develop their skills, and then keep them in once they've got those critical skills. So I don't know if there's anything that our two members of Congress are looking at right now. I don't know if this is, I know this has been discussed, but let me put you on the spot and ask you to solve that problem right here, right now.
Well, like I said, I mean, it's what are the foundational aspects of being in the military beyond the patriotic duty? What's the pragmatism of it? And that really comes down to making sure that not just the individual members, but what are you doing for their families and the quality of life for these members that are in? And that's why medical education. When I first came in, the housing locally had some real issues in regards to mold. That seemed to be a common theme. And when I brought it back to my armed services colleagues, including Mr. Banks, Senator Banks, that was a topic. And I gotta say, each person that I speak to now in the Monterey Peninsula region, first thing I ask them is, how's the housing? And they say it's much better, improved upon. So I think it's not just about the individual, not just about the military member, it's about their families and what you can do. I mean, that's why the family separation benefits, we've upped those as well through the NDAA.
When we created the Space Force, we tried to create something that was much more flexible than what we had across any of the other branches. And I think it's worked. I mean, recognizing that many of the skills of the future and how fast everything is adapting with AI, and the Space Force created pathways for MOSs for civilians with experience and more flexibility to enter them into service. This has been one of my, Jimmy and you served in the Navy Reserves as well. Yeah. I was a Supply Corps officer, and when I joined the military, I never thought I was going to do it for 20 years. Never thought about retirement. I just wanted to wear a uniform and serve my country because I loved America. And what I found in my entire reserve experience is showing up once a month in my reserve duty, it was like a large bureaucratic enterprise that was geared toward prior active service military service members who were trying to get their points to get to 20 years. And maybe a deployment here and there in between, and check the box trainings and whatnot. It was a very frustrating experience. But that was my, aside from deploying to Afghanistan and doing that and serving my country, it was a very frustrating and underwhelming experience. So with the Space Force, we tried to create something that could welcome people, the type of civilian experience that we need, with more flexibility than what we had across the other branches. I think we've learned from it, but we probably need to do more to go back in the NDA and implement some of those changes across the other branches too.
Yeah, there's a saying that you recruit the Marine, but you retain the family. So you can recruit an individual and they'll serve for 4 years, but in that 4 years, the odds are they're going to get married. And then if there's bad military housing, if there's bad military schools, bad military health care, they're going to get out. And once you lose them, you'll never get them back. So that propensity to enlist, you got to focus on those who are propense to enlist, and then you have to retain them. But that gets expensive. Because now, you've got a sergeant instead of a private. Sergeants make a lot more than privates. And so you can only have so many sergeants, and you still need privates. So, but if you lose out on that sergeant, then you're in a hole. So you recruit the Marine, but you retain the family.
Yeah, it's a joint decision whether or not to stay, right, as what the Commandant's saying. And to that extent, 20% spouse unemployment roughly in the service right now, all the services. And we have a target this year to reduce that by 5% through increased portability, the types of licensure portability that if you're a teacher in North Carolina and you move to Camp Pendleton, then how can we make it easier for you to be a teacher at Camp Pendleton? And if you're a lawyer, if you're a doctor, whatever the portability requirements are, and I've got a team taking a hard deep dive into spouse unemployment and trying to decrease those numbers.
Let me throw one more at you. There's a fight right now going on with the NDAA with House leadership dealing with the IVF issue and access to IVF services. I know this is something that lawmakers have, it's gotten through the House and Senate, but I believe it's hung up in leadership right now. Are those the kind of family issues that you've got to be looking at now if you're talking about recruiting and retention?
Yeah, so the president's very supportive of IVF, and we're supportive of growing families, and that's would be my comment in regard to that.
Okay. Is that something with behind the scenes here? I know this is a little bit of, I don't want to get into a whole NDA thing. We need another several hours for this, but I mean, are those the kind of areas that you're going to have to look at next? Not just the pay raise, not just the direct, but okay, how are we? Will those become not just retention, but recruiting incentives to say, hey, this is going to be good for my whole family when I get down the road?
I mean, the IVF discussion is definitely a retention discussion. I mean, when the military and the processes with TRICARE and how long that period takes, how expensive it is far worse than what you would experience in the private sector, is something that we have to fix. So large bipartisan support, and the president's been vocal about doing something about it as well. I can't speak to House leadership and some of those conversations because that's long in my rearview window. But I know the conversation.
You want to attack the House leadership now? You're on the Senate side. You're welcome to do that. So.
You know, speaking of the medical piece, one of the things that we're working on is the MEPS, the Military Entrance Processing Centers or sites. We have to adjust the way that they qualify and disqualify applicants, because if you had asthma or ADD, I had ADD till Sister Mary Catherine smacked it out of me, and then I didn't have it anymore. Not sort of facetiously, but not really. If you have a shoulder that's impinged, okay, if you stay for 30 years, we're going to have to pay for that shoulder. But the odds are you're not going to stay for 30 years. You're going to stay for 4 years and get out, and then you're going to move on to civil society, and you're going to get a job and get health care. So just because you have a shoulder that was impinged in a football injury, we want somebody in the Marine Corps, and I would say for the Army and the Navy and the Air Force, Space Force, who played high school football. We want somebody who played high school basketball, who ran high school track, and they wound up dislocating a hip or breaking, getting a fracture in their tibia. Okay, that doesn't disqualify you from service. So some of it is we have to get out of disqualifying so many people at the MEPS. That's a real problem.
So let me... Three quarters, this is, I couldn't believe it when I read the stat. 3/4 of our youth ages 17 through 24 do not qualify for military service, which I think is unbelievable. 1 in 6 recruits have waivers at this point. And I think to the general's point that he was making, I mean, we do have to look at the waiver process, and we have to make sure that it's around. But once again, that's why I appreciate the Future Soldier Sailor prep course, is because it's bringing men and women up to the standards, not lowering our standards. And then when you do have waivers, either medical or moral types of standards, be reasonable about them. Use your common sense and don't just do a bright line, because you're really going to exclude people that we need to fulfill our manpower purposes.
Okay. So to the Commandant's point of the medical standards, Defense Health Agency reports under my portfolio, and we took a look at 380,000 recruits this year through all of our medical systems, did physicals on them, to recruit about 240,000. So it takes 3 to make 2, sort of, and that's a lot of hard work on the recruiters that are out there, who are always be closing, kind of mentality, and the machinery that has to bring in almost 400,000 to make 200,000 or 250,000. That's a lot of logistics, and we are looking at the standards and how the aperture is on what are the disqualifying medical requirements. We want to make sure that we maintain high standards, and we also want to make sure that we're not excluding those that could potentially serve us well.
Yes, sir. No, I'm tracking this.
Listen, John.
First we fight for the right and to build the nation's might, and the Army goes rolling along. Proud of all we have done, fighting till the battle's won, and the Army goes rolling along. Then it's high, high, hey, the Army's on its way. Count off the cannons loud and strong. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we know, you will always know that the Army goes rolling along. Coast Guard.
We're always ready for the call. We place our trust in Thee. Through howling gale and shot and shell to win the victory. Semper Paratus is our guide, our pledge, our motto too. We're always ready, do or die. High Coast Guard, we fight for you.
Space Force.
We're the mighty watchful eye, guardians beyond the blue. The invisible front line, war fighters brave and true. Boldly reaching into space, there's no limit to our sky. Standing guard both day and night, we're the Space Force from on high.
Navy.
Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. Farewell to college joys, we sail at break of day. Our last night on shore, hail to the full. Until we meet once more, here's wishing you a happy voyage home.
Air Force.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun. Here they come to meet our thunder. Atom boys, give her the gun. Down we dive, sweating our flame from under. Off with one terrible roar. We live in fame, we'll go down in flames. For nothing can stop the U.S. Air Force. America, America, God shed His grace on thee. Beautiful for heroes who in liberating strife, who more than self their country love and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold we find till all success. Nobleness and every gain divine. America,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Ben Sutton.
Good afternoon. Would you please rise for the performance of our national anthem by the Santa Susana High School Abbey Road a cappella group. The USS Ronald Reagan Color Guard will now present the colors. Present the colors.
and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave, home of the brave.
Honor Guard, retire the colors.
I, Petty Officer. Honor Guard, shoulder, arms. Mark time, march. Forward, march.
Please be seated. When many people in America and around the world hear peace through strength, they immediately think of Ronald Reagan. And that's fair because it was one of his guiding principles, but it was not his original idea. Some may say we should trace the concept all the way back to the Roman Empire, but let's fast forward to America's founding. In January 1790, President George Washington said this in his first annual address to Congress: "To be prepared for war is one of the most effectual means of preserving peace." In other words, we achieve deterrence, we achieve peace through strength. Through the centuries, peace through strength has been a concept embraced by many in both parties. It has become a bipartisan tradition, an American tradition. It's one of the reasons why that at 10 of the 11 annual Reagan National Defense Forums, widely regarded as the preeminent international defense gathering in the world, we have welcomed the sitting Secretary of Defense. And this year, we're honored to welcome Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. It is clear that peace through strength has been a guiding principle for Secretary Hegseth, the department he leads, and the Trump administration as a whole. Now, this is the first time that the Secretary has been here as the leader of the Pentagon, but it is not his first time at the Defense Forum. And in fact, as I thought about his keynote address this year, I remembered something he said back in 2018. Quote, "We cannot forget that our military is ultimately what undergirds our strength and our ability to project it." That sounds to me like restoring deterrence with peace through strength. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for joining us today and for joining your predecessors in the finest tradition of the Defense Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the 2025 Reagan National Defense Forum keynote address, followed by a conversation with Lucas Tomlinson of Fox News, please welcome the United States Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon. You know, folks in Washington like to invoke President Reagan's name often when they criticize President Trump. They say, or at least insinuate, that Donald Trump is nothing like Ronald Reagan. They say the current president's approach is nothing like the vision championed by Ronald Reagan at the height of the Cold War, as we grappled with the Soviets and ultimately prevailed. But those folks are wrong. They're dead wrong. Most who invoke Ronald Reagan's name today, especially self-styled Republican hawks, are not much like Ronald Reagan. The policies they've championed are nothing like his. In fact, for the better part of 30 years, they've been quite the opposite. If you look at actual policies, Donald Trump is the true and rightful heir of Ronald Reagan. It's President Trump who has inherited and restored President Reagan's powerful but focused and realistic approach to national defense. It's therefore only fitting that we gather at the Reagan Presidential Library today to talk about President Trump's America First, Peace Through Strength, Common Sense agenda and what it means at the Department of War. One need only look at the results to understand why President Trump is that rightful heir. So let's look at what Reagan and his administration actually did. Reagan rebuilt the military after Vietnam, and that is rightfully considered one of his greatest achievements. President Trump has done and is doing the same, making historic investments in defense. But President Reagan also believed sincerely in the peace part of peace through strength, as his actions showed. It was not a popular thing to do at the time, at the height of the Cold War, to talk to communists. Yet President Reagan did. During his high-profile meetings with Mikhail Gorbachev and others, Ronald Reagan saw the prudence and potential in engaging with our nation's adversaries from a position of strength, so he did, even in the face of fierce criticism at home, including from his own party. Now, President Reagan wasn't naive. He recognized that fruitful engagements with our adversaries were only possible from a position of strength, especially military strength, which is why he focused so much on building up the American military. We still talk about the Reagan buildup, and my kids and yours will someday talk about the Trump buildup. President Reagan and his team inherited a military worn down from their generation's endless war in Vietnam, and they took the lessons of that war to heart. This is why he was so deliberate in how he used the joint force. Indeed, the most famous military doctrine of the Reagan administration, named for his Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, was specifically designed to correct for the failures that led to Vietnam. Among other key principles, the Weinberger doctrine stipulated: 1, the United States should not commit forces to combat unless the vital national interests of the United States or its allies are involved. 2, U.S. troops should only be committed wholeheartedly and with a clear intention of winning. Otherwise, troops should not be committed. 3rd, U.S. combat troops should be committed only with clearly defined political and military objectives and with the capacity to accomplish those objectives. And 4th, the commitment of U.S. troops should be considered only as a last resort. This is sound stuff, and it was reflected in how President Reagan actually used the American military, namely in a focused, decisive manner, and only when he determined that it was in our nation's vital interest to do so. In fact, throughout his time in office, President Reagan only committed U.S. ground forces twice, in Grenada and in Lebanon. Otherwise, he focused the joint force on the Cold War-era threat and priority theater, Soviets in Europe. That's how President Reagan achieved peace through strength, always with a clear eye toward lasting peace. Suffice it to say, Ronald Reagan's disciplined, focused, and realistic approach was a far cry from the grandiose, nation-building, moralistic, and rudderless wars that many of his self-described acolytes led us into in the decades after Reagan left office. Wars my generation fought in. Indeed, it's only under President Trump's leadership during his first term and now that we've been able to restore America's greatness after years of suffering under the so-called bipartisan consensus, which is really just a euphemism for disastrous foreign policy. Out with utopian idealism, in with hard-nosed realism. To be specific, Ronald Reagan taught us the value of focused, powerful leadership, but his so-called disciples didn't heed that lesson. Since the end of the Cold War, a generation of self-proclaimed neo-Reaganites have touted Reagan's name, but didn't govern like him. All the bluster, none of the clarity. That's especially true in the military realm. This generation of self-proclaimed neo-Reaganites abandoned Reagan's actual wise policies in favor of unchecked neoconservatism and economic globalism. In economics, they dismantled our industrial base, shipping it overseas. At the same time, in diplomacy and defense, they swore off the clear-eyed, flexible realism of Reagan, Nixon, and Eisenhower. Instead, they set about trying to make America the policeman, the protector, the arbiter of the whole world. Democracy for all, they say, even in the Pesh River Valley. Even when people don't want it, can't do it. They turned American allies into dependents, all but encouraging these nations across Europe and around the world to free ride while we subsidize their defense with U.S. taxpayer dollars. These self-described neo-Reaganites sought global military hegemony under the auspices of peace through strength. Instead, we got rudderless wars in the Middle East, land war in Europe, and the economic rise of China. After presiding over such a poor performance, it's remarkable that these people still think they're qualified to speak in public, let alone moralize to the rest of us. Some of them have even been awarded for it on this very stage. But President Trump knows better. He knows what it means to restore peace through strength on an enduring basis, to put our nation's interests first and the American people first in a way that is practical, applicable, and common sense, that leaves, importantly, America better, but also leaves our allies better off. It's the vision that he ran on and led on in his first term, and he's building on it now in his second. It's a vision, not the quasi-imperialist delusions that led us to so many disasters in the recent decades, that will actually bring us back to the true legacy of Ronald Reagan. Out with utopian idealism, in with hard-nosed realism. Just look at the facts. Like President Reagan, President Trump is dedicated to both sides of the peace through strength coin, not just using that phrase as a thin veil for warmongering. In less than a year, President Trump has secured 8 major peace deals, including a historic end to the war in Gaza, and he's not finished yet. Even as we speak, under the president's leadership, we are working tirelessly to end the tragic war in Ukraine, a war that never would have started in the first place if he had been president. The world sees an entirely different America today. These historic opportunities for peace are not happening by chance. It's President Trump's vision and determination. Like President Reagan, President Trump is willing to talk to rivals, from Mikhail Gorbachev to Deng Xiaoping in the 1980s to Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping today. This is born of strength, not weakness. It is born of clarity of purpose. Folks in Washington like to criticize President Trump for doing so, but those critics forget that this is exactly what Ronald Reagan did, and America was better off for it. Like President Reagan, President Trump also knows how important it is to negotiate from a position of strength, especially military strength. And at the newly renamed Department of War, thanks to President Trump's leadership and to Congress, We received a historic boost in funding last year and believe that is only just the beginning. Make no mistake about it, President Trump is hell-bent on maintaining and accelerating the most powerful military the world has ever seen. The most powerful, the most lethal, and American-made. The arsenal of freedom. We're also restoring the warrior ethos back to basics: readiness, accountability, standards, discipline, lethality. I'm not sure if you saw, but I recently gave a speech on that topic to a few generals in Quantico. The War Department is the sword and the shield of peace through strength. We are the Strength Department, and we stand ready to wield that sword as President Trump directs. The opposite of peace through strength is war through weakness. Wokeness, weakness, and war. All specialties of Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin. The debacle in Afghanistan, a stain on our country and a sin committed against the troops. The weakness that unleashed Islamist war against Israel on October 7th. And that same weakness invited war in Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin saw the open door and he took it. Spy balloons flying over our country and SecDefs going AWOL for a week. Wokeness, weakness, war. You know, I was recently tempted when the discussion went out about hitting drug boats to use the phrase righteous strike. But then my team counseled me against it and said, sir, that's the phrase that was used by Mark Milley when a family of Afghans was struck as a response to what happened at Abbey Gate. They called it for 2 straight days a righteous strike, when they would have known within hours exactly what they struck. Weakness, wokeness, war. It's a new day. With Operation Midnight Hammer, the world saw, after decades of hemming and hawing, the decisive effect of American military strength in obliterating the Iranian nuclear program. President Trump said they can't have a nuclear bomb, and he meant it. Others have said it. President Trump did it. This operation was a textbook example of the Weinberger Doctrine in action. Decisive, focused, applied in a focused, clear-eyed way that advanced our nation's interests while avoiding another protracted war. Same goes for our limited but lethal actions against the Houthis in Yemen. Joe Biden tolerated the targeting of U.S. shipping. President Trump restored freedom of navigation. Another foundational and core national interest. Somewhere, Thomas Jefferson is smiling. And right now, the world is seeing the strength of American resolve in stemming the flow of lethal drugs to our country. Here, again, we've been focused, and here we've been clear. If you're working for a designated terrorist organization and you bring drugs to this country in a boat, we will find you and we will sink you. Let there be no doubt about it. President Trump can and will take decisive military action as he sees fit to defend our nation's interests. Let no country on earth doubt that for a moment. Like President Reagan, President Trump knows how to do so in a way that is tied to a clear purpose with a decisive and credible theory of military victory. Just as the lessons of Vietnam informed Ronald Reagan and his Weinberger Doctrine, so too the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan guide President Trump and his secretary today. For years, a bipartisan consensus of neoconservatives and liberal internationalists led us from one disaster to another. They sent our nation's sons and daughters to war after rudderless war, even as they allowed our allies to grow weaker and our potential rivals stronger. From the very beginning, nearly a decade ago, President Trump called this out for what it is: stupid. An America last foreign policy. And they fought him for it. They tried to jail him for it. And they failed. Well, their time is over. Their America Last bipartisan consensus is done. It is finished. Under President Trump's leadership, after decades of disastrous decisions by this nation's self-appointed so-called foreign policy elite were once again putting American interests first. We're prioritizing our nation's security, freedom, and prosperity, our citizens. As laid out by President Trump, we're doing it in a way that leaves not only our nation better off, but also the world. Out with utopian realism out with utopian idealism, in with hard-nosed realism. The president's approach is one of that flexible but practical realism, common sense, if you will, that looks at the world with a clear-eyed perspective, essential for serving America's real interests. The approach is informed by strategic rationality and cost-benefit assessments. We will define our vital interests in ways that are reasonable and that make sense to ordinary Americans. This is the approach and mindset that shapes the department's focus. As a result, the War Department will not be distracted by democracy-building interventionism, undefined wars, regime change, climate change, woke moralizing, and feckless nation-building. We will instead put our nation's practical, concrete interests first. We will deter war. We will advance our interests. We will defend our people. Peace is our goal. And in service of that objective, we will always be ready to fight and win decisively if called upon. As part of this mission, we are asking American taxpayers to fund the world's greatest military. We're asking mothers and fathers across America to trust us with their most precious resource, their sons and daughters. And we will honor their trust and their sacrifice. The historic recruiting and retention numbers of President Trump's first year show who the American people trust. This means we will not send America's best to advance foolhardy or reckless adventures halfway around the world. It also means not asking them to pick up the tab for allies who should fund their own defense. Instead, and above all, it means that we only ask our warriors to fight for things that make America and Americans safe, free, and prosperous. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nothing more and nothing less. Again, this is common sense, and that's what President Trump's War Department is all about. This common sense approach means prioritizing 4 key lines of effort at the Department of War. First, defending the U.S. homeland and our hemisphere. Second, deterring China through strength, not confrontation. Third, increased burden sharing for U.S. allies and partners. And fourth, supercharging the U.S. defense industrial base. As we apply President Trump's approach to flexible realism, the first 2 lines of effort are the primary operational focus of the Joint Force, for the simple reason that these missions matter the most for safety, freedom, and prosperity of Americans. At the same time, however, other threats persist around the world, including in Europe and the Middle East. We cannot ignore them, nor should we. That's why our approach also prioritizes burden sharing and burden shifting. Indeed, for the first time since Reagan's era, allied and partner burden sharing is no longer an afterthought or a nice to have. Today is a core element of our national defense. And finally, the 4th line of effort, maybe the most important, supercharging America's defense industrial base, underwrites everything else. Last month, I gave another speech in Washington, this time to defense industry leaders, to announce a department-wide, not reform, a transformation of requirements, acquisitions, and foreign military sales. Our objective is simple, if monumental. Transform the entire acquisition system to rapidly accelerate the fielding of capabilities and focus on results. The bottom line is a historic, generational, and transformational changes that we will implement and will move us from the current prime contractor-dominated system, defined by limited competition, vendor lock, cost-plus contracts, stress budgets, and frustrating protests, to a future powered by dynamic vendor space that accelerates production by combining investment at a commercial pace with the uniquely American ability to scale and scale quickly, all at the speed of urgency. That speech stands on its own. So I'll spend the balance of my time here talking about the other three lines of effort, the first of which are defending the U.S. homeland and hemisphere. The Biden administration was more concerned about Ukraine's borders than our own. They tried to make it controversial to say that border security is national security, but that is, of course, absurd. Border security is national security, and we are prioritizing it accordingly. Since January 20th, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War has made it a top priority to defend our nation's borders, to get 100% operational control of that border. We did so by surging forces, where our troops partner with DHS and CBP to seal the border. Under Joe Biden, tens of millions of illegals, and we have no idea where the hell they came from or where the hell they are, flowed across our border, not to mention lethal narcotics responsible for the death of hundreds of thousands of Americans. Today, the number of illegals crossing into our country is 0. We are saving lives and communities, and we are keeping it that way. We're also proud to support our law enforcement partners as they conduct mass deportations of dangerous illegals who have no business being in our country. We'll secure the border in part by organizing, training, and equipping units specifically for border defense missions, including operations in the land, maritime, and air domains, alongside our interagency partners. We're also leaning on our Mexican counterparts to do more. They have made progress and will need to see more, and quickly. And so far in this administration, nobody has built more new border wall than the Department of War. But our borders shouldn't be the first line of defense for the American homeland. They should be the last line of defense. And that's why we're prioritizing our fight against cartels throughout the Western Hemisphere. You can just look at the news. Not all of the news. The days in which these narco-terrorists, designated terror organizations, operate freely in our hemisphere are over. These narco-terrorists are the Al-Qaeda of our hemisphere, and we are hunting them with the same sophistication and precision that we hunted Al-Qaeda. We are tracking them, we are killing them, and we will keep killing them so long as they are poisoning our people with narcotics so lethal that they're tantamount to chemical weapons. And we're not doing this on our own. Throughout our hemisphere, our allies and partners recognize that these narco-terrorists threaten them as well. So we're working together, sometimes overtly, sometimes not, and we'll keep doing so for the sake of a safer, secure, and more stable hemisphere for all of us. But make no mistake, where a country cannot or will not do its part, then we at the Department of War will always be ready to take decisive action. In this hemisphere, in our hemisphere, there is no safe haven for narco-terrorists. Securing the border does not mean we're losing sight of other critical homeland defense missions. On the contrary, we're doubling down. One of the first executive orders signed by President Trump was for the creation of Golden Dome for America, a revolutionary approach to defend our nation from advanced aerial threats. And we're accelerating efforts on that right now. And Golden Dome will produce tangible protection for this country inside the time frame of this administration and beyond. President Reagan promised SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative. President Trump's doing the same thing. Now the tech has caught up, and we can actually build a Golden Dome for America, a game changer. At the same time, we're also rapidly strengthening our nation's ability to deter and defend against cyber attacks on Department of War and dual-use targets, including through the most comprehensive overhaul of U.S. Cyber Command since it was started 15 years ago. Nor have we lost sight of the threat of global jihadism. As with narco-terrorists, working alongside our partners in the IC and other agencies, as well as partners abroad, we will continue to hunt and kill Islamist terrorists with the intent and ability to strike our homeland. All of this, of course, rests upon the power of our nation's nuclear deterrent, which is the foundation of our nation's defense. Nothing else matters if we don't get this right, and so we will. As President Trump has said, we will modernize our nation's nuclear triad. We will develop additional options to support deterrence and escalation management, and we will never allow this nation to be left vulnerable to nuclear blackmail even in a world where we face two other major nuclear-armed powers. And we will test nuclear weapons and nuclear delivery systems on an equal basis as others. Finally, the department's activities throughout the Western Hemisphere aren't just about killing narco-terrorists, they're also about deterring and defending our nation's instance against other threats in the hemisphere. To that end, the department will always provide the president with credible options when needed. That includes guaranteeing U.S. military and commercial access to key terrain, like the Panama Canal, the Caribbean, the Gulf of America, the Arctic, and Greenland. In all instances, we stand ready to work in good faith with our neighbors, but they must do their part to defend shared interests. Where they do not, the War Department stands ready to take focused and decisive action that advances U.S. interests. This is the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, recently codified so clearly in the National Security Strategy. After years of neglect, the United States will restore U.S. military dominance in the Western Hemisphere. We will use it to protect our homeland and access to key terrain throughout the region. We will also deny adversaries' ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities in our hemisphere. Past administrations perpetuated the belief that the Monroe Doctrine had expired. They were wrong. The Monroe Doctrine is in effect, and it is stronger than ever under the Trump corollary, a common sense restoration of our power and prerogatives in this hemisphere, consistent with U.S. interests. The second line of effort for the War Department is deterrence against China, through strength, not through confrontation. Under President Trump's leadership, relations between the United States and China are better and stronger than they've been in many years. President Trump and this administration seek a stable peace, fair trade, and respectful relations with China. In November, President Trump and President Xi reached a major breakthrough in trade, putting both nations on a strong economic pathway. Reciprocal state visits in 2026 provide the opportunity for even more progress. The War Department is committed to the same approach, opening a wider range of military-to-military communications with the People's Liberation Army, aimed at deconfliction and de-escalation. We laid the groundwork for this with our counterparts months ago at ASEAN in Malaysia, and will continue that work. This line of effort is based on flexible realism, not naivete, an approach aimed not at domination, but rather at a balance of power. A balance of power that will enable all of us, all countries, to enjoy a decent peace in an Indo-Pacific where trade flows openly and fairly, where we can all prosper and all interests are respected. That's the world that we seek in the Indo-Pacific, and that is what our approach is designed to produce. We will be strong, but not unnecessarily confrontational. To quote another great Republican president, we will speak softly and carry a big stick. As I said at Shangri-La earlier this year, we're not trying to strangle China's growth. We're not trying to dominate or humiliate them, nor are we trying to change the status quo over Taiwan. Our interests in the Indo-Pacific are significant, but also scoped and reasonable. This includes the ability for us, along with allies, to be postured strongly enough in the Indo-Pacific to balance China's growing power. This means ensuring none of our allies are vulnerable to sustained, successful military aggression. This is what we mean by deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. Not dominating China, but rather ensuring they do not have the ability to dominate us or our allies. It's common sense. In this vein, our role at the Department of War is essential. It's our job to make sure Beijing sees unquestionable U.S. military strength that, if necessary, can back up our national interests. Even as we make clear our peaceful intentions, we insist that, as a Pacific nation ourselves, China respect our long-standing interests in the Indo-Pacific. And not just insist, but maintain the manifest strength to underwrite it. This involves respecting the historic military buildup they are undertaking. Our department maintains a clear-eyed appreciation of how rapid, formidable, and holistic the military buildup has been. We take these capabilities seriously. It would be silly and frankly disrespectful not to. This approach requires focus, prioritization, and clarity of purpose. That's why we will ensure our military can, if God forbid necessary, project sustained capabilities along the First Island chain and throughout the Indo-Pacific. That means being so strong that aggression is not even considered, and that peace is preferred and preserved. This is deterrence by denial. It is our job to ensure that President Trump is always able to negotiate from a position of strength in order to sustain peace in the Indo-Pacific. This is not a pivot for tomorrow. It is a reality for today. And finally, our third line of effort is increasing burden sharing with U.S. allies around the world. Here again, many self-ascribed neo-Reaganites seem to have lost the plot. According to them, only the United States has the ability to provide for defense and deterrence in Europe, the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific. According to them, if the United States doesn't do it, nobody will. In fact, according to some, America is actually better off subsidizing these allies' defenses, even if they're perfectly capable of doing more for themselves and our collective defense. That is, of course, patently ridiculous, not to mention insulting to our allies. It's actually vitally important for America's allies and partners to step up and do their part for our collective defense. This isn't just a matter of doing right by Americans who are rightfully frustrated by years of allied free-riding. This is pragmatic. As we rightly prioritize our homeland hemisphere in the Indo-Pacific, threats persist in other regions, and our allies need to step up. And step up for real. Our allies in Europe face Russia. Iran has been set back by the president and Israel's actions, but remains a threat in the Middle East. And of course, North Korea looms on the Korean Peninsula. We must also prepare for the possibility of simultaneous threats in different regions. That doesn't mean we think such simultaneous action is likely or even necessarily inevitable, but it's something the Department of War must be prepared for. And the best way to prepare for this is not by pretending we can do everything or be everywhere, effectively handing a permission slip for our allies' laggardly defense efforts. This neo-Reaganite attitude led us to fritter away our soldiers' lives, our national resources, and our citizens' support in rudderless wars. Our approach is fundamentally different and in keeping with the noble tradition of President Reagan as well as Nixon and Eisenhower. We will actually, for real, get our allies and partners to step up and do their part. We will no longer tolerate free riding. President Trump has shown the way with his historic leadership that yielded the commitments at NATO's Hague Summit. There, NATO committed to spend 5% of GDP on defense, 3.5% on core military, and 1.5% on security-related investments, and pledged to take primary responsibility for Europe's conventional defense. Things most folks sitting here just 5 years ago would have thought completely impossible. We're now using this template to press our allies around the world to meet this new global standard the president has set. And it's working. First, there was Europe and Canada. And just last month, South Korea committed to spend 3.5% of GDP on core military spending and assume the leading role in the ROC's conventional defense. We are optimistic that other Indo-Pacific allies will follow suit. In a few years, thanks to President Trump's visionary leadership, we will have our allies, which include some of the wealthiest and most productive countries in the world, once again fielding combat-credible militaries and boasting revived defense industrial industries. This will form a powerful, shared defensive shield with well-armed allies around the world ready to defend themselves, their interests, and our collective interests. Real partnerships and alliances based on hard power, not just flags and fancy conferences based on theories and hot rhetoric. Our allies are not children. They're nations capable of doing far more for themselves than they have. And it's time they stand up, and they are. In fact, many of them are nations who have proud and powerful martial traditions of their own, and we should treat them that way. We can and should and must expect them to do their part exactly as President Trump has. Model allies that step up, like Israel, South Korea, Poland, increasingly Germany, the Baltics, and others, will receive our special favor. Allies that do not, allies that still fail to do their part for collective defense, will face consequences. President Trump, makes sense to me, likes helping countries that help themselves. And we feel the same way. That's the nature of partnerships rather than dependencies. It's what we owe our friends, and most importantly, what we owe the American people. This is a period of great consequence for our great republic. Our forefathers fought and won the Cold War, ushering in a unipolar moment during which America stood alone. It was a time of tremendous opportunity, well earned after a century marked by 2 world wars and a Cold War, always under a nuclear shadow. Well, as you know, that unipolar moment is over, and we have an opportunity to define what comes next. Under President Trump's leadership, that's exactly what we're doing. The Department of War, at the president's direction, is laser focused on advancing America first, peace through strength, common sense efforts. We're reviving the warrior ethos, we are rebuilding our great military, and every day our warriors are reestablishing the deterrence that Joe Biden so foolishly gave away. We owe safety, freedom, and prosperity to the American people, and we will deliver. We will achieve peace through strength, which is what the American people voted for and what President Trump demands. And in doing this, we appeal to Almighty God, just as our forefathers did. George Washington, the founder of the War Department, appealed to God's providence during every step of our improbable revolution. On prayer, on bended knee, on the battlefield. Ronald Reagan did the same, appealing to heaven as the world hung in the balance. We do the same today, with Jesus Christ as our guide. May He grant us the wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. May God bless our warriors, and may God bless our great republic. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Lucas Tomlinson of Fox News.
Well, thank you for your remarks, Mr. Secretary, and for joining us here at the Reagan National Defense Forum. We are reminded, not only in your remarks, but all morning, about the Reagan Doctrine. That's peace through strength. Let's remind everybody here what fueled that strength, and that was defense spending that was roughly two times more than what the U.S. is spending today. My question to you, Mr. Secretary, should the U.S. be spending more? There are many people in this audience responsible for building, operating, and funding combat systems.
Well, the president has said and continues to say he's committed to rebuilding the military, and that requires spending and substantial spending. People have asked me what keeps me up, and other than the operational aspects of the job, the men and women out there doing the work for us, which of course is top of mind always, it's actually been the budget. It's actually been resources. It's actually been ensuring that our team does all the spade work necessary with the services to make sure we're properly representing what we need to deter and fight and win our nation's wars. That's just this week, and I was with some of you, was there in the Oval having these very discussions about FY26 and FY27. And All I can say today is the president is committed to ensuring that our services, our great companies, our industries have what is needed to what we say and we call rebuilding the arsenal of freedom. We need a revived defense industrial base. We need those capabilities. We need them yesterday. And so resource-wise, I think this room will be encouraged by what we'll see soon, but I don't want to get too ahead of it.
Because at the high mark of President Reagan, we were spending 6% of our GDP on defense. At the low mark of Jimmy Carter's presidency, we were spending 4.5% of GDP, and today it's about 3%. Do you think that number will go up?
I think that number is going up. I don't want to get in front of the president and his desire to properly shape what the budget should look like. But just reading the tea leaves, just watching it, he understands the threat better than anybody I've ever seen articulate and understand the threat, and that includes investment. He just needs to make sure, by the way, if you haven't met our Deputy Secretary, Steve Feinberg, he's the absolute best in the business. He understands how to drive budgets, how to drive change, and he and I, along with the chairman, Dan Kane in the front here, are absolutely shoulder to shoulder in the belief of representing the president exactly what we need to make sure we're at the proper level, and I believe it'll be going up.
Can you take us back to the September 2nd strike off the coast of Venezuela, the very first one when combat operations began in the Caribbean, and walk us through the timeline and your role in it from mission planning, the operation, and the follow-on strikes?
Absolutely. So it took us a couple of weeks, almost a month, to develop, and I can't get into sources and methods and all of those things for obvious reasons, but you have to develop the intel picture and get an understanding of what you're looking at. And a lot of our assets, as I talked about in the speech, had been pointing 10,000 miles around at the other side of the world for a very long time. So once we got to the point where a strike was imminent, I had taken the decision responsibility up to my level. Not many military decisions should be made by the Secretary of War. I believe in deferring those decisions to local commanders as much as possible, but because of the strategic implications of the first few strikes, I wanted to hold that decision at my level. And the briefing that I received before that strike was extensive, exhaustive, I would say, as each one is since. On the military side, on the civilian side, lawyers, intel analysts, red teaming, every aspect. What do we know? What do we know about their affiliation? A lot of things I can't share in this room to give us the kind of confidence that we know where this is coming from, who's driving it, who's on it, what their intentions are, where it's all the details you need to strike a designated terrorist organization, which is an important thing to remember at the top of all this. The president has designated these as terror organizations, poisoning and threatening the American people, making them a target just like Al-Qaeda. So in that room, in that moment, I can't even remember exactly how long it would have been, 20, 30 minutes of a preview of exactly what's going on, and my job was to say execute or don't execute. So I was satisfied with the strike criteria, yes. Saw the strike itself, which all of you have seen. There was probably 30 or 40 minutes, is what I've been told, of dust, and it was on fire for a long time after that. I stayed for probably five minutes or so after, but ultimately at that point it was a tactical operation, and so I moved on to other things. I shouldn't be fighting tactics as the Secretary of War, so I moved on to other things. Later on, a couple hours later, I was told, hey, there had to be a reattack because there were a couple folks that could still be in the fight, access to radios, there was a link-up point of another potential boat, drugs were still there, they were actively interacting with them, had to take that read. I said, Roger, sounds good. From what I understood then and what I understand now, I fully support that strike. I would have made the same call myself. Those that were involved in 20 years of conflict in Iraq and Afghanistan or elsewhere know that reattacks and restrikes of combatants on the battlefield happen often. In this particular case, it was well within the authorities of Admiral Bradley, who's an incredible American, an American hero. And the 22 or 23 strikes since have followed the similar protocol of ensuring we meet the criteria. The decision's not at my level anymore. And then we take the strike.
Now, after Admiral Bradley's meetings on Capitol Hill with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, President Trump said he would have no problem if the full video of the strike is released. When can we see that video? When will you release it?
We're reviewing it right now to make sure sources, methods, I mean, it's an ongoing operation, TTPs. We've got operators out there doing this right now, so whatever we were to decide to release, we'd have to be very responsible about. So we're reviewing that right now.
Did you at any time say that everybody on board should be killed?
Is anybody here from the Washington Post? I don't know where you get your sources, but they suck. Of course not. Anybody that's been in the Situation Room or they've been in the war room there, the Secretary's office, no, you don't walk in and say, kill him. It's just patently ridiculous. It's meant to create a cartoon of me and the decisions that we make and how we make them. It's ridiculous. The chairman and Admiral Bradley and everybody shot it down immediately because anybody that knows that's not how things go. There's a very defined process, specific criteria, go, no go, yes, no, lawyers, intel analysts, everything. And then after that, you simply say cleared hot or not.
And
so
did you have a plan to deal with survivors?
There was protocol for dealing with survivors, but in that, and frankly, there was 10 strikes later, there was a semi-submersible that I think folks here, meaning a submarine. You don't go fishing on a submarine full of drugs. And in that particular case, the first strike didn't take it out. And a couple guys jumped off and swam, from what I understand, a ways away. When we struck the submarine a second time, it sunk. And then you had 2 people that you had to go get. And we had the ability to go get them. We gave them back to their host countries. That's a story that's already been out in the public. So we didn't change our protocol. It was just a different circumstance. So what people think is cavalier or cowboy about it is the exact opposite. These are the most professional Americans going through specific processes about what they can and cannot do, understanding all the authorities, all the laws of war, all the capabilities, and applying it to deter our adversaries. And by the way, there aren't many people getting in boats right now running drugs, which is the whole point. We want to stop the poisoning of the American people. The catch and release program of the pat them on the head and release them so they can go back to the fight didn't work in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's not going to work in the Caribbean. So we're putting them at the bottom of the Caribbean, which forces them to change the way they operate and hopefully makes the American people safer in the process. Not hopefully, it will make the American people safer in the process.
So, Mr. Secretary, you will be releasing that full video?
We are reviewing it right now.
Is that a yes or no?
That is, the most important thing to me are the ongoing operations in the Caribbean with our folks that use bespoke capabilities, techniques, procedures in the process. I'm way more interested in protecting that than anything else. So we're reviewing the process and we'll see.
Let's move over to China, who now has the world's largest navy. For every 8 warships they're building each year, the United States is only building 1.8. They're building and modernizing their nuclear forces, building a nuclear triad. They're helping Russia build artillery, 300,000 rounds a month. The U.S. can only muster 40,000 rounds manufacture a month. How concerned are you about these numbers? Chinese shipbuilding is 230% greater than the United States' capability. How worried are you about that?
Well, we're obviously well aware of their historic military buildup. It's right in front of us, which the most important thing we can do is look inward and increase our urgency of ensuring we rebuild our defense industrial base in the Arsenal of Freedom. I mean, that's why we're crisscrossing the country. That's why we did an entire acquisitions, requirements, and foreign military sales overhaul. Not a reform, not a tinkering. Ask the folks that understand it, our folks that are doing it. This is a complete game change in how we deliver systems to the battlefield. We have to. We don't have time. Ultimately, we need to be able to field the best as quickly as possible. So we see it, we're aware, but we're also prudent in how we approach it, which is the way the president has approached it, and we'll do the same.
Speaking of time, we're running short, but I know the IG report cleared you with signal. If you had to do it again, would you have used it before combat operations?
I don't live with any regrets. It's not a healthy way to live. And I know exactly where my compass is on these troops, which is why you've seen, and same with the president, the revival of the spirit inside our military. I would encourage some reporters here to spend some time with actual formations of units, Marines, soldiers out there, combat arms folks. The revival of the spirit, the desire to join and to re-enlist is at historic levels because they believe in the core of what the president's trying to do. They know he has their back. They know I have their back. Silly news stories peddled for months and months and months and months and months because you got to fill. I know something about filling cable news segments. You got to do it. Is not something I worry about or they worry about.
But when you were a young platoon leader in Iraq, would you have wanted any of your soldiers communicating your mission before leaving the wire?
I mean, Lucas, I had to use an AT&T payphone to call home for $1.99 a minute, and some contractor was ripping us off. So I would have liked anyway to actually communicate back home.
AI, a quick question on AI. Would you rather to see your soldiers, Marines on the front lines armed with more AI capability or have them replaced with autonomous systems?
I think it's going to be both. I mean, you watch the modern battlefield, it has to be both. The couple companies we visited yesterday and others I've seen, I mean, what AI is doing to 10, 100, 1,000x the speed of sensing, and everything we do on the modern battlefield is critical. But autonomy is, we see it in Ukraine, we see it elsewhere, we're learning from that, the Army's learning from that, is a huge part of the way of the future. So it's definitely going to be both.
Well, this number is flashing 0. One last question, a small one. Who's going to win next week?
Knows how to get another one in.
Army or Navy? Who are you going to be rooting for?
You know,
there we go. Heard that.
He's a Naval Academy grad. I know that. I'm not supposed to answer that question. If I was a good politician, I wouldn't answer that question. But I will say that the Marine Corps, of all the services, is the service that never wavered. When there was a lot of political prerogatives, a lot of nonsense in the space, the Marine Corps stood strong. So for this one, maybe not next one, for this one, I'm with Navy. How about that?
That's great. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. That's good. Oh, I got to go that way.
Okay.
Appreciate you, brother.
See you later. Good luck.
Thank you. You good?
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Oren Lieberman of CNN and our distinguished panelists.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll be talking about the Middle East, Operation Midnight Hammer, and we don't have a lot of time to figure out a region that has historically been somewhat complex, and that has not changed. As a reminder, you can submit questions. I will try to get to these, but I can't make any promises at this moment. So let's get right into it. We're 6 months on from Operation Midnight Hammer, and I'll bounce around just a bit here. And one of the key questions is, where does Iran's nuclear program stand now, 6 months later, with their attempts to rebuild it? So, Senator Tim Kaine, I'll come to you first here. What is the state of Iran's nuclear program right now as they try to rebuild? And to what extent does it still pose a threat to the region and to U.S. national security?
So it still poses a threat because knowledge can't be destroyed, but obviously the Midnight Hammer exercise, which was so successful militarily, set them way back. Remember, the day before Midnight Hammer, Israel said that their 11-day campaign had already set the nuclear program back 2 years. It had been maybe months away from breakout if they chose to. It was set back 2 years, and now the Midnight Hammer campaign set it back even further. The one thing I will say is someone will write a study in about 10 years which set Iran back farther, the JCPOA or Midnight Hammer. I'm probably in quite a tiny minority on this panel thinking that the JCPOA, though not perfect, was much better than the status quo ante.
Really small minority.
And diplomatically
You're surrounded.
set them back because, well, okay, then I'm going to filibuster because of limitations on centrifuges, limitations on enrichment, comprehensive inspections, and parties around the table to insist upon performance while leaving all the sanctions that we still could use against Iran for regional bellicosity, ballistic missile programs, human rights violations. But we'll see, and somebody can write this down the road, which set it back further, the Midnight Hammer exercise, which was performed perfectly, or a diplomatic deal.
And now I understand the seating arrangement here we have. Senator Joni Ernst, Israel clearly wanted to go further in its strikes on Iran, and President Trump actually forced Israel to turn around fighter jets in midair. Do you believe Israel should have had the green light to go further? And if they could have, do you believe they should have gone after the Ayatollah?
Well, most certainly not my call, thank God. But Israel has been an incredible partner to us, and I've spent a lot of time in the Middle East working with our partners in Israel and many of the Abraham Accords caucus countries. And while they didn't maybe have the full capability to do it, they needed to lean on the United States as a strong and allied partner. And I think that was key. And that's what I want people to take away, is that in this particular operation, in the months that have followed and in the months preceding it, relationships matter. Relationships matter, and we've got strong relationships through that region. And because of that, we were able to execute Operation Midnight Hammer by working on the airspace, making sure that those other countries in the region allowed us to pass through and to do what we needed to do. We certainly have worked on integrated air and missile defense systems throughout the region. We share intelligence, and that doesn't just happen overnight. So between the Israelis, between the United States, and many of our partner countries, this mission was executed beautifully because of those partnerships. So regardless of who did what when, it happened the way it did because we have the relationships we do.
General McMaster, the Reagan National Defense Forum survey found that 60% of Americans supported Operation Midnight Hammer, a targeted strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. In your book, Dereliction of Duty, you were critical of a graduated approach to a military strategy and one based on political calculations instead of military needs. Under what circumstances would you support another U.S. strike on Iran's nuclear facilities?
Yeah, well, thanks. And thanks to you and the Reagan Foundation to be with two people for whom I have tremendous respect and to talk about this topic. Well, it really depends on what the objective is. You know, what we're talking about with a strike is really a raid that has a limited purpose, short duration, and planned withdrawal. And so the problem with graduated pressure as applied to Vietnam is that we had a much broader political objective, and we were operating under the assumption that this application of coercive power would affect the calculation of interests of North Vietnamese leadership as well as Vietnamese communist leadership, and they would desist from their assault on the South Vietnamese government. Well, that was a flawed assumption. In this case, the objective was to impede or block Iran's path to a nuclear weapon. As the 12-day campaign that Senator Kaine mentioned, I think it accomplished that objective. And I think the Iranians now, I mean, they've got to make a tough choice. Do I want to restart this really expensive campaign, knowing that you're penetrated from an intelligence perspective, and knowing that certainly the Israelis, if not the Israelis and the United States, will strike them again? So I think it was extraordinarily successful based on, again, a very limited objective. But now what you're seeing is I think the Trump administration apply a broader strategy to dry up the cash flow to the regime and to make sure that the regime no longer has the resources necessary to reconstitute its terrorist proxy and client organizations across the region, which is another big part of the context here, is the degree to which Israel and its effective campaigns have dismantled those next, decapitated and decimated Hamas, Hezbollah, the proxy army in Syria, had a significant effect on the Houthis along with us as well. And finally, then again, in the very successful strikes across that 12-day campaign, going after the nuclear program, the missile program, IRGC leadership, and I think they were extraordinarily successful and demonstrated really how weak Iran was.
I'm going to come to you again for a follow-up. You just mentioned Hezbollah, and let's go to Lebanon here for a second. According to the ceasefire agreement signed about a year ago, they have until the end of this month to disarm under both U.S. and Lebanese political pressure and Israeli military pressure. And yet Iran, which poured $1 billion into Hezbollah each year for 20 years, is trying to rebuild its proxy, one of the most powerful non-state actors in the world. Israel has clearly signaled they're ready to resume the war at full strength if Hezbollah doesn't disarm. Do you believe that's inevitable? And are there any circumstances under which you would urge the U.S. to get involved if it came to Hezbollah?
Well, I think what's really important is to dry up the resources that are available to Hezbollah. And I think there are some real possibilities associated with that, not only from the financial flow perspective, but also the illicit shipping of oil, for example, and other sources of financial support for Iran that would dry up the resources available. But also what they don't have anymore is they don't have that land bridge across Syria to the Mediterranean. And I think what we should be pursuing, and this might be difficult given the Israeli strikes into Syria the last few days, is can you imagine if there was some kind of a defense agreement or pact between Syria and Israel? I think that's a possibility. And I think the pressure that we're putting on the Lebanese to seize the moment and to disarm Hezbollah, that's where I think we should get involved, is supporting Aoun and supporting the efforts of Tom Barak, who I think is doing a very good job in the region, with whatever we can muster, not only from our perspective, but also from the influence that others can bring to bear, like the Emiratis and the Saudis. Together, we have a lot of leverage just by not writing checks, to either the Lebanese or to the Syrians, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'll interject as well. I was in Lebanon just a few months ago, and we met with the president. We met with the Chad, which was an interesting experience. The Chad, in his demonstration, we were killed by PowerPoint. It was Senator Mullen and I, Congressman Jimmy Panetta was there with us, as well as Jason Smith. And in that discussion, the Chad kept referring to the Israeli, their forces as the Israeli enemy forces, the IEF. And when you continually describe your neighbor and their forces as the Israeli enemy forces, then we're not really moving forward. So the discussion really devolved in such a manner that finally Senator Mullen and I said, time out. I think the discussion is over and we're going to exit. And we actually walked out of the meeting. You can't resolve if you don't have our own resolve to say, we're not going to take this. Y'all need to figure it out and come together. Hezbollah has to disarm. And Chad, you're in charge of that. We haven't seen it yet, but we as members of Congress have to be strong on this issue as well.
Senator Kaine, Israel has continued to carry out targeted strikes in Lebanon against Hezbollah. How do you, from where you sit, balance Israel's need/desire to destroy Hezbollah and the need to have political space for Lebanon to be able to sort of take agency here and participate in the disarmament of Hezbollah?
So my worry about Israeli security has always focused on Lebanon. I felt like they posed even more of a danger to Israel because of the mass of weaponry so close to the Israeli border. And so I think what's been done to dramatically weaken Hezbollah has been fantastic. And I give the Trump administration some credit. It wasn't widely reported, but just within the last week or 10 days, the administration brokered the first real meetings between the Israeli government and the Lebanese government for a very long time. Kind of to your point, Joni, and Joni and I serve on the Armed Services Committee together. There was such enmity between the governments. But now with this new opportunity and Hezbollah degraded, there is a real opportunity for Israel and Lebanon to begin to work closer together. So I appreciate the administration encouraging that dialogue. Dialogue guarantees nothing. The absence of dialogue usually guarantees something bad. So
especially in CENTCOM.
Yeah, so I'm happy to see this happening. I think the role of the U.S., I agree with what General McMaster said. And in addition, we have been a supporter of the Lebanese Armed Forces, which sadly has the acronym LAF, which is not a good acronym for an armed forces. But I do think they have been a partner in Lebanon, one of the few entities that's somewhat respected across the different confessional lines. And I think we need to continue to do that as Hezbollah is degraded.
And that next meeting is scheduled for December 19th. And we've looked at it as this is the U.S. trying to make sure there are meetings to prevent an escalation. But it is, from where we sit, the willpower of the Trump administration that is holding ceasefires together. Yep. But if that's what it takes.
That's great.
Senator Kaine, another question for you. You've been outspoken on the need for an AUMFF, the legal authorization and backing to carry out strikes. The Trump administration has faced questions around that regarding Operation Midnight Hammer, continued strikes against alleged drug boats, But the Biden administration faced those same questions for strikes in Yemen, strikes in Syria, and throughout. In today's political environment, how do you make sure that it's relevant, that the AUMF is needed, and that as the Oversight Committee, you have authority here to be able to say yes or no?
Yeah,
you ceded too much power there to the White House.
I'm a real purist to the point of sometimes being a crank, I guess, about we shouldn't be at war without a vote of Congress. I do think presidents have the ability to defend the United States against imminent attack, but the framers of the Constitution believe we should not be at war without a vote of Congress. And I've insisted upon that, whether it was President Obama, President Trump 1, President Biden, President Trump 2. Some of the Biden instances you mentioned, there was a war authorization against al-Qaeda and affiliates that covered a lot of the Biden-era attacks because those affiliates had some connections, even if attenuated, with al-Qaeda. I do believe, this is a CENTCOM hearing, but just to put something in a paragraph, that we're 90 plus days into a war in Southern Command where about 90 people have been killed in 24 raids, where the Southern Command legal advisor raised questions about its legality. The Southern Command commander has been encouraged to retire because of questions about the legality. The UK is not doing intel sharing with us in the regions because questions about legality. And we haven't even had a single public hearing of either the Armed Services Committee or Senate Foreign Relations Committee about these operations. I'm shocked by it. If we had that hearing, the secretary today at lunch said, we're going after the drug guys just like al-Qaeda. Yeah, but Congress had declared war on al-Qaeda. That's not the case with the narco-traffickers. So I do believe it gets the American public more knowledgeable of the stakes, and then follows our constitutional command that except in instances of imminent self-defense, Congress needs to engage. And it is my hope. I think we're going to have some hearings soon. I think one of the things we've been doing on armed services is let's get the NDAA done, and then we can turn our attention to today's challenge. And I think we're really close to that, and hopefully we'll then start to have the public hearings I think we should have.
Senator Ernst, I'd just be curious to hear your perspective. Same question.
Well, the AUMF, so we will leave the AUMF in place that does allow us to take action on al-Qaeda and ISIS in the Middle East and elsewhere where we need to. We have 2 zombie AUMFs that we took a voice vote on when it came to, so we are repealing those, what we call the zombie AUMFs. So those will be removed. They will no longer be in force. But I believe the boat strikes are constitutional. The president, of course, has his Article 2 authorities to go after what he deems as an imminent threat to the United States of America. I'm not a lawyer, but I do believe that he has that authority. Do I want proper oversight from the Armed Services Committee? Absolutely, I do. I think it is important that we are able to exercise oversight of any of the operations that are being undertaken, whether it's by our Joint Special Operations Command or whether it's by conventional forces. We should be able to review that and understand the intelligence behind it. So I do think it's important that we continue to get the information and have greater transparency. And the president did say that he would release that footage. So, we all await the time when we can review the footage from the boat strikes and understand what was going on at that time.
Senator Ernst, do you believe right now you're able to conduct proper oversight given the current environment? And if I may ask one more question, last year at this exact forum, Pete Hegseth had just been nominated, and a key question was how you would vote. Would you vote the same way today to confirm why or why not?
Well, I do think there needs to be greater transparency with members of Congress. We do have a SCIF in the basement of the Capitol, and I would love to have greater oversight ability. Now, when Admiral Bradley, who I think is a tremendous American hero, when he came to Capitol Hill, there were only select members of certain committees that were allowed to hear what he had to say. And so we need broader hearings on that. And I'm fine if it's in the SCIF. If we need to make sure that information is protected from the public, we should do that. We can meet in this skiff. But I do think we need to have greater oversight. As to your other question, I'm not going to answer it in front of all these good people, but there are some frustrations that exist out there. And certainly the United States is seen as a leader by many countries around the globe. And I think we need to continue to foster those relationships, understand that other countries do need to step up. They need to do more for their own national defense. But these are relationships that are very important, and we should remember that, because there will be times in the future when the United States needs these allies and partners, and we do not want to alienate them.
General McMaster, the Trump administration has, and I think rightly so, viewed the Middle East, viewed CENTCOM as a chance and a location for foreign policy accomplishments. We've seen that in multiple occasions, defense pacts with Qatar and Saudi Arabia, investment deals, the intended sale, I should say, of F-35s to Saudi Arabia. From your perspective, do you believe the administration is moving into these with the necessary consideration on the potential risks and rewards to U.S. national security? Are they moving into these too quickly, do you believe?
No, I think that the administration is doing a very good job in engaging in the Middle East. And of course, you know, President Trump always makes the point that, hey, we're not going to conciliate kind of the furies of the Middle East or solve people's problems. But I think what we've seen, especially after the 4 years of the Biden administration, is that if you disengage from the region under the belief that it just can't get worse in the Middle East, it actually can get worse in the Middle East, right? And
Middle East has proven that repeatedly.
And if you look at kind of the main sort of message in the recently released national security strategy is to prioritize U.S. interests. Well, what are our interests? First of all, hey, things that happen in the Middle East don't adhere to Las Vegas rules, right? They don't stay there, right? So this is, of course, the problem with jihadist terrorist organizations and the need to sustain that campaign. The threat from Iran, and Iran having potentially the most destructive weapons on earth and the long-range missile capabilities, and their ability to use proxies in the region in what was their effort, because they thought we were on our way out of the Middle East and that Israel was weak and the U.S.-Israel relationship was weak. October 7th happens because I think Ayatollah Khamenei said, hey, it's time to light the ring of fire around Israel. He had conducted scores of attacks, the Iranians through their proxies against us, to which we weren't really answering. And so I think it was that perception of weakness that made things worse. Iran was really ambitious. I mean, they wanted to drive us out of the region as the first step in isolating Israel and killing all the Jews. That's really what they wanted to do. Well, in that overconfidence, they overextended, and then Israel, the IDF, by doing everything we advised them not to do, actually, were quite successful, and revealed how weak Iran is. But then finally, for those who say, hey, we should play little kids soccer and all run to the Taiwan Strait, actually, the Middle East is really, a very important arena of competition for the fundamental reason that China doesn't want us to have the keys to its gas station. And so I think that what you're seeing with the administration's approach is a prioritization of U.S. interests, meaningful engagement. I think the potential for extending the Abraham Accords, increasing economic integration within the region. I mean, Syria, I'm a skeptic of Jelani, Ashara. I mean,
we'll come to Syria.
I'm looking at Tony Thomas right there. I bet he shares my skepticism. But I think we have leverage there that I think we can use to maybe get that security pact, to break that land bridge. Could Turkey begin to play a more productive role in the region? Maybe. We'll have to see. But I think we have influence that we can use, and we do have agency. We're not going to solve the problems, but we can advance our interests.
And that's one of the challenges of the region, naturally. If you try to bring Turkey or Qatar more into how the U.S. operates in the region, you're going to run into, very quickly, Israeli resistance. And we're seeing that in Gaza. Another area where we're seeing resistance is probably too strong a word, but concern is the intended sale of F-35s to Saudi Arabia. A similar type of deal between the U.S. and the UAE was announced at the end of the first Trump administration and fell apart over concerns of the UAE military relationship with China. Can this deal with Saudi Arabia survive the same concern? Or are you concerned, senators, that Saudi is too close to the Chinese and that maybe we shouldn't sell them F-35s? Your thoughts on that, both of you?
I'll take that. Thank you very much. So I am concerned about the sale of F-35s, and I need just need to explain, we need to make sure that Israel and the United States obviously have the qualitative edge, and that we stay ahead of any of our peers. Even though Saudi Arabia has now been granted major non-NATO ally status, we still need to make sure that we're top dog, okay, around the globe. And so, yes, I do have concerns about that. But with that being said as well, I do think that there is a bright future by bringing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia closer into the fold. And I think it's very important. Again, relationships matter. I'm going to keep saying that, folks. Relationships matter. And if we are bringing them into the fold, we're pulling them closer to the West. We hope that they will gravitate away from China. We will need to be very firm in what we expect. And should those suggestions or demands be broken, then we will pull back some. But it's just like with Syria, trust but verify. Same with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, trust but verify. But it is an alliance that we need on our side. If we bring them into the Abraham Accords or some expansion of that, we do stabilize the region much more so than we are right now. And I think that's a really good trajectory and a good bet for the United States.
So I'm probably in the same time zone as Joni, but maybe a little more over to the skeptical side, but close. I'm skeptical about the Saudis. Jamal Khashoggi lived in Virginia. His family are Virginians. That atrocity, I don't think you just suddenly say, well, all is forgiven. I think there have to be consequences for actions like this. We actually will have a chance to do what Joni has said, which was sort of exercise some oversight and then potentially step in if we don't think the Saudis are doing the right thing, because there is something in the Senate called a privilege motion that any senator, a single senator, can challenge an arms transfer and force a vote on the Senate floor. Now, you don't challenge it until the transfer is ready to happen, so the mere announcement of it doesn't trigger the ability to do the transfer. It's a privilege motion, hear it on the floor within 15 days, can't filibuster it, simple majority. So we'll have a chance to monitor the Saudi interaction with the Israelis. Is the Abraham Accords motion happening? The Saudis have said for them to fully buy into that, there has to be a path forward for Palestinian autonomy. They've put that on the table. That's so complicated, obviously, but unless or until we find a future for Palestinians, which we promised them in 1948, just like we promised Israelis a future in 1948, until we find a path forward, it's always going to be an agitation having the Saudis around the table to try to help figure out what the circa 2025 version of that is can be helpful. We just have to monitor their behavior.
A question for all three on the same topic. Should normalization with Israel be a precondition for Saudi getting F-35s or no?
Interesting question.
That is interesting. I like that wrinkle. I do.
That's what Israel's trying to demand. Whether it's a realistic demand is a different question.
Again, it's pretty complicated there, and I think there are many things to work out until we see a full normalization. Obviously, Senator Kaine had laid out that there needs to be a Palestinian state, but Israel will not accept that. I don't believe they will accept that, because that in turn then would be a reward for Hamas and the invasion on October 7th. So I think we've got a ways to go here, but it is something certainly that we all need to be discussing.
Here's the way I would look at this sort of triangle of three parties. Should the Saudis, to get F-35s, have to recognize Israel? And the Saudis have said to recognize Israel, they have to see a path toward a Palestinian state. And I disagree that a Palestinian state is a reward for October 7th. The world made a commitment, 2 states for 2 people, through the UN in 1948. You can argue whether that promise should have been made, but it was made. And you can argue why it hasn't been accomplished, and there's a million reasons for it. But the world made a promise, and the world has kept the promise to Israel and has not kept the promise to Palestinians. Until there is some keeping of that promise, even if it looks different in 2030 than it might have looked in 1948, you're going to have a continued agitation, in my view. So if you put the U.S., the Saudis, and the Saudis want something from us, Israel wants something from the Saudis want something from Israel. We're in dialogue with Israel all the time. You could see something coming together. It's going to be tough. If it would have been easy, it would have happened before now, but there is a door open, albeit narrowly, a door open between the Saudis and the Israelis that could be positive.
And General McMaster, do you think the sale of F-35s should be preconditioned on normalization?
No, I don't, but I think there should be a number of items on the table. I would include S-400, so Russian systems in Saudi Arabia as well. Just point out to them, hey, they don't work anyway. So I mean,
that's why the Turkey
I think so. I think there are a number of issues that ought to be part of this kind of discussion. I do think, though, if it's contingent from the Saudi perspective on a resolution of the situation in Gaza and with Hamas, that's going to be a longer time. I do believe that if you're for, some kind of a prospect of a two-state solution in the future, I think you also have to be for the destruction of Hamas. Because, an organization that's committed to destroying Israel and killing all the Jews, that doesn't sound like they're signing up for the two-state solution to me. And so,
No, they don't
and from my perspective, the only living hostage that Hamas has not released are the Palestinian people that are under their control, in the 47% of Gaza that they control. So there's still a long way ahead there. And if Saudi Arabia is holding off for that, it's going to be quite some time, I think.
Going from Israel's southern border to its northern border and Syria, I promised we'd get there. Senator Ernst,
Yes.
It was at this conference on the Saturday 1 year ago that Bashar al-Assad fled Syria and went to Russia, and that began a fairly rapid rise of Ahmad al-Shara. You have championed him. I don't think that's too strong a word, and I wonder, what do you see? First, what do you see in what he brings, and what are the risks? What are you watching out for as Syria moves forward here?
Well, I wouldn't say that I'm championing him.
Okay, too strong.
That's too strong. So, and when Bashar al-Assad fled Syria, I'm like, don't let the door kick in, as you're leaving. We don't have a great alternative in Syria. We do have al-Shara. And so again, trust but verify. I was able to meet with him, again, a number of months ago, same Codell where I went to Lebanon. Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator Mullen, House members Panetta and Smith, and I went into Syria as the first official congressional delegation in 15 years. We sat down with the new president at his residence, at his workplace, and as we went through introductions, I looked at him and I said, I served in Iraq too. And he didn't know how to take that. It was a little tense at first, but we laughed about it, and that's what we have to do right now because we're in a very odd situation, But he has disavowed al-Qaeda. He wants to go after ISIS. He wants to see stability for his people in Syria. That's what he has stated. Now, whether he does that or not, that is up to him. But we have no other alternative right now. So again, we're with him until we're not. So I'm not championing him, but I certainly will continue to shape and influence his moves to make sure that, again, he is leaning further to the West and being supportive of stability in the Middle East, which brings greater peace and prosperity not only to Syria, but to Lebanon, to Israel, and everyone in between.
It tells you a lot about the Middle East that we are now getting to Gaza in the last few moments here. So one question, and given the time left here, I'll let whoever jumps in first take it. Do you believe the Gaza war is actually over? To what extent is there a risk that it restarts for whatever reason? And how do you make sure the Trump-brokered 20-point ceasefire plan doesn't fall apart because it appears stuck as it tries to get into the second phase, the much more difficult second phase?
Well, I'm not sure that it's over, but that's not for lack of trying. I give President Trump a lot of credit for trying to make something happen. And it could restart and it could stop, it could restart, but we do have the United States trying to make something happen, and that is important. We've got to get the nations in the region who've often paid lip service to support for Palestinians without really doing anything other than paying lip service. We have to get them to be helpful. They will be necessary. If there is a more peaceful chapter in the West Bank and Gaza, it's going to be have to be with security assistance from regional neighbors, and so we've got to get them in. So I think the president's team got to stick with it, and we have to keep regional actors engaged in their belief that it's better for their own internal stability the more we do to try to extend the ceasefire and then find a next better chapter.
General McMaster, you feel like you have something to say
It's not
here.
over. I mean, but at least the living hostages are back. I think you're going to see almost like a metaphor to, an example like East-West Berlin there, between the 47% and 53% of Gaza. I think the lesson for Israel of October 7th is to never again allow a hostile terrorist organization to control territory on your borders. And so whatever international force comes in to the 53% of Gaza that the IDF is in, there's going to have to be a lot of IDF visibility into that security force. And they're going to have the authorities that makes them not like UNIFIL, which was an ineffective organization that essentially gave cover to Hezbollah as they put all that infrastructure that Senator Kaine described in southern Lebanon. So, hey, I mean, I don't see an end to this now. I think maybe a decade from now we can talk about some kind of a enduring peace. But given what happened on October 7th, Israel's just, I think, not going to tolerate, I don't think, anything that even moves closer to a two-state solution at the moment.
That'll be my first question for you on our panel in a decade. I'll jump off your tie there and just say Merry Christmas to everybody and a Happy Hanukkah. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Very good. Joni, thanks. Very good.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 7. Panel 9 will begin in 10 minutes at this stage, and Panel 8 will begin in 10 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 9, Defending the Homeland, Establishing Superiority in Space and Missile Defense. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Kristen Fisher of Endless Void Media and our distinguished panelists.
Well, welcome everybody. I am Kristen Fisher, and I am so honored to moderate such a distinguished panel. To my right, we have Senator Deb Fisher of Nebraska. Next to her, General Mike Gutlein, the director of Golden Dome. The Honorable Troy Mink, Secretary of the Air Force, and Kathy Warden, the Chairwoman, CEO, and President of Northrop Grumman. You know, I can't imagine a more fitting place to have this conversation than right here because, of course, it was President Reagan who first proposed the idea of a space-based missile defense system to protect the homeland. And he called it the Strategic Defense Initiative. I think most of us called it Star Wars. And now here we are, 42 years later, talking about essentially the same thing, but with a different name. So before we get into it, though, I just want to get a show of hands, okay? How many of y'all have seen the new Netflix movie, A House of Dynamite? Okay, it's a pretty good number. I was expecting about that. But for those of you that have not seen it, this is just a very small spoiler, okay? The premise of this movie is that the U.S. detects an incoming nuclear missile, and we can't take it out. Our defenses fail, and the president has about 15 minutes to decide what to do. So, Secretary, let me start with you. Did you see the movie? If so, what did you think of it? And how would you assess the United States' current ability to defend the homeland in a moment like that?
Well, thanks, Kristen. Happy to be here. And great venue. This is the first time I've been here, so this is phenomenal. So I'm really enjoying it. So I did see the movie.
Okay.
It took me 3 times to watch it. It's a little stressful, and you already said, yeah, it took me a bit to get through it. Felt a little bit too much like work sometimes, so I had to stop and take a break. So I think it was a great story.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really good story. I think 2 things come out of it. You know, and I apologize for those of you who haven't seen it, but what really kind of set up the drama of the program was that we didn't know where the weapon was coming from. And to do that, they kind of had to play space away. They had to get rid of space because with the space systems we have, we would have known where the weapon's coming from. So that it just reinforces the importance of space power going forward, and why we now have a Space Force is how important that is in giving the president and the national policymakers and understanding what's going on in the world, obviously in this situation as well. So that I almost love the fact that they had to actually play away right out the space systems to make the storyline work. And then the second part that I really take away from it is and I'm not gonna talk about how accurate or inaccurate the movie was, but we obviously need to give the president as many options and decision timeline as we can. And to some degree, that's our job. General Gutlein, that's your job going forward. And I think that's really what I took away from it. We need to make sure that we give the president national security infrastructure more time and more options in situations like this.
So General, this is the first time that you're speaking publicly since right after you were named the director of Golden Dome. Can you explain in as much detail as you possibly can what Golden Dome is, what is the architecture, and how would it better prepare and defend the United States against a moment like the one that was put forward in that movie?
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. It's a good question. So Golden Dome is about building a layered defense capability for the nation to protect the nation against an attack against the homeland. For years, decades, we've relied on the oceans to keep us safe and to take the fight to the enemy. And our adversaries have become very capable and very intent on holding us at risk in the homeland. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of capability to protect and defend ourselves, which makes deterrence by denial a challenge. It makes it a challenge to have consequences for bad behavior. And Golden Dome is about changing that equation, building a systems-to-systems architecture, collaborating with our industry partners and our national labs to come up with next-generation technologies to build that layered defense capability to protect the homeland.
I have to ask, can you give any more details in terms of the architecture for Golden Dome?
I cannot.
Okay, I tried, guys. I really tried. So Senator, there is a line in the movie, probably the most famous line in the movie, and I'm going to stop talking about the movie in just a second. But the Secretary of Defense says $50 billion, and the best we can do is a coin toss. And I get that figure, the stat and the price tag is fictional, controversial, but with that in mind, you help write those checks in the real world. What is your view on what the U.S. investment in missile defense has gotten us so far?
It's kept our country safe. You know, just bluntly, it's like our nuclear triad. It's kept our country safe. You know, how do you measure the safety of this nation, and what kind of price tag do you put on it? I'm excited about Golden Dome, and since we can't say any more about it, thank you very much for coming. But it's extremely important to be able to have this. And Kristen, you brought up President Reagan and Star Wars. And in last year's NDAA, I was able to get a piece in that to be able to put in place a proposal that would allow for the department to study this and to be able to look at what is needed in order to have the sensors, the radars that we need for it to work. And the problem, I think, before was there wasn't a sense of urgency about that. I compliment President Trump for coming up with the name for what we did on Armed Services Committee, and he's called it Golden Dome, and we're moving ahead, and we have bright, qualified people that are working on this to be able to have a system in place to identify, to discriminate incoming for the United States of America. That's a deterrent in itself to our adversaries. It protects the American people, and I think equally important, it gives the President of the United States time to be able to make decisions in how to respond if you have a missile defense system that works in that way.
So Kathy, Northrop Grumman is now poised to become one of the lead contractors of Golden Dome. And the general can't give us more details on architecture, but he has said that it is on the order of magnitude of the Manhattan Project. So from an industry standpoint, what is it going to take to actually build this?
Well, thank you for the question and for the confidence in the role that Northrop Grumman will play. That will be up to the general. And certainly it is going to take an all of industry effort for this capability to be fielded over a period of time. And I told General Gutlein that I'd follow his lead. So it is a layered defense against multispectral threats to our nation. And that's about all I can say about the capability itself. But what I can tell you is there are many capabilities that exist in our nation today that can be brought to bear to this problem. There are tens of thousands of engineers, and this nation has the most innovative set of engineers in the world to go after a problem like this. And there's an industrial base with companies of all sizes that are ready to get behind this mission and support it with investment in not only people, but also the capacity needed to build it out. And with that in mind, I'm very confident that this industry has what it takes to field this capability for our nation. Just as Senator Fisher has pointed out, we have done before as a nation with our strategic deterrent that has kept this nation safe now for over 50 years.
So General, for Golden Dome to work, it really hinges on a close partnership between industry and DoD. But there has been some frustration that's been expressed about the secrecy. Just not a lot of information, but there have been, a lot of headlines. What is your message to those in industry who feel like they're being asked to invest in the dark?
I think our industry partners have a pretty good insight into what we're doing. We've been having a lot of one-on-ones. I've met with well over 200 to 300 companies, 1v1, to explain to them what we're trying to do. I want to go back to what Kathy was talking about. If you look at what are our core competitive advantages of the United States over our adversaries, there's three of them. It's our people, it's our allies, it's our industrial base. And the amount of innovation coming out of our industrial base today is like never ever seen before. So if you've heard me talk a little bit about Golden Dome when I was allowed to talk about it, I have told you that the technology exists. This is not a technology problem. We have proven all elements of the technology in one way or another. The real challenge is how do I bring together capabilities that have never been integrated networked together into a system of systems type architecture, and then how do I leverage the entire innovation industrial base of the United States? And we had an acquisition system that kind of slowed us down from doing that. And you just heard Secretary Hegseth a couple weeks ago roll out the new acquisition system, taking a lot of those handcuffs off. Golden Dome is about partnering with industry in new and innovative ways to tap into the innovation and to do it in a partnership and to do it with transparency. That transparency may not come in an industry symposium, but it is coming on 1v1s. It's not coming in an industry symposium because you guys are not the only ones in the audience. And there are people in that audience that I don't want to know what we're doing. I don't want to tell what we're doing. I don't want to give them a heads up. But I do know that our competitive advantage, being our industrial partners, are all in on it and are supportive. So they are pretty well informed to the maximum amount I can inform them today, and we'll continue to do more.
Is there a point in time when you think the public, taxpayers, will learn a bit more? And if so, do you have a time frame for that?
Absolutely. I'm hoping, hope's not a good strategy, but I'm still hoping that we can start opening up dialogue up in the new year. We will have some things in place that allow us to start having those kind of conversations. You started with House of Dynamite. I think House of Dynamite was a good place to start the dialogue. It opens up the dialogue to the American public that we have to change the defense equation. We have to provide decision space to the United States president so that we don't get ourselves boxed in. We have to have a deterrent strategy. A deterrent strategy means I have to have credible capabilities to deter the adversary. That dialogue kind of started with that movie. Regardless of how much of that movie is actually based on reality and how much isn't, it is a movie. It is built for Hollywood, but it has at least started the dialogue that we need to have as a nation.
Senator, you have overseen missile defense oversight for over a decade now. are you satisfied with the level of transparency that you've received from DoD so far on this?
Oh, most definitely. You know, I believe that the Armed Services Committee and specifically the Strategic Forces Subcommittee that I chair, we have a very good relationship in working with General Gutlein, with the department as a whole, working with industry members. Kathy was just in Washington a few weeks ago to be able to update us on where we are. So we're conducting our oversight responsibilities. We are read in to what's needed and where we are in the process on this. And as the general said, you know, it's going to be up to him and to the department to decide at what point they would be comfortable in making more information public. We have major adversaries who are very interested in anything that we do in this country, and especially with regards to this. And so we need to be very careful in holding a lot of this information close for the time being.
Secretary, from your vantage point, overseeing the Air Force and the Space Force, what do you see as the biggest hurdles in integrating all of these systems and sensors with a unified command and control, but everything that involves something as complicated and complex as this? What's the biggest challenge that you see with pulling this off?
I think you actually kind of hit a little bit on it in the question, and that's integrating a lot of the technologies with sensors and the defensive systems together in a way that will meet the timelines, pretty tight timelines in some cases. That's going to be a big challenge, but it's actually a challenge we see not only within Golden Dome, but really across everything we do in the department. Is how do we make sure that we're stitching everything together that we can accomplish the mission effectively and efficiently. That's a big that allows a lot more efficiency as well. I think the second thing is, you know, the general mentioned the multi-layer. You know, the challenge we have is everything from when we were about in a larger context, everywhere from you know, cheap drones like we're seeing all over the world, all the way to advanced ICBMs like that was portrayed in the movie. It's a pretty broad sweep of things we have to figure out how to deal with, and again, it's not just in support of Golden Dome. A lot of the systems, a lot of the capabilities, we field everywhere in the world to protect our forces and protect our allies and partners working with them. But that is a big part of it. It's just in the question how you integrate that all together.
Yeah, and Kristen, the challenge there, Secretary Mink, they said there's an integration technical challenge.
Yeah.
That has always been hard, doing the system-to-system engineering aspect of it. But the social engineering and organizational behavior challenge, because we are integrating capabilities across all services and agencies. And in some cases in the future, we might be integrating allies. Each one of those comes with a different organization that we have to deal with, a different set of rule sets that we have to deal with, a different culture that we have to deal with. Integrating all of that together is a social engineering challenge. And the reason the Secretary stood up the direct report program manager concept is because it required a new set of authorities. A new set of authorities that I have to be able to integrate horizontally across the entire DoD and the interagency environment to bring to bear an integrated capability to protect the homeland. That's where the real challenge is. That's something we haven't done before. That's a culture challenge, a behavior challenge, a process challenge, a policy challenge, in some cases a legal challenge. And then we got to somehow stitch all that together in new and innovative ways. And that's the path that we're headed down. That's really where the complexity is going to come in building out something the size of Golden Dome.
And do you feel like you have the authority that you need to do that, to make that happen?
Absolutely. I have the full support of the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary, as well as the President on down, and the trust and confidence of the Hill to move forward on this.
And can you share at all a rough timeline for what it would take to do something like that, to fully integrate?
The President has requested that we deliver this capability and operational capability in the summer of 2028. And we are on that timeline to deliver an operational capability by 2028. That will not be the final capability, but we will have the ability to protect and defend the nation against advanced threats by the summer of 2028.
That feels very ambitious. What is your level of confidence that you can pull that off?
We believe we can get there. We believe we have a solid plan that we have delivered to the Secretary on how we're going to do that. We are meeting all of our suspenses and our objectives to date. So I think we're on a good trajectory, but I will tell you it is not a give me putt. It is an extremely complex thing that we're getting ready to do, and there's a lot of risk in there that we're trying to get after and to mitigate.
Senator, what do you think of that time frame? Realistic?
I'm from Nebraska, and we're pretty positive there. And being able to work with the quality of people that are on this stage with me, yes, I have faith in them.
I'd like to spend a minute talking about SBIs, space-based interceptors. I hope I don't get myself into too much trouble here. But I think it's important because this is really where Golden Dome could help make Reagan's Star Wars a reality. It's arguably one of the more ambitious and controversial pieces of Golden Dome. Kathy, Northrop Grumman has signaled some interest in building SBIs. How ready is your company? How ready is Northrop to do that? And not just to do it, but to do it at scale.
So Kristen, this is an area where our company has invested in capabilities, and those can be brought to bear. But I think the start of your question is absolutely right. This is one of the aspects of Golden Dome, and it's really an aspect of future capability where more invention is required than other parts of the architecture where we already have mature, demonstrated, and operating elements. So this is going to take a whole of government and industry approach to define what is the right design for those systems and how can we aggressively not only field a few, but the real goal is here to field many. And so when we think about a problem set like this, the design has to not only be to develop a system, it has to be to develop a system that can scale and scale affordably. And so all of those parameters have to be considered when we think about something like space-based interceptors.
And Kristen,
go ahead.
If I could jump in a little bit. As a much younger engineer, I worked on a number of the SDI programs, the Space Defense, back in the Reagan days, and both on space-based laser and some of the Brilliant Pebbles and some of the other programs. It was really challenging with the technology we had at the time, right? Which is why some of those systems never went into operation. We are in a very different place now than we were. I mean, think about what it would take to build a cell phone, in the 80s versus where we are right now. It is a very different world. So the opportunities, not that it's easy by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a very different technical environment now that I think is enabling a lot of things that just really were not possible back then.
Yeah, if I can add on to that, a couple of examples of this. We're developing the B-21, and we're doing that with digital modeling. And the modeling that we're doing there makes it such that by the time we get to test, the aircraft in a physical environment is performing almost exactly to the models. We didn't have that capability as an industry 15 years ago, but we do now, and we can bring it to advanced weapon systems. And we also are focused on how do we move through, still with a focus on quality in development for product, but move through with a design process that thinks about manufacturability. And that too can be modeled. We think about manufacturing floors and the layout of those and modeling all of that before we even build a single footprint. That kind of technology enablement is going to allow us to do things much faster in the future.
General, would you like to add anything to this conversation on SBIs, please?
I do. So let's start with Reagan.
Okay.
Brilliant Pebbles worked. It wasn't scalable and it wasn't affordable, but it worked. I went up to Livermore and actually got to see one, the very last one that still exists. So the technology's there. What was a challenge back then based on the technology, as Secretary Mink talked about, is it wasn't mature enough where we could do it at scale and do it at affordable, like Kathy talked about. I think all that has changed today. But what we're going to have to do is change our culture, our warfighting culture, because right now we demand the most exquisite kit, and we have the most exquisite kit. It doesn't miss. It is highly effective, highly lethal, but it costs an enormous amount of money, and as a result, we have a very small magazine depth of that kit. When we start talking about things like space-based interceptor, I've got to flip that equation on its head. I've got to have high magazine depth, low cost per shot. How do I do that? We're going to have to tap into the industry innovation to bring to bear into solving those problems. It's not the technology itself, it's back to scalability and affordability.
So, Senator, it may be technically feasible. Is it politically feasible to deploy SBIs? And I mean, just to put a really fine point on it, we're talking about weapons in space, interceptors essentially mounted to satellites that are orbiting the Earth. And so what is your level of concern that this could lead to or accelerate an arms race in space? And what is your level of concern that this could then be reversed by a future administration?
I think you've seen the majority buy in to what we're doing here. We have a very strong support of the National Defense Authorization Act. It came out of the Armed Services Committee with only one no vote. It passed by, I think, 80 votes and some votes in the Senate. We're going to see what the final is going to be announced here in a day or so. So there's support for defense, national security in this country. We heard that this morning with the survey results that was discussed at the opening panel. Obviously, cost is a huge concern. You have to be able to know what we need and prioritize that. And I think those decisions are becoming clearer for those of us in Congress when we work with the department and with the military and really get the information there. So I think as long as we can have that open dialogue and continue to have the facts brought before us, when we know that technology is advancing at a remarkable speed, and what that means, when we're looking at changing acquisition rules, when so things I think are moving really, really quickly that will make those decisions easier for us in the future.
And Kristen,
Sure.
Space is not a sanctuary anymore.
No.
The adversary has been holding space at risk for years now. The Chinese have the ability to launch a missile at a satellite, take out a satellite. The Chinese have the ability to have a robot in space, kidnap another robot or another satellite and take it someplace else. The Russians have nesting dolls in space. As a satellite spawns another satellite, spawns a kill vehicle. So space is already contested. We're not starting that discussion.
Well, and it seems like, the public agrees. The RNDF survey on this, they did a survey, and you have 68% strongly or somewhat supporting Golden Dome, 25% oppose. Do you think that there is a world in which, you will be able to share a bit more about the current threat environment to explain why, to the public, Golden Dome is so necessary?
Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
love to answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
Please. That has been my mission for many, many years as a member of the Armed Services Committee, to try and unclassify a lot of the information that we receive as senators, and that we are then able to talk to the people of this country about the threats that we face. So we can talk about that we have two peer competitors. We have two peer adversaries with Russia and China who have a nuclear triad and all the platforms as well, and who the Russians have completed modernization and the Chinese are advancing at a breathtaking speed. So we can explain in detail what's happening there, because I believe the American people, when they fully understand the threats that we face, there's going to be even greater support for what we need as a country for our national security, and so we don't see escalation.
I think to understand the threat, you just need to watch the news. Right? You see massive raids going on against Ukraine on a regular basis. It's like every handful of days or something we see a pretty significant raid. And then with the Iran-Israel conflict, that was really what spurred it off, is a large number of all sorts of medium range and drone attacks on Israel. So the threat, you just have to go to the actual real news, not even a movie like House of Dynamite. It's happening all the time, and we need to make sure that the homeland is protected from that.
We've talked a lot about kinetic weapons, the SBIs, space-based interceptors. What about non-kinetic? Because General, you've referenced that this is a layered defense system, cyber, directed energy. That is a component of it too. I don't know, Secretary or General, whoever would like to take this one, can you explain what some of the other layers other than SBIs are or could be?
So it's multi-domain. So we have the air layer, we have the sea layer, we have the ground layer. So it's everything from the seabed to space is going to be brought to bear. You talked about kinetics. Everything from seabed to space has kinetics. Everything from seabed to space has a very small magazine depth, very exquisite capabilities, very high cost per shot. In order to change that equation, we've got to start leveraging non-kinetics, directed energy, and left-to-launch capabilities. And that's going to require us as a nation to invest in research and development, some next-generational type capabilities, to leverage all the innovation coming out of industry, but to also bring our national brain trust, being our national labs, back to the table to have conversations about how can we do this different. How can I drive up magazine depth? How can I drive down cost per shot? And how can I increase deterrence?
I mean, to do all this, it's going to take a very robust defense industrial base. Kathy, we've heard a lot about two potential chokeholds or bottlenecks from your perspective. Solid rocket motors, microchips, literally the engines and brains, essentially, of missile defense systems. How is Northrop, what changes are you making to prepare for what you will need to do to scale up for Golden Dome in those two areas in particular, solid rocket motors and chips?
Yes. So solid rocket motors range in size from supporting tactical missiles all the way to strategic launch, and those will be key in many aspects of the architecture that General Gutlein spoke of. So we have been investing. We've doubled capacity already in our factories for production of solid rocket motors, and we're building out more capacity to further increase so that we can support the growing demand, not just for Golden Dome for America, but more broadly. And as we think about what that looks like over time, we expect that this will also be global demand. So we are incorporating not just US need, but our global partners. We are thinking about more commonality amongst solid rocket motors, getting qualification for one to support many. We are looking at ways to re-engineer manufacturing floors so that we can build faster. So all of that work is already underway and supports the expansion that's going to be necessary. We're doing the same thing in microelectronics. Building new factories, but building them smarter, moving more to automated feed lines for those. We're even changing our foundries to be more innovative in how we produce and get through R&D in our foundries. And by the way, we do produce in the US. So you hear so much about microelectronics that come from outside of the US. We have two foundries here in the US where we are building from silicon to chip. So we're able to do that today. It's just a matter of scaling. This isn't we have to go build something new. It's we have to scale what we have, which is a much simpler problem, and we're throwing the resources at it to make it happen.
Secretary, you've repeatedly stressed the need for speed. Do you see what Kathy was just talking about as one of the biggest bottlenecks here, or something else?
No, I think it's really important, I'm pretty certain Kathy and others would agree in the room, is one of the challenges we've had with the capacity of the industry base in the U.S. is we haven't had stability, right? It's hard for them to scale both the people and the facilities to meet the demands unless the government is more consistent as a buyer, right? Not just on the technology side, but really on the production side, which is where you do have some of the really long lead facility constructions and everything else going on. You got that a little bit this morning, right, from the discussion by both the senators and the congressmen. That kind of multi-year procurement, that kind of stability is something we're all going to be having to drive for by the secretary as well over lunch to enable that and scale up the production. I see that as one of the biggest challenges we have is becoming a consistent and stable partner so that we can facilitize and get the production rates that we need. Now, I am also that we have to do it affordably. We can scale production all we want. If it's not affordable, we're not going to get the magazine depth that we need across the board. So those have to be worked together. And then secondly, we really need to learn we really need to prove how well we integrate technologies as it evolves, right? How do we bring a new capability into these systems, new digital, but also how do we deal with parts obsolescence? That's a big challenge, how we work with the contractors, how we manage that risk to do that sort of thing. All those things have to be addressed for us to scale production that we need affordably.
And I will note, and Secretary Menck and I have talked about this, affordability comes with scaling. So if you have a clear demand signal that the production needs to ramp to X quantity, you actually can drive affordability just through the scaling itself, the economies of scale that come.
And you have to have contracts made without a bunch of changes going forward too, because that only adds to cost and time.
That's absolutely right. Stability and consistency.
Yeah.
General, since we have Kathy here and so many other people in industry here, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the timeline for awards and contracts, if you can say anything on this. I know that the first prototype IDIQ contracts have recently gone out, but when do you expect the first major production awards to follow?
So part of the Golden Dome concept is to be lean. So we're actually leveraging the other services and the other agencies' contracts to acquire capability. So we have already submitted our needs to the Department of War for munitions. So Secretary Feinberg is working really, really hard to scale out the industrial base for all the reasons we just talked about, and to expand our magazine depth on our weapons. We have injected our requirements into that process, so they are already moving out on acquiring the interceptors that we need for Golden Dome. And you just mentioned we just issued 18 OTAs last week for boost phase space-based interceptor. So that's now off and moving. We have a team of industry partners working on the command and control and the fire control software already. We're on-ramping others into that. So we have already moved out on our contracts and our contracting strategy going forward.
And what about satellites, like the top of the dome, so to speak?
We are in discussions with the department on the need to acquire more transport capability, which is the ability to move data through space, more sensing capability, more missile warning, missile track capability. We are waiting on those contracts to come in and to be able to move forward on those, but we have given our needs to the department.
Okay.
General Gutlein and I talk a lot about those schedules, so I'm one of his providers.
I imagine you do. I'd like to just take a minute, since we have Kathy here and the general and the secretary, to have just a mini therapy session, right? Can the two of you just kind of say, in order for this to work, what does industry need from DOD and what does DOD need from industry? And you guys can just speak to each other.
I thought you were going to ask me to give him a hug.
Just hug it out.
So I'm not sure I'm going to hit it, but I'm going to tag in with what Kathy said. Industry is delivering exactly the demand that I put upon them. And that demand has been for those exquisite systems. And because I'm not buying very many of them because they cost so much, they have sized the entire industrial base all the way down to the third and fourth, fifth level suppliers for efficiency, not for capacity. because I didn't demand capacity. In order for us to change that equation, I have to change the demand signal on my side of the equation. And that's what Secretary Feinberg has already kicked off in spades with munitions. That's what Secretary Mink and the Space Force have done on the space side. That's what we're going to do on the Golden Dome side. And a lot of the reforms that you saw Secretary of War roll out 2 weeks ago were about how to change that demand signal and how to make it consistent across several years, not just 1 year at a time.
Kathy?
I don't need therapy anymore, because when your customer knows exactly what you need and we are communicating and know what they need, that's when it works, right? Acquisition transformation starts with us knowing what shared success looks like and both be working in that direction. And I speak for all of industry here, that clear demand signal, consistency, the funding to support it, and clarity not just on technical capability, but what is the trade between cost, schedule, and capability that we are moving toward collectively. And the fact that we're even having those conversations, that is the step in the right direction that we need.
Secretary or General, whoever wants to take this, people hear Golden Dome and you make the inevitable comparison to Iron Dome, but this, of course, is quite different. Much larger territory that you are trying to defend, clearly, with the United States. Can you just provide any specifics on what level of protection Golden Dome is aiming to provide? I mean, is it truly 100% security across the entire United States, or is it something more limited?
Golden Dome is, first of all, much bigger, as you said, than what Iron Dome is. I actually worked with Israel on Iron Dome, and Iron Dome is actually 3 systems. It gets named Iron Dome, but it's really Iron Dome, which is the lower tier, David Sling, middle tier, and Arrow, which is upper tier. But even then, they are defending an area the size of New Jersey. So we are defending a much greater area than what Israel is challenged with more advanced threats than what Israel is challenged with. We, at the direction of the executive order from the president, are protecting the homeland against ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, cruise missiles, and counter 345 UAS. That's the size, larger size of UASs. We will deliver that capability in 28 to protect the homeland, and we are focused on the entire homeland to include Hawaii, Alaska, and Guam. And we won't bring all that to bear immediately. The Army is already working really diligently to protect Guam today. When they have got that capability in place, it will become part of Golden Dome. And until then, we're focusing on Hawaii and Alaska along the way as well. But we are looking at all of the homeland, not just a subset of the homeland.
Senator, you have championed missile defense for over a decade in the Senate. Hearing what the General is saying today, I mean, how hopeful are you that we're going to get to a place that you feel more confident that you have, that the U.S. can really do what is needed to be done in a moment of true crisis, like was displayed in that movie?
That movie was fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And as was explained earlier, just what we have available to protect this homeland currently is good.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take time to be able to protect, I think, to protect our country. Just when you look at the size and how are we going to be able to do it. But once again, I have confidence in this guy next to me here. And I know that we have the capability, we have the people who are working on it, and we have to work on it. You know, what do you want to do? Do you want to just say, gosh, we can't get the whole country protected in a year, so we just can't do it. Well, instead, we're saying, no, we're going to get the whole country protected in a few years, and we're going to provide the resources that we are going to be able to do this.
So I'd like to open it up to some questions from the audience, and I forgot to say at the opening, so my apologies, but if any of you have any questions for our panelists, feel free to use your app to get them in, but I've already got quite a few populating, and kind of to that point, one question from the audience, do I click on it and does it pop up? No, I'll just ask it. The question is, instead of immediately aiming for a nationwide umbrella, 100% coverage, should we focus on deploying mini domes, localized, agile defense systems to protect our most critical infrastructure? Secretary, General, Senator, anybody want to take that?
So I would say, I think that's exactly what we're doing. I cannot deliver everything I need to deliver instantaneously on day one. So we're going to incrementally deliver capability. And we're going to incrementally deliver capability based on the lethality and the probability of the threat that we are trying to protect against. So we will be incrementally building out that layered defense capability.
Okay. And when you can you just talk in a bit more specifics, if you can, about what the things that you could actually do right now that you don't need to wait on?
We have proven in the Middle East in recent months that we have the ability to protect our troops against ballistics, some cases hypersonics, and some cases UASs. That capability works today, and we can bring and will bring that capability to bear on protecting the homeland as needed.
I think there's been, particularly in the drone area, there's been a lot of innovation already. Developing low-cost munitions that we can use within our fighters to shoot down the drones. That has evolved very rapidly. I've been really impressed with how innovative both the industry was and the government was in bringing that and fielding that capability quickly. So there's already a lot of progress being made there. And of course, we have a series of air defense systems, the Army, across the services that are very, very capable. And this is some of the discussion in the industry and others are hearing about scale. How do you scale up those weapon systems that we already have today to the level that we need? And then of course, SBI was mentioned. There are other weapons that don't exist today that we will have to develop. But I think that I think the key is we're not starting from scratch, right? We do have pretty capable systems today, but in some ways it's a growth in more layers in that defense system.
One of the other big advancements, obviously, lately has been AI and machine learning. Kathy, how is Northrop using that to enhance missile defense?
So we have, for many years, been looking at artificial intelligence and how we not only utilize it inside the company to support our design cycles and our manufacturing and even our back office, but also how do we embed it in weapon systems. Autonomy at its core, when you have an aircraft that's flying itself, the vehicle management system is an autonomous artificial intelligence system. It can adapt without pilot intervention, meaning remote piloting, and fly itself and avoid and sense danger. Those kinds of capabilities exist today in weapon systems. The progression of artificial intelligence embedded into actual weapon systems, though, is an area that we need to have governance over so that we are looking at things like fire control differently than we look at flying an uncrewed system. And so through partnership with the government, we are looking at ways to bring artificial intelligence into many different types of weapon systems, but in a very responsible way.
Here's a question. Part of the Golden Dome's executive order involves a left-of-launch strategy in which the United States is seeking to develop capabilities that prevents a missile from launching. This person says, what does that look like and what does that involve?
Can't talk about it.
It's always better when the audience is asking a question like that and not me, right? Another question from the audience. As an object orbits faster the closer it gets to Earth, what are the current solutions to the coverage issues posed by space-based intercepts in low Earth orbit? How many SBIs are needed to maintain the persistent coverage of a satellite in geosynchronous Earth orbit?
Definitely can't answer that.
Yeah.
This is like a final test here that you're trying to get the answers to, right?
Hey, if I couldn't get the answers, I was leaving it to the audience to give it their best shot.
Those are
you know?
your questions.
But there are a large number of knobs that can be turned in solving that problem. And that's why we've gone out to industry with such a broad look across industry to kind of get those different ideas, get those different options, so that we can do that kind of top-level system engineering. You turn those knobs and figure out what's the most effective way to go after the problem. So there is definitely not a one-size-fits-all approach to this, and that's what we're assessing out right now, and that's why we try to go out so broad under General Gutlein's direction, such a broad look across industry to kind of get the new innovative ideas in.
One final question from the audience, and then we're going to kind of wrap it up here. And this question is about, as this project diverts resources from other projects, how do you ensure that in seeking to develop Golden Dome that we maintain progress in other critical areas? Senator, would you like to tackle that?
Yeah. Well, I believe you have to set priorities. You know, we don't have the funding to move forward on every project that's out there. And that's why you've seen every Secretary of Defense, every president has always said that our nuclear deterrent, our triad, it underpins everything else we do, and that is the #1 priority for the security of this country. Then you have to look at what's next. Is it Golden Dome so that we have the missile defense? Is it a lot of the new technology that's coming out, and make more investments there? And I think it just boils down to setting priorities with knowing what our adversaries have, or having a good guess at what our adversaries have in order to combat what they may be using, and while at the same time being able to develop a number of offensive weapons that we may have to employ in the future.
Oh, go ahead, Kathy.
I would also add that I don't look at the technology base that's going to support Golden Dome for America in isolation from other missions. The reason we have capabilities today that can be applied to Golden Dome for America is because that technology base has a lot of commonality. And as I think about the future, 10, 15 years from now, this investment will lift all boats as we think about work that we need to do in not only space, but other domains. This technology base will support that. So it's not one or the other. It is complementary when we invest in a mission, because it will fund and develop technology for other missions as well.
Yeah, I think the chairman said earlier, Homeland Defense is national defense.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at everything I'm building, it supports multiple COCOMs. I'm not just supporting NORTHCOM. Simultaneously, I'm supporting INDOPACOM, STRATCOM, and SPACECOM. The satellites that we're putting on orbit, whether they be sensors, whether they be transport communicators, or whether they be SBIs, are simultaneously flying over every single combatant command that we have. So they're simultaneously supporting every combatant command. There is nothing that we are doing in support of the homeland that does not transfer to the other combatant commands.
We've talked quite a bit about the threat environment, but in our final minutes of this panel, I'd like to just spend a little bit of time asking each of you about the why Golden Dome in its current, well, the architecture that we do know, this multi-layered approach, why it is so necessary. And it appears to, have broad public support. But if each of you could maybe speak to what the why is right now with recent developments that China and Russia have made, and the things that we have seen in the news. What is each of your whys for why Golden Dome is needed now? Senator?
My why would be to meet the threats that this country faces and be able to provide for the defense of the homeland. And as General Gutlein just said as well, this transfers to providing for a safer world, to be able to serve our allies, our partners, the world as a whole. And it is a deterrent. It is a deterrent. People our adversaries need to think twice before ever taking any action against this country.
In order to have a deterrence, there's got to be a credible capability behind it. So we've got to build that credible capability to actually deter the bad and nefarious behavior that we are seeing today. There's got to be consequences for that behavior. We've had a lot of conversation in my lanes about strategic stability. And although there's no set definition of strategic stability, I would argue there's two fundamentals that have got to happen. One is I've got to have a stable arsenal of nuclear weapons across the United States and not growing, across the world and not growing. And the second thing is we have nobody rattling their sabers saying they're going to launch a nuke. We've got both those today. China and Russia are rapidly modernizing their nuclear weapons and building additional ones, and Russia's threatening to use nukes against their adversaries. So I don't have strategic stability today. Well, what am I going to do to deter that bad behavior? I need credible capability for deterrence, and Golden Dome brings to bear that credible deterrent capability.
Secretary?
Yeah, I started my career as a young officer in Strategic Air Command, and our entire focus was deterring the Russians. And it was a pretty stable set of deterrences that we had between the two of us. The problem is, as the general mentioned and as the senator mentioned, is a lot of those capabilities now proliferated to it's even at the Russia case, to much more less stable countries, right, that are more willing to use those, and it's much more challenging to stabilize them in ways that we diplomatically have in the past, MAD back from the Strategic Air Command days. So since that is no longer an option, we have to have other options to protect ourselves. General Gulad walked through it. We can't leave ourselves vulnerable just because the proliferation of these weapon systems that can strike us from afar, with who knows what type of warhead on them, you just can't allow your country to be in that situation, right? And I think if anything, that's one of the things that the House of Dynamite really highlighted, is the fact that you can't let yourself be in a situation to where you either you have a very low chance of stopping it, or you go full nuke and return, right? Mm-hmm. You can't let yourself get into that situation. That's why we need this.
Avoid that at all costs. Kathy?
I would say the why now is weapons can go further, they go faster, more countries possess those capabilities, and so the threat has advanced, and we need our deterrence and our defenses to keep up with that. Our Constitution provides for the common defense, and I would say that for all of us, there's no more important defense than of our own homeland. I came into this industry following 9/11/2001 because of an atrocious attack on our homeland that I thought I would never see in my lifetime. And I certainly don't want that to ever happen again. And that requires a strong deterrent and a defense, a layered defense against a wide variety of threats. So I think that's why the moment is now.
All right. Well, we are at time. Thank you all so much for listening, and thank you to all the panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 9. Panel 11 will begin in 10 minutes at this stage, and Panel 10 will begin in 10 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 11, Harnessing Innovation to Enable Lethality, Modernizing Business Systems, and Overcoming Contested Logistics. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Colin Demarest of Axios and our distinguished panelists.
Hello, everyone. I am Colin Demarest. I write Axios Future Defense. As I describe it, it is the best newsletter in the game. I will let you decide if that is true or not. I am on stage today with General Wolfsbach, the Air Force Chief of Staff, Secretary Phelan, the Navy's top civilian, and Tara Murphy-Doherty, the CEO at Gavini, a defense tech unicorn, I hear.
That's right.
Fantastic. We have about 35 minutes. We'll take audience questions, so if you have them, definitely send them my way. They'll land here, and I'll work them into the conversation. And if you guys are game, I think we should just jump right in.
Do it.
Fantastic. General, to you first.
All right.
Fly, fix, fight, and readiness were the first two bullets in your one-page memo to airmen when you joined in November. How do you plan on course-correcting the Air Force while the fleet is aging, mission capability rates are declining, and the size of the fleet itself is also shrinking?
Right. Well, thanks for having me to the stage with you, and appreciate the question. The first thing is, why do I say this? The most important thing we do is fly and fix airplanes, and it's so that if we get called, we can fight and win our nation's wars. And so what is it that we need to do? Well, first of all, I tasked the commanders to pay attention to maintenance, because of the fly and fix is the most important part. Because if you have them ready to fly, then you are getting reps and sets, and your force is proficient, and you establish a deterrent value. And so having commanders pay attention to maintenance every single day is really important. The other thing we need to do is invest in weapon systems sustainment, as well as parts, both for new and those aging aircraft. They need parts on the shelf. We have plenty of maintainers to work on the aircraft, but if the aircraft comes back and they pull the old part out that's bad and they turn around to the shelf and it's not there, that airplane's going to sit, and that really reduces your aircraft availability. The other aspect of this is modernizing, and certainly maybe we get into some modernization questions later, but
Definitely.
that will absolutely help us to increase our deterrent value. And then the last piece is really a people part, which is we have to do hard things together. We're going to exercise, and we're going to exercise hard. And when we don't meet the objectives, we'll teach, coach, and mentor, and we'll get better.
And to follow up with you real quick, you have been quoted as saying the biggest challenge for Air Force readiness is the tension between sustaining the old and investing in the new. And I think Tara will have some thoughts on that. How do you break that pattern?
I don't think you can break the pattern. It's going to be a constant challenge because you can't just throw away all of your current hardware and get new the very next day. You always have to phase in the new and phase out the old, and you have to present national security in the form of air power for us while you're doing that. And so it's a constant tension, a constant balance that you have to make.
Thank you. Secretary Phelan, it's your turn. You've mentioned a strategic shift in 2 announcements recently, one before Thanksgiving with the Constellation cancellation, and one yesterday, I believe, with landing ship medium. What should Navy and Marine Corps watchers take away from that phrase? How should they read those tea leaves? And what does that mean for the long term?
So I think what I was really referring to was acquisition reform and the Navy. So I think what I'd say is, one, the Navy is going to become a better customer, but it's going to become a smarter customer. And we're going to become results-based outcomes, not cost-based outcomes. I think we are going to try to become a better partner with industry and new players as well. But I think on those particular ships, look, the frigate or Constellation class frigate was canceled because candidly it didn't make sense anymore to build it. It was 80% of the cost of a destroyer and 60% of the capability. So you might as well build destroyers. And so I would say stay tuned on that. I know I'm getting a lot of heat in social media about frigates, and we'll have something to say about that. And then on the LSM, that's basically the Marine Corps has needed amphibs for a while. We went through a very rigorous process with the Commandant and the CNO and selected a design that we think is easier to build and makes sense for what the Marines need. And we think we'll actually, that should be done in a pretty good amount of time. I think one of the things, we can make announcements. The real key is execution. And that will be one of the big challenges we have because our shipyards have capacity issues, labor issues, and candidly 1980s practices that we need to change. So all of these things will take some time to implement. But that's what I mean by strategic shift, which is we're open for business, but we're also going to be much smarter about how we contract and what we do. And I think some of the contracting things I've seen candidly make zero sense, and we're going to change that.
And to follow this same thread, Constellation was a foreign design adopted by the French and Italian navies. This new landing ship medium is a Dutch design, I believe. How do you prevent a redux? How do you prevent another weight and design creep on another ship that you might have to cancel another few years down the road, right?
So glad you asked that. So look, I think one, just on Constellation, just to answer, I think the Navy gets a lot of blame for taking something that was a 15% design, people say, and changing it 85. Having looked at it with outside eyes, I'd say the Navy was probably 50% culpable for the problems, and I think the shipbuilder was 50% culpable. Having said that, to answer your question, it's pretty simple. We have settled on a design. It's a well-known ship. The requirements are going to be put in and done before we start building the first one. When we start building the first one, any change order will have to be put through me. So I've reserved Friday at 5 p.m. for my change order meeting schedule.
That's a news dump. That's a Friday news dump.
There
is
you
what
go.
That is.
And
Yeah.
that's when the change order meeting will happen. So if you want to change it, fine. If not, just write it down, and then when we build the next one, you can make those changes.
Fantastic. Tara, when and what can industry do to affect these changes these guys are talking about? And where are the biggest hurdles, especially considering, I mean, like your specialty, like supply chain, and then like the economic conflict, I guess, that we are in?
Yeah, absolutely. I think industry can do a lot, and is already. So the biggest thing is, first of all, show up. And if you go back in time 10 years, there was a big part of the American economy that was not showing up for defense, and that was the tech sector. We've seen over the past decade that change dramatically, which is very exciting. And there's significant interest in experimentation and taking on new innovations in order to drive modernization priorities for defense and national security. So in order to do that, the next thing that they need is they need capital support. And I would say over the past 5 years, we've really seen investors in the capital class show up for defense and the military applications of these technologies in a really exciting way. There are remaining hurdles, to be sure, but I would share a lot of the optimism that we've heard today about how the groundwork is being laid by the current administration, by the Secretary of War and his team. The situation isn't going to get any better than this to bring in commercial tech to start to change some of the dynamics with these challenges. And when you look at sustainment, for example, just keying in on a couple of things that have come up already, over the lifetime of an average weapon system or platform, everyone knows this, the vast majority, 70, almost 80% of the total lifetime costs live in sustainment. You have to use AI and tech to start to bend those curves, or absent dramatic top-line budget growth, we're not going to be able to afford the modernization programs that we want. So I'll give you two really quick examples of where I see this happening today, one in the Air Force and one in the Navy, just to show equal love to my fellow panelists.
You came prepared.
Exactly. In the Air Force, out of our software, we've got fighter pilots and other sustainers who are using AI in order to identify alternative parts. They needed an air filter that had a wildly long procurement lead time. Used AI, found an alternative part, and ungrounded 3 jets, driving up readiness by 18%. In one of the fleet readiness centers in the Southeast United States, the analysis time related to bills of material using AI now in our software has dropped by 97%, and they saved $30 million. That is how you start to change things. Those are small numbers in the grand scheme of things, except when you think about the fact that we're talking about a handful of users managing a small portfolio of parts. And if the department is willing to move out and scale these kinds of solutions, and this comes back to some of the title of this panel, which I'd love to pull the thread on more later, if the department is willing to put focus and resource and respect in these things that have otherwise sometimes been relegated to back office functions, then you can see really dramatic change, I believe.
So you hit on this a bit, and I'd like to ask both of y'all, what needs to change to make weapons trying and buying quicker, more effective, while still maintaining a level of transparency? And then how does that look different on the front line and on the factory, or in the shipyard versus the front line, or on the airstrip, right?
Right. Like me to go first?
Please.
I totally agree with Tara, and SecNav brought up a point about them setting the conditions or setting the requirements, and I think this is so important, and it's what we've done with the B-21. Mm-hmm. The B-21, the requirements were set early on, we haven't changed them, and as the jets are being produced, they're on time, they're on budget, and we expect to have them delivered on time as well. So this predictability for the company that's building the aircraft for us is useful to them, so they give us the product that we contracted for. If we keep changing it along the way, it just extends it out and makes it more expensive, and so that's definitely one aspect of it. And then The part that Tara was just talking about, the artificial intelligence, especially with sustainment, I see one step even further than what you talked about, which is automating it after you use the artificial intelligence, so that the artificial intelligence finds the part for you and then it automatically orders it. And you can take it one step even further than that. We have systems on the, especially the modern aircraft, they know when the part's about to fail, so it orders the part, it finds the part, orders it ahead of time, and so when it does fail, the part is already delivered to the point of need.
I think, look, with the Navy, the best example I can give you, we've stood up a thing called Rapid Capabilities Office. And so what we found in the Navy is we had 200 different unmanned systems being tested across 9 PEOs, some of which were redundant. And what we've done now is collapsed it. So we've got a PEO in robotic and autonomous systems. We brought in Admiral Seiko Okano to run rapid capabilities. So now we are testing and we are moving much further down. The decision maker is going to be the warfighter, not some bureaucrat in the Pentagon. And that's what we're changing. So removing layers, getting feedback faster, saying it's okay if we fail a test. People love to make these, this company tested this unmanned, it crashed, it did this is terrible. No, we're learning, we're getting better, we're iterating faster. And then we're giving feedback to get better. So I think that's a perfect example of rationalizing acquisition, having it tested in the field, giving feedback, and then going. And that's been very positive. We announced just this afternoon a contract with Saronic and Unmanned. And so we've been testing that for a while now. And now we're beginning to put that into the fleet. So we'll start to move quicker, and that's what we'll have to do. And I think, look, one of the big challenges we'll have to deal with is the way we programmatically fund programs do not make sense anymore. It'd be like taking an iPhone that was made in 2015 and giving it to you today. You will have obsolete technology if we do it that way. So it will be something we have to really work through with the Hill as well.
General, you mentioned the Raider, so I'm just going to ask, is 100 enough, and do you have a magic number otherwise?
To be determined. To be determined. So I don't want to get out in front of my boss, who's sitting right down there in the front row.
Do you have thoughts?
He takes answers from the audience in addition to questions.
But certainly we're looking at that, and we'll obviously see here in the future whether we need to buy more. 100 is the program of record right now, and we're at the very beginning of that, so let us see.
And back to acquisition and speeding it up, right? What data do you guys not have? What are you craving that could really make this happen? And then how can industry or even Gavini just supply that? If maybe you start.
Well, I'll start with the framework that we have found to be very successful, working very collaboratively with the Army in this case. If you go back in time, almost three years at this point, I had a conversation with General Jim Rainey, who was running Army Futures Command at the time, and he said, next generation command and control, it has to be different. It has to be a blank page. We have to rethink everything. I want companies, the best of American industry, to rethink the technology, and I want my team to rethink how we approach requirements and ultimately the acquisition for this. And so we're talking about this, and there were a number of different industry members and people who participated over a variety of sessions. And one framework that we glommed onto at a very high level was that the right vision for the future was going to be from sensor to shooter to sustainer. And that was so novel and exciting because the sustainer was included. He wasn't an afterthought or a tack on later or the first place you go to save budget dollars. But what we realized was by the time we actually got this program of record into experimentation and prototyping, that framework wasn't even right anymore. It's actually from sensor to shooter to sustainer to supplier. And the reality is the Department of War cannot just look at its own data and solve these problems, because it's too dependent on the industrial base for what we need to produce on exactly the kind of timelines that you're talking about. And of course, once we get into the challenges of a contested environment or protracted conflict. And the best news of this whole realization is this is totally doable. The data exists, the technology exists to bring it together. It's very difficult to implement in a government environment, the Department of War's environment, but it's not impossible. And so today we have data flowing that is being pulled directly off of censored platforms in NextGen C2. It's going directly into our logistics application, and it's being automatically linked up with information about suppliers around the world. That needs to become just standard course.
What do you all need?
Traditionally, we've also incentivized risk aversion, and we should flip that and incentivize risk, smart risk, using automation and AI to be able to work our way through the test plan so that you can field much quicker, more agilely, and maybe with a better product in the end. But if we keep incentivizing risk aversion, we're not going to be going at the speed that we need to, and our adversaries will pass us up. And so being able to calculate that risk is really important, because you obviously don't want to just assume all risk in the test. You want to try to mitigate that, and that's where you can definitely use digital engineering and some software tools to mitigate some of that risk, but get the product out to the field faster.
Should we be expecting more projects on the timeline of the CCA competition right now in that window, or at least that accelerated?
I would hope we would. We need it, for national security to develop some of these new systems a lot faster than 10 to 15 years before, from idea to fielding.
Secretary Phelan, what do you need?
Mine's much simpler. I'm 9 months into the job. The first day I came in, I said I'd like to get an org chart and break down of the Navy and see who is doing what and
Was it
what
50
positions.
pages?
I still haven't gotten it. So I'm still working on it to get to it so I can understand a little bit better responsibilities and how decision-making works. But we have, look, we are setting up, and we've set up a pretty comprehensive dashboard to Tara's point about, keeping an eye. Look, in this business, we're basically in the, when you're in shipbuilding, you're in the construction business. And when you're in that business, schedule is critical. And if you don't stay up on schedule, you go bankrupt, okay? And now we're a government, we're not gonna go bankrupt. But that is what causes problems. And that's why requirements, creeps, everything. If you don't, you go to, I went to a shipyard in Korea where we were doing some MRO work. And I said, well, when you got into it, they said, yeah, we found some stuff, but that ship will leave on this date. Because if it will just leave, period. Because we have another ship behind it, and that's how we run our business. Otherwise, we lose money. We have to pay money to the person whose ship's not come in, because these are commercial ships behind them that need to get out there and that are revenue generating. We need to adopt that mindset a little bit better. And so the data that we're going to be looking at is understanding in real time, what's the supply chain look like? Where are their vulnerabilities? Where do we have problems? Are people producing according to schedule? Those are some of the things I think we'll need better data.
Can I jump in on that?
Please.
Because I think that is the perfect tee up to the heart of this panel when you look at the title. The Department of War is not a business. You're exactly right, Secretary. If it were, it would be insolvent. And this idea that these are defense business systems that, is a category unto itself is totally wrong. Like, the only good thing about changing the name from Department of Defense to Department of War should be that we never are allowed to call these things defense business systems anymore. Because what they really are is they're warfighting enablers. And if we treated financial management, supply management, logistics, and maintenance as warfighting enablers and gave them that level of prioritization, resources, and technology, then you actually get better outcomes across cost, schedule, performance, and ultimately operational availability and readiness. That's the change that has to happen. And the moment is sort of perfect because I think there is a lot of clarity right now about how these tie in all the way back to the industrial-based challenges that we have into ultimately capability for the warfighter.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I'd put it a little differently. So one of the things I say in meetings is, and I ask this all the time, what is our business? And our business is warfare. And so what I constantly ask is, if we were at war, how long would it take us to design this ship? If we were at war, how long would it take us to get that missile? And typically it's 50% faster than what they're telling me. I'm like, why don't we act like that? Why don't we behave like that? Is our business.
Is that reflected in Secretary Hegseth's speech saying he wants to put portions of the Pentagon on a wartime footing?
I think that's part of it for sure. I think that's the element, that urgency to act. And look, it's kind of, it's like the Mike Tyson statement. It's always easy until you get in the ring and you get hit in the face. I don't think we want to wait to get hit in the face. The president's goal is for us not to get hit in the face. The president's goal is for us not to get in a fight. And if you wait for a war, a lot of people are going to get killed because we're not prepared. So that's why I think we need to act like we're at that wartime footing that the Secretary of War talked about.
So coloring a lot of this discussion is contested logistics. You have experience out in the Indo-Pacific. Both of the services are global now and have global reach. How are y'all thinking through that topic, especially considering your background and then maybe even the Navy's recent experience in the Red Sea, right? Replenishing under fire.
Yeah, look, I think we have to look at distributed sustainment to some extent. So whether it's doing mRNO in Japan and Korea, whether it's having replenishment in allies' bases. We have to be smarter because we have to deal with the tyranny of distance in the Indo-PACOM. That is a big theater with a lot of distance. I think, candidly, the Air Force has done a really good job of thinking about that and those forward logistics fighting, and I think the Navy's begun to adopt some of those things.
Well, the first thing I think about is pre-positioning, so purchasing the kit that you think you're going to need and putting it in the place where you're going to use it will take some of the pressure off of the initial conflict, and your logistics is going to be at highest risk at the very beginning. So pre-positioning helps, and then multimodal in the Pacific, it's by air or sea. In other places around the planet, you might have air, sea, and as well as land, roads, and rail. So multimodal helps you. And then concealment, camouflage, hardening. So hiding so you pre-position, but you hide it so they can't destroy it. Burying it in the underground, hardened shelters, as well as undersea storage. Those are all things that you can do to mitigate some of the logistics under attack.
This is such a perfect area for AI. I mean, it's so perfect. It's an optimization challenge, ultimately. And what I love about it is if you optimize, what do you pre-position where? Where do you have mRNO capacity that comes from allied and partner organizations, government or private sector? How do you calculate resupply in milliseconds instead of manually? You are literally just giving brain space, decision space, and time back to the commander.
At what point is that automation doable in the real world? Is that happening now?
Yes.
What is the next evolution of that then?
I mean, I think that it depends on how you define evolution, because so much is changing all the time. I mean, one of the things that's really exciting in this space is because the department has made such progress on moving things into the cloud, because they've made tremendous progress on deploying things at the tactical edge. you can push releases in the dozens a week. This is gone are the days of having to bring things to, major periodic epic quarterly releases and you're thinking about development and progress on months. This is as fast as the private sector can go in AI, so long as we have great partners on the government side who are helping with things like security and ATO and provisioning. If we can get access, we can deploy the tech.
Secretary Field, I wanted to come back to you. You mentioned your trip to South Korea recently. South Korea, Japan are both major shipbuilders. China is the #1. Do you think for the U.S. to meet or exceed China, do we need to rely on more of South Korea, more of Japan? What do those partnerships look like, especially because shipbuilding is such a big emphasis for you?
Yeah, look, I don't think we need to necessarily beat China in that sense. I think our ships are far more capable and much better, so there's a quality component that you need to look at as well. But we are definitely going to need to partner with our allies, and particularly South Korea, Japan, I'd even say Singapore, people who are very good at shipbuilding. Hanwha's already invested in the Philly shipyard. They're modernizing. They've brought a number of their tradespeople who are very good to train and show us some of the way they're doing the work there and some of how they're doing robotic automation in the yard. So I think that, and we've expanded our mRNO with both countries right now. I think all options are going to have to be on the table because the president's mandate is really to get holes in the water. And so we will have plenty of ships to build and plenty of demand to go. And I think what we're trying to do is really encourage them to come to America, invest in yards here, help us build up our maritime industrial base. And we will also send some business over there as well.
Is there a parallel for the Air Force, how you're thinking through the partners and allies question?
You bet. So they all have, they have talent in particular areas. For example, some of them can build munitions. And many of those same munitions that they might build, our industry is building, and there's only so much to go around. And so it reduces the number of rounds that we can have because we're also building those for our allies and partners. But if their allies and partners are building them in their own country, then that's more munitions that we can have, for the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and the Space Force here in the United States. So that's one area. But I think we ought to take advantage where they have strengths and partner.
I think that also it helps interoperability.
Absolutely.
Right, so it's a really important thing, particularly in the Pacific, where you got that distance that we talked about. So having people who can build and have systems that talk to each other and build the same missiles or even help us repair ships, that'd be a big plus.
Tara, for you to flip this kind of question on its head, how does the U.S. wean itself off of China? They're very much embedded in the supply chain. This is prime time for you. All the services rely on some sort of Chinese component or some sort of Chinese material. How do you remove that?
Slowly and painfully, I think. The reality is very stark, exactly as you teed up, Colin. There are foreign parts in 100% of our weapon systems and military platforms. There are huge numbers of Chinese parts across those same systems. 90% of raw materials are processed in China and then end up in the military systems we depend on. I think the goal is not to get to 100% eradication of Chinese parts in everything that the Department of War procures or the services leverage, need, or buy. I don't think it's realistic. I actually think that this is where understanding the illumination of those supply chains down to not just the part level, but you have to go farther and look at raw materials and critical minerals becomes a necessity so that you can make risk-informed decisions. Where are the places that we say, fine, that's a dependence that we are okay accepting? It shouldn't be fuses, it shouldn't be detonators, and those are real examples of components that are made with Chinese parts in military systems today. It might be other things that, like I said, we're okay with accepting that risk on. But it's going to require a tremendous amount of willpower to catalyze the American industrial base, provide a constant or at least a meaningful and transparent demand signal for what we do need in order to get that going domestically. And then fantastic collaboration with our allies and partners, because this cannot be done by the US alone. And I think we actually heard that earlier today, including from Secretary Hegseth. I don't think there's any misunderstanding that we would try to do it alone. And I think there are benefits to doing it together, but that move into, well, what is it we want to target? How quickly can we go? And where are these alternative components, parts, or materials going to come from? That, I think, is going to take time and a lot of political will.
So Secretary Hegseth was here today. He mentioned acquisition reform. He just gave his acquisition reform speech the other day. What was y'all's gut reaction to that? And then how are you now working through those directives?
I thought he stole my speech. I've been saying a lot of the same things for many, many years, especially the agility, the risk-taking, and the reform aspect of it. So I loved it. I was quite encouraged by the words.
Yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's very, if you look at what we did with RCO and PEO RAS, it's actually a duplicate of what he's suggested. So I think it really makes tremendous sense, and I think getting it further down to who the real customer is, which is the warfighter, is the right thing. So it's a really smart acquisition reform plan.
Yeah, I absolutely concur. The things that I loved are exactly like the general just said. These are things that we've been talking about, all of us, for a very long time and clamoring for. And to hear the momentum and seriousness and specific concrete actions to do something about these things these changes we've been clamoring for were very exciting. To hear a directive from the Secretary that we will trade acquisition risk and increase that in order to buy down operational risk, amen. Let's do that. It's going to require the culture change that you both alluded to earlier, but I think is an absolute necessity. And I like the emphasis on accountability. I would just add one piece to that, which is consequences. Part of holding someone accountable is when they don't do the thing that they are responsible for doing, that there are consequences. And this we don't often see in government. If your program isn't ready on time, if your product doesn't ship, if your readiness levels are abysmal, it isn't often that someone gets their feet held to the fire, or they get fired, or their program budget gets cut. But I would like for some of these initiatives, for example, commercial item preference. It's existing law. We have presidential executive orders pushing for commercial item preference. We have a secretary-level directive, and it was emphasized in the acquisition transformation speech. So what happens the next time, and I hear this daily in the department, someone says, yeah, this software is amazing, but I have to, very passionate about this, I have to build my own, or we're going to go with a homegrown solution. What's the consequence? Who is holding that person accountable? And I don't think it's that there's a lack of will to do something. I think it's that it's very hard to find those instances as a leader and act on it. And this is where it's going to require leadership, not just from the very top, but throughout the department to say, not anymore. That's not the plan. We're going to do things in a different way.
Secretary, we are running short of time here, but I'm going to leave you with the last word.
Okay.
A two-for question.
Okay.
One, Admiral Caudle today told a bunch of us reporters he needs a decision quickly on FAXX. I'm curious about the status of that and when we should expect an award. And two, I've also heard you met up with President Trump on Wednesday to talk about shipbuilding. I'm curious what that conversation was like.
So you got good sources, I'll give you that. Myself and Director Vought and Secretary Hegseth had a meeting with the President on Wednesday. He has signed off on what we're calling the Golden Fleet. So it's very exciting. We will continue to build ships that are the cornerstones of the fleet. So carriers, destroyers, amphibs, submarines. But we need new ships, and we we need modern ships. And I think what you'll see with the Golden Fleet is, we will be building a frigate. It'll be based on an American design. It is something we can build that we think actually will be done before the old Constellation, let's call it. We will also be doing quite a bit in unmanned. So there's a significant amount of capital in the budget allocated to unmanned as well. And then I would say that, the president has talked about what I'm going to call the big, beautiful ship. And what I'll say on that is stay tuned.
Okay. FAXX.
FAXX, excellent question. Working on that with DepSec and SecWar, hopefully by next week.
It's still alive then?
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
We're going to have to leave it there, guys. Thank you for hanging out with us, and thank you for the insights.
Thank you.
Please make your way to the Presidential Learning Center. Panel 12 will begin.